what's up, y'all? This is the first live at 2023. The first live of the year of 2023. We took a break yesterday. I was catching up on some much-needed rest because we're going to be pressing the gas fully on there. We just did the pre-show over there on Station Head, did the pre-show. And when I tell you we were dancing and having a good old time over there in the pre-show, but I love that we are here in 2023, the first year. So I want to say happy New Year. It has been awesome, right? Has been an awesome year so far. And I woke up this morning and I said I was watching the impeachment over there on FX on Hulu about Bill Clinton, the President Bill Clinton, and Monica Lewinsky. Is it Monica Lewinsky or something? Her name like that. I was watching that. So, but again, we did the pre-show on Station, and I was watching that. I was having a good old time watching that show, and I kind of went to sleep over that show and watching it. And something great disturbing happened that I was watching the documentary on the Tulsa massacre. And I was watching this documentary on the History Channel. And let me tell y'all, I didn't even know that it was a such thing as a Black Wall Street. Didn't know. I wasn't taught about Tulsa, the massacre. I wasn't taught about that in high school. Wasn't taught about that in elementary school. None in my history class, none of that. I've never heard of a massacre. I recently heard about this maybe a couple of years ago. I heard about the Tulsa massacre, about how they were like dropping, bombs on this area, this 45 Black area. And I was doing some research on it and about how Black people own their own shoe shining companies. They own their own hotels, all of that. It was so amazed. And when I was looking at this documentary, I was like, oh my gosh, African-American people literally after slavery, they didn't play no games. Like they went to work building their own houses, building their own schools, becoming doctors, becoming lawyers, becoming dentists, all of that. And I'm just looking at how African Americans took over 40 some blocks and they just made it a Black Wall Street. And the jealousy of white America, and this is why I always would read this book, White Fear, how the brown of America is making white folks lose their mind. And this just did not start. Anytime you see Black power and you see Black unity, that in Black wealth, it always developed in white jealousy. And so when people say Black folks need to pull themselves up, Black folks did. Black folks continue to do it. And Black folks was doing it in the 20th century. And they were building homes and businesses. And a lot of our wealth was destroyed from white rage. And so when I was reading and watching this about Tulsa, I didn't know that the sheriff was giving the white people, deputizing them to go and attack Black folks. Didn't know that. And, Black folks, they tried their best to fight back, but they were overpowered because it was about thousands of white people coming into town, burning up everything. The police didn't help. The fire department didn't help. And now we are in 2023, and the city of Tulsa still do not believe they're not at fault at this. And this is why we as African-American people, we must learn about our history, and we must learn and to change our future by getting involved in political things. And so when I was watching this, I'm like, just imagine these Black people that had all of this wealth in Tulsa. Where would they be at now? Where would their descendants be at now? Just imagine the African-American man that owned his own hotel. Just imagine where his family would be at now. He probably would have had a whole chain of hotels around this country and probably around the world. Just imagine that descendants, this generation now, would have been well taken care of because of what their ancestors did in the 1920s. And so when people say, oh my gosh, black people ain't doing that. No, black people did. Black people were, doctors, lawyers, dentists, and they lived in the neighborhood. So it wasn't like now where a lot of African Americans, when they make money, they go to the suburbs or they go to white areas. They were right there in the neighborhood. And so when I was watching about Tulsa, still no reparations, still the descendants, still no reparations. And the only reason why we know about Tulsa is because the African American, the descendants back in the 90s, they were talking about what happened to their families. They talked about that. If it wasn't for them and it wasn't for people recording and documenting them, they still would keep that history hidden. And for decades, white media kept Tulsa hidden. And on a national level, a lot of African-American people, you can ask around, didn't even know that this actually happened. So when people talk about, we need our own Black Wall Street, well, we did have it. In order to get it, the government, which, that was a part of the destruction of our Black Wall Street in the 20s, need to give us reparations so we can continue and rebuild of what we lost. And so when I was looking at the historians and they were talking about how those areas were destroyed and how, they still haven't recovered. So when people are talking about, African-American people, when y'all talking about reparations and you need to pull your boots, all that, I'm like, hold on 1 second. Let's talk about the destruction of the areas that we built that was destroyed. So of course the government need to give our reparations. Of course, and we're talking about in the trillions of dollars for the descendants of slavery and all of that. Of course that need to happen, because again, when we were out here, our ancestors that built this country for free, and then we built it for 400 years free labor, and then once we was out of slavery, a lot of our African-American people just started to go west and they started to go east, they started to go north, and they started to build for themselves. And then you get resistance of white America, because anytime you get Black success, it always leads to white rage and white jealousy. And so when people talk about, well, y'all need to pull your boots, pull up your boots and put on your boots and get yourself together, but they fail to realize, what about the wealth that was taken away from African-American people? And when we talk about this is before the 60s. We're talking about going back in the 20s when Tulsa had the Black, Wall Street, and Black people came together. They became doctors, they became lawyers, they became owners of so much property. Millions of dollars in damages have happened in those areas. And those insurance companies, when people tried to recoup their money, the insurance company have denied them to get their property, to get their insurance money in order to get their property. So with Tulsa, what the city did, they started to take and they stole the land. They started to develop all these properties, and then they started to develop the expressway right through, Black Wall Street. And when people say, well, why are y'all still complaining? Why are y'all still doing this? Because again, you still haven't given us what you stole from our ancestors. So of course, we're not only complaining, we're demanding reparations. We're demanding that the insurance companies that took advantage of our ancestry didn't pay us. We're demanding that. We're demanding that the descendants of these people that took advantage of this, we're demanding that they give our cut from the money that they stolen. We're demanding the companies, and when we researched the insurance companies, all of these banks that were financing slavery, that was a part of slavery, and the reason why they're Fortune 5 companies now is because of the head start they have from slavery. They need to give money for what they have been a part of this unjust system. So when I was watching this about Tulsa, I was hurt. I was angry. I was like, and then the anger turned into, what can I do to change our condition of Black people? And I said, it starts with me by doing a channel and bringing these stories up, because a lot of people, like my nieces and nephews, they need to know about Tulsa. They need to know about Black Wall Street. They need to know about the inventors. They need to know about doing slavery when Black folks were inventing so much stuff, and the white slave owners were still their ideas, and they will go and they will register their patent those ideas, that most of it was from slave that invented these things. But of course they couldn't read and write, but they knew how to build. And so a lot of the slave masters will steal their ideas. And so we can go all the way back, and this is why it's so important for us to educate ourselves of that past and educate ourselves what happened, and then so we can learn how to be better. And so again, we must call out our celebrities and tell them, say, hey, you all need to invest in Black communities, because a lot of these Black communities are failing because of the lack of investment. And we know that back in the day, with Black folks that had money, they will come back to the neighborhoods. And the reason why we had a lot of Black middle class and a strong Black middle class is because the dentists, they had no choice but to stay on the South Side. They had no choice but to stay in these predominantly Black areas, because they was not allowed to go in white areas. The thing about the beauty of segregation was Black wealth started to accumulate. Black people started to, the Black dollar started to circulate in the area 8 to 9 times. Once integration happened, that's when you seen that Black dollar started to leave the Black area and go to other communities, and it didn't really circle in those Black areas. And then from this point on, integration destroyed a lot of Black businesses, because then back in the day, you had no choice but to own a Black hotel, because you as Black entertainers could not go to a white hotel. So you had no choice but to go to a Black hotel, had no choice but to deal with a Black taxi company. You had no choice but to deal with a Black shoe shine company, because, or the Black cleaners, because you could not, your dollars could not go to these white owned businesses. You had no choice but to create a Black owned business, Black owned restaurants, because you had to go to the back. You couldn't sit and dine with white folks. But once integration happened, that is when you saw the decline of a lot of Black businesses, because a lot of Black folks, they were allowed to go dine with their oppressor, and they felt that I don't want to go dine with my Black brothers and sisters. And because of the power of white supremacy, they were teaching that Black businesses and Black services are not up to par as white services. And then back in the 70s, when they seen a lot of Black people were allowed to go and work with ABC, CBS, to get into become Black reporters, they start to leave these Black owned media newspapers, and they start to work with white folks. And so a lot of the Black readers that were supporting these Black newspapers and Black media, they started to go and change and start watching white media publications, and they left and abandoned Black owned media. So, so integration, even though on paper it sounded good, but it pushed us back as Black people, because our dollars is not really circulating in the Black community like it is. So again, but I see that changing a little bit, but it's still not like it's supposed to be. And so when you go back to the 20s to the 30s, you had a lot of Black, icons, and a lot of Black professional people that were coming up. People would say, oh, I know Mr. Johnson, he's a dentist, or Mrs. Washington, she's a principal. Like, you've seen that stuff in your neighborhood. And now they have shifted, because a lot of these Black professionals, when they make money, they don't really go back into the Black neighborhoods. They go and they live in predominantly white neighborhoods. So that them tax dollars, that revenue is going to these white neighborhoods, and is really going to these Black neighborhoods, in which we need these Black professionals to live in Black neighborhoods. But of course they don't. A lot of them, they go live with Black, they go live with white people. Now, it is some Black neighborhoods that, Black middle class, high class, with Black wealth, where they live together, that do exist. But when you look at the areas like Inglewood and South Central and all of these areas that predominantly are infested with gangs and crimes, you don't see a lot of Black professionals living in those areas. They live in other areas. So that definitely needs to change. So when I go back to I went and I watched, the Tulsa and that massacre that happened, I just always say, I wonder, where would those descendants be today? I wonder, where would those descendants be today if their ancestors' property was not destroyed and their ancestors' companies wasn't burned down? where would they be today? So I always wonder. So again, when I saw that documentary, it's on the History Channel. It talk about the history, and I love the fact that the History Channel did a great job allowing Black, historians to talk about Tulsa, the Tulsa massacre, and all of that. I'm so glad that they had Black professionals talking about what happened to uh, uh, um, Black Wall Street. Okay. Absolutely. So, and then you also had other towns like Rosewood and others that, that was destroyed because of white jealousy, white lies, and all type of stuff. And Rosewood's kind of similar to Tulsa because what really happened, it was according to the historians, they said it was a Black guy that had to use the restroom in some building, and he was in an elevator with the elevator operator was a white woman. Some happened. Either he bumped into the white woman, she screamed, and she said that he tried to, rape her. And then the white media put it out there that it was a Black guy tried to rape, and then white folks started to accumulate the jailhouse, and they wanted to kill this Black person. But then you seen the World War One veterans, they came out with their weapons and their guns, and they said, hey, we're not going to allow them to come out here and kill this Black boy. And then the white folks saw the Black World War One veterans with their guns and their weapons. So what do? They decide to go and get their guns and their weapons. And so they decide, okay, we're gonna go in Tulsa and we're gonna try to destroy it. Then you seen them protecting the railroad and protecting the area, and they couldn't break through. But then they just got overpowered because you had the planes coming and just dropping, bombs in that area. And so that's what really happened. And that needs to be documented. So when people talk about terrorism, they talk about 9/11. One of the greatest terrorist attacks that happened in our countries during the 20th century was the Tulsa massacre, because they literally killed people, and they were dropping dynamites, all type of things. And we wouldn't have not known that if it wasn't for the descendants of, if it wasn't for the descendants of during that time, the children there now are elderly people that came out and they talked about this. So we wouldn't have known that if they did not say what really went on. But for decades on a national level, they wasn't really talking about Tulsa. I've known about the Holocaust. I've known about Diary of Anne Frank. Oh yes, I can tell you about the Holocaust. I can tell you about the gas chamber. I can tell you about Hitler, how he rose to power and how he came against the Jewish people. But in elementary school and high school, I didn't know anything about the Tulsa massacre. Never heard about it until I became a fully grown man in my 20s, like literally a couple of years ago. I've heard about it maybe about 3 years ago. It ran across my desk something about what happened in Tulsa. It was Black Wall Street and it was destroyed. And so it's quite sad, but that just tell you about the failure of our institutions, that they don't teach those kind of tragedies that happen in Black America. They don't teach that. And most African Americans that get its education, they really learn about Black history in college. And when they go to college or they go to historical Black college university, they start to really understand Black America. And so that's just a failure of our public school system. That is really a failure. And now it's even worse now because the little history that they do teach about Black America, white folks, again, white rage, white fear, white resistance, they're going to schools now and they saying, oh my gosh, this critical race theory shouldn't be taught in my child's school because you're teaching about Black history is making my son, my daughter, my white son feel guilty of being white. So no, you should not be teaching about Rosa Parks. Oh my God, you shouldn't be teaching about the Montgomery bus boycott. Oh, you shouldn't be teaching about slavery. It's making my little white daughter, my little white son feel guilty of being white. So no, you shouldn't teach it in public school. So now the little history that they didn't teach a lot, just a little piece of history. They want to take it out, like books like White Fear. You won't see this in many of the public schools, of course, because white parents are going to come and they're not going to allow it. It was a book they wanted to take out of the schools about, Dr. King. They wanted to remove that book as well about Dr. King, about how he wrote letters out of the Birmingham jail. They wanted to remove those books because in their mind, it's making white boys and girls feel guilty. And now it's even in certain schools, they don't even call it slavery anymore. They call it black domestic workers, or they don't use the word slavery. I forgot the word they use, but they don't use slaves. I think they use black domestic workers or free labor. They don't want to use the word slavery. So they try to remove a lot of things out of your schools. And so this is why I'm so glad that you can tune into the History Channel. I'm so glad you can go read a book. I'm just so glad you could go and all these type of places and get educated. And so, it's really, really great. And another thing I've learned about this, like I was watching Roland Martin's show and they were talking about it as well. Yeah, I was watching Roland Martin's show, and they were talking about the Tulsa massacre and all of that. And so, yeah, so that's why we must have our own institutions. We must have our own schools. We must have our own hospitals. We must have our own banks. Those school, hospital, banks, and and businesses. We must have those four major institutions. You have those four major institutions, a community can thrive. And that's what we need in our black communities. We need those institutions. And now a lot of areas are losing their hospitals, and it's not black owned, but they're losing hospitals. And if you lose a hospital, your community can't thrive when you don't have a hospital, because eventually you're going to get sick. And you need a hospital, right? You need a hospital for checkups and everything like that. And you see how a lot of areas are now, they're losing their hospitals, and you know what I'm saying? Like, you need lawyers, you need dentists, you need that in the community. Just imagine how that community can be so productive if you have those institutions in those communities. But we need it. And so thank y'all so very much for listening. Okay. So, that's just how it is when it comes to stuff like that. And again, I will drop the link after I get through these topics. I just had to drop down and talk about Tulsa. I just have to talk about Tulsa and all of that because it ran across my desk. Okay. Now, I'm going to open the lines up after I talk to my topic. So y'all be here. I want to send rest in peace to Gangster Boo. Yesterday I heard that she passed away, and I heard that it was a drug addiction, a drug overdose. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know how true it is. She was in a group, and she was an artist, and I don't know her. I never heard her. I probably heard her music, didn't know about the music that she did, but of course, I heard yesterday that she passed away, and I'm definitely sending my condolences to her family, because yesterday I was listening to I was watching it all over social media, and they said that okay, I'm all here, and I was just listening, and I said, the 3-6 Mafia, she was a rapper that was a part of that group, and she passed away at 43, and they saying that she died on her porch. I've heard that, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, you just never know, man. You gotta take it, live life, and of course, she will always be known as Gangsta Boo, as one of the members of 3-6 Mafia. And so I'm not a big hip hop person. If I have to grade myself in hip hop, maybe it's a D. I'm not an expert in hip hop. Do I listen to hip hop? Yes, but I wasn't a big fan of 3-6 Mafia. That wasn't like a group that was like my top group that I listened to. They wasn't like on my playlist. Like, I had to go back and listen to some of the songs on about 3-6 Mafia, because there wasn't my top. Like, the groups that I used to listen to was like Bone Thugs and Harmony, Lauryn Hill, like Lil Kim. Who else did I used to listen to as a rapper? 56, DMX, but like other groups like that, no, like I'm just wasn't. And so again, I'm definitely praying for Memphis, because I think Memphis lost a lot of artists. Like, they lost a lot of people out of Memphis. And so pray for, and Memphis, one of the most dangerous cities. It's run by Democrats. One of the most dangerous cities ever. And Memphis is not a good city, to live in, and it's a lot of drugs, and it's drugs everywhere. But when it comes to that part of Bouquet, it's just really not a good city, man. Like I'm just telling you right then, and Memphis are just run down, and I just Memphis is just a dirty, raunchy, dirty, poverty, drugs. It's just a ratchet, a ratchet ghetto city, and it's run by Democrats, just like Harris County in Houston, run by Democrats, ghetto, ratchet, ghetto. So it's just all these areas that are just run down, and it's just really not a good area. So again, I just wasn't great. So I'm definitely sending my condolences to 3 6 Mafia and everything like that. Just like Chicago is just a dirty. I don't think it's a dirty city. It's really clean, but it's dangerous. I was just every time I tune into the news in Chicago, and I keep my ear on the streets in Chicago, it just people are just dying in Chicago. It was a guy in Chicago. He was a bouncer in a club, and the guy could not. They didn't want him to go in a bar, and they said he had to leave. So he came back and he shot the place up, and then shot the bouncer, and the bouncer didn't make it. So the crime in Chicago is just out of control. It's a rundown, crime infested area. And I told him, and I'm telling Jamal Green, I'm going to say this publicly about Chicago, and to Jamal Green, he haven't released his public policy yet, but you must work with state representatives to change the laws, meaning that carjacking should be 30 years, should be a felony, 30 years in prison. Also, it just you need 30 years in prison. If you're a juvenile, 30 years in prison. You should be tried as an adult if you are carjacking somebody. And so those laws definitely change, and that will decrease carjacking once people starting to get locked up. And it's usually are the same group of people that are carjacking. They're just getting slaps on the wrist and coming back on the area. They need tough, sentencing when it comes to carjacking. I know a lot of people say, "Oh my God, it's not the answer," but it is the answer. When you're out here doing things like that, you need to be serving 30 years in prison for stealing somebody's vehicle, because again, people work hard for their vehicles, uh, and they shouldn't have a gun stuck in their face when it comes to this. And they definitely need 30 years in prison. Really, really tough crime aspect, because the crime is just out of this world in Chicago. The crime is high, so you must meet that heat with toughness, and not only just being tough on crime, but also you know, being tough, investing in those areas, being very tough on these areas, and really, really invest in those underserved communities, job training programs, free city colleges for the residents in the city of Chicago, making sure cannabis, the revenue that coming in from cannabis in the city, that is going into those underserved communities, so they can definitely, and to help becoming more taxpayers, and meaning taxpayers become, you know, having a job and become homeowners, because when you have homeowners, you really ain't gonna be out here robbing people. You're gonna be protected. You're gonna really invest in your property. So that's what we definitely need in a lot in those areas. And then yes, being tough on crime, 30 years if you are carjacking someone, because people are tired of being carjacked, and they're going into areas where crime is low, and they're not only robbing people in their own community, but they're spilling out in downtown. They're spilling out in the northern areas where it's particularly predominantly white, and we must need tough crime. So if you're not a candidate that's really talking about being tough on crime, it definitely needs to happen. It's not just in Chicago. You got Memphis, you got Detroit, and a lot of these Democrats are not playing. They're being soft on crime. You need to be tough on crime. We are living in a tough society, and you must be tough on crime. Just like when the 1994 crime bill had to be implemented, because crime was very high. A lot of African Americans was out here robbing, and the drug wars was really high, and you must be tough. And so we must bring back tough crime bills in this country. It's a demand for it, because if you don't, definitely going to happen. Just like in Baltimore, I just was talking about this in Baltimore. I was watching a lot of stuff in Baltimore. The mayor said it was a young boy that died, and he said they literally are shooting over dumb shit. And I agree with that mayor, what he said. But Mr. Mayor, not only are we you supposed to be cussing, but you also need to be tough on crime. You need to be working with the state and say, okay, in the state of Maryland, we need to change these laws and to be tough, tough on these laws. and tough on these people. If you out here with a gun, you need to be serving 30 plus years. You out here carjacking, 30 plus years. If you commit murder, life in prison without no possibility of parole. Attempted murder, life in prison without no possibility of parole. And definitely put it in the software. You must serve 95% of your sentence if you're being slapped with 15 to 20 years in prison. That's need to be the policy in a lot of most of these states with high crime, and it definitely need to happen. Just the same thing in Philadelphia, and I could just go on and on and on. You must have tough crime, and the state must implement tough laws and really be tough. And a lot of these prosecutors need to be tough on crime. Like, I understand that you're trying to be soft and you're trying to be a progressive, but it's a time to be a progressive, and it also is a time to be tough on crime. And that's what my answer when it comes to that. All right, so I can go on and on and on about that. So I was minding my own business, and I am now on Amazon Prime. So I was on Amazon Prime and I was watching Lil Baby documentary. And I was watching at first I didn't want to watch it. I'm like, let me watch it. So I'm watching Lil Baby documentary, and I didn't know Lil Baby was from Atlanta. Like I said, I'm not really good in hip hop. So he's he's in Atlanta, and that he was a drug dealer. He sold drugs. And I didn't know that. His dad left him. He was in a single parent home. And I'm just really hearing it. And what really caught my eye in this documentary is that Young Thug, y'all see Young Thug? He was like, I paid Lil Baby money, get him off the streets. And I'm like, this is the same Young Thug that's arrested for committing crimes. But in that documentary, he paint a picture that he don't commit crime, that he's not in the street, he's about his music, and that he would pay Lil Baby money to not be in the street. So I'm looking at this documentary and I was like, whoa, look how the tables have turned, and Young Thug is facing RICO charge. He's facing tough. He's facing decades in prison, which I do believe he's guilty. I do believe he need to be off the streets, as well as Gunna and all of those thugs definitely need to be off the streets. And I was really looking at Lil Baby, and I was looking at how, Quality Control is one of the hottest independent hip hop labels out there. They signed Amigos, they signed Young Miami, the City Girls, and Lil Baby. And so they said, Lil Baby, I think you need to get out the streets. I think you need to rap. And he was very respected in the streets. But as you know, when you're a drug dealer, it's kind of hard, leaving making racks of cash for a dream that may happen and may not happen. And so when I looked at the early stage of Lil Baby career, they sent him out on a promo run to do shows, and he rarely would get $1,600-$1,700. And it hardly won't be nobody there. And the Quality Control was like, listen, you have to do this. Every artist have to go through this development, do what you have to do. And then one day, his career just blew up. His career just, he started making hot records. And then one thing, his career just blew up. One of the sad parts when I was watching the documentary is that his album, he had the highest, stream. His album was the most sold album in 2020, and he wasn't nominated for no Grammys for that album. Like, no Grammys for that album. And I was hurt because I think Lil Baby is definitely is a top artist. And so I was watching this documentary and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm like, look at this. And I'm like, look at this. And the thing about Lil Baby, and I'm not trying, I gotta be careful saying this because I reached out to Lil Baby people to get him on the show, but I can't understand the word he's talking about. He's dry. Because when he did an interview, you drugs and stuff like that, and not selling dope. Like, when he do interviews, like, he's shy and he put on this extra ghetto voice, like you can't hardly understand him. But when he's at home, he talk regular. Oh yeah, he be laughing. I would have sell dope. But when he do interviews, you can't. He got that mush mouth. Like speak. Speak. Like, I can understand you. Like, and so don't get me wrong, some of his songs, okay, some of his records I can understand. Some of I just be like bobbing my head, I'm like, oh, this sound good. You know what I'm saying? Like the other record that he wrote, about, you know, the whole thing that happened with George Floyd and all of that. But again, I can't really understand what he be rapping about. Like when he do interviews, he do sad interviews. I don't even know how he get Punani. Well, I could tell he probably packing down there. He's a thug, so women are just throw themselves at him, you know, and stuff like that. But when he do interviews, it's dry. You know, his interviews are very, very dry. And I always wonder, I'm like, why did they call him Lil Baby? And he said when he was coming up in the streets, he would be a little baby. He'd be a baby to compare to all these older people that he'd be with. So that's why he called himself Lil Baby. And so I'm just listening to, you know, him and his career, and I'm happy for the success of his career. And then I saw he was teaching his son. He was like, count the money. He's like, this 100,000, 200,000, three. No, I think he said 20. It was 100,000, something like that. And you know, he was walking down the staircase in the documentary, and then his phone had dropped. He said, "Oh no, my phone dropped." He said, "Daddy, don't worry about it. You rich." And I love that. I love the fact that he's in his kid's life. I love the fact that he's a very private person. Even his labels say, "Bro, you got to do these interviews." He's very private. He don't like to do a lot of interviews. You know, when he do interviews, it's like it's hard to get an answer out of him. And like I said, you know, he's very private. When he go on, that's one thing I can say about Lil Baby. He's not a clout chaser. You rarely see him doing interviews. You rarely see him like being on Instagram Live. He's just very, very private. Like that's one thing I can say about him. That man is a very, very private man. He's very, very private. And so very, very private. He's not. He's not. I think he treats his baby mamas with respect. I think he. I know. I don't see a lot of drama. He have baby mama drama and stuff like that. He's definitely a very private person. But when he do interviews, I fall asleep. Like he does the worst interviews. He does like he's not the best person to do interviews. Like his stage presence, he did better with his stage presence. Of course, you know his pin game is sharp. You know what I'm saying? I'm starting to love him, but interviews, I fall asleep in interview because like he don't give good interviews. He don't. But when he's at home, he talk regular. Like you can kind of understand him more. He lay his guard down when he at home. When he go on them interviews, just you know, was there. And I was kind of feeling sad. I'm like, I didn't see Lil Baby post anything about Young Thug. I didn't see him post free Young Thug and all of this. Didn't see anything like that. And I didn't know Young Thug was close with Lil Baby. I didn't know that until I watched the documentary. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, wow. And I do believe Young Thug is guilty. I'm a fan of Fulton County, the DAs over there. I think they've done a good job at trying to get these thugs off the street. So I do believe he's guilty. I feel it in my gun. I do believe he's gonna be served some time because the people they're giving deals to are gonna throw Young Thug under the bus. And I don't understand these rappers. Y'all want to sell dope and all that. You a rapper. Y'all need to understand. Once you start to become a rapper and you start to make money, get out of the lifestyle because you cannot have 1 feet in the industry and 1 feet in the streets. Because when you have 1 feet in the street, it is a dedicated unit in all of these prosecutors' offices and all these police departments. They look at hip hop artists. They already jealous of y'all because y'all making more money than they're making a year. They already, when I say jealous, they already jealous of y'all. Okay. So if you trying to have 1 feet in the industry, 1 feet in doing that, they're gonna come at you hard. Just like the whole situation with you know, what was that? Fetty Wap. Now here you got one eyeball, and you want to get back in the streets, knowing you're gonna get caught. Automatically, you're going to be flagged. They're gonna say, okay, he's a drug dealer. They know all the drug dealers. You're not gonna be hidden, and you got one eyeball, one good eyeball, and here you is got 1 feet in the streets and in the industry. Though you wasn't selling the industry, bruh, when you making the money with the one eyeball, you should invest that money into real estate, invest that money into companies and everything like that. It's not our fault that you wasted that money, and then you got to go out there and invest in black, and go back into doing crime. You're going to get caught. So I don't feel guilty, because I feel like if you're making money, right, you're making millions of dollars, and you're finally making it. Don't be out here, Fetty Wap, renting apartments. That don't make any sense. Why you keep renting apartments? And because one day it's going to come where you're not going to be popular anymore. So why you hot and why you making the money, invest it in other entities. So when your music career dry up, because every artist deal with dry spells, you want to have other streams of income coming in. You want to take care of your money when everything is coming in. I just want to be real with you. You just can't do that, because when that, and you out here 1 foot in the streets, 1 foot in the industry, because you're going to get caught. Like, it's going to happen. Just like the whole thing that happened, the Black Mafia family, they were stupid, because what they did was, okay, we want to use the drug money and put it into hip hop, but you black. And then you, all that flashy, it came on the police radar, and now you in jail for the rest of your life. That just doesn't make any sense when you do that. So everything that you worked for, now you behind bars. Now you got 50 Cent taking advantage and profiting off of the gang culture that you did. Like, I just don't understand. If you want to be out here selling those, be low key, but don't be out here throwing millions of dollars on strippers, buying all these expensive cars, getting into the music business, being all loud, because somebody's going to report you, and it's going to come across somebody's desk, and they are going to get you. So that's how that goes. So again, to Young Thug, I'm not shocked. You try to get into the gang culture, you're going to get caught, because again, a lot of these police institutions are run by white folks. They're already jealous of black entertainers, because y'all make more money than they ever make in a lifetime, and you in the streets, so they're gonna make an example out of you, because people like you, Young Thug, that type of person, because you're a high profile person, you are a career maker. Meaning, if I'm a prosecutor in Fulton County, and the main thing I'm gonna come after the gangster rappers, and that's a career boost for my career, because it's a high profile case. If I win this case, that's going to be opening up doors for me as a prosecutor. I can run for governor, I can run for this, and so you got to be very careful with that. So, if you want to be out here doing crime, you're going to get caught. It is what it is. Eventually going to get caught. There's not too many drug dealers that are successful, that are retiring, living good. There's not too many of those, unless you are pharmaceuticals. That's a whole other story. But I'm talking about you being a dope boy, you in a dope game. It's not too many of y'all going to be successful. It's just not. You're either going to be in the grave, or you're going to be locked up for the rest of your life. And you know what I'm saying? This doesn't make any sense. So when I saw that documentary, I was like, wow, Young Thug, look at what you have in your career. Look at what you have now. All the music that you made literally is going to go down the drain, because you're going to probably spend the rest of your time in prison. And then the money that you are making, you got to spend so much with lawyers and lawyers and lawyers. And it's not guaranteed, because that jury is going to be predominantly white, probably women. And, and it's going to be a strong possibility of them going to have you and say guilty, and you're going to wind up going down. And one thing that they're doing, the crew is they're giving them deals like Gunna and them, so they can snitch on you. All right. And Gunna, he's getting mad because people is calling him a snitch. And he had to write a whole statement saying, I'm not no snitch. I'm not a bruh. They're not letting you out of jail for free. You made a deal. You talked. And you told on Young Thug, okay? You told him something that's valuable to get up out of that prison, to get out of that jail cell. So you ain't getting out of there for nothing. So you are a snitch. Whether you want to believe it or not, you a snitch. And it is what it is. But of course, people are, they're going to give you a pass because you black and all of that. So it is what it is, what it is. They're not letting you out for free. You be snitching, talked, and stuff like that. So Young Thug, the same people that had your back are telling on you. It is what it is. So we're going to keep y'all updated with this case with Young Thug. Going to keep you updated. That's more on my list. I think this trial is going to be televised. I'm not 100% sure. Y'all let me know in the comments if this trial is going to be televised, but I do believe this trial is going to be televised. So let me know in the comments if this trial is going to be televised let me know, because I believe it's going to be televised. Okay. So if it's going to be televised, I'm glad it's going to be televised, because you don't have to worry about these YouTubers being in the courthouse being biased. So I can watch it being televised, get my notes, and talk about it on YouTube. So I'm kind of glad that you got to worry about YouTubers getting the press pass, arguing and fighting, and all arguing and fighting and stuff like that. You could actually get a press pass. You got to worry about them just arguing and fighting in the courthouse. All right. Speaking about arguing and fighting in the courthouse, Nique at Night. Y'all see it? Nique at Night. Talking about arguing and fighting in the courthouse. This is one of the YouTubers that were in the courthouse arguing with other YouTubers. They were just arguing and just being really ratchet. Our mom was arguing with Nique. All the people just arguing, getting high, drinking, just arguing in the courtroom, and just embarrassing black folks. I talked to one reporter. She said it was just extremely unprofessional to be arguing like that in the courtroom. Anyway, so I had the pleasure of going on somebody else live, a YouTuber live on last year. And, Nique came on the panel and she was talking about the arguments and the drama that was happening at the courthouse. And so then Nique at Night decided to respond to me, Wiley. She said, Wiley, I feel like you coming at me because I made up with Armand Wiggins, and you coming at me, I feel the type of way. I personally feel like Armand pushed her up to do that. I feel like she got an invitation to sit with the popular kids and all of that. They were dragging Nique when she said something about fish, when she was crying in the sock, they was just dragging her. And so I had her back. And so now she got an invitation with the popular kids. She decided to respond to us on her show. And so she got out there and she responding. And she said, I feel like you are coming at me because I made up Armand Wiggins. And that's just not the case. I just did my commentary. Now, I immediately did a commentary because I thought that she gave the phone to King Payne. And so she reached out to me on last year saying that, hey, I didn't give the phone to King Payne. It was a white guy that had the phone. But Nique could have easily hit the link and let me know that, say, hey, I didn't give the phone to King Payne to do the interview. I gave the phone to a white guy. King Payne been my friend for decades, for years, and all that. And I'm hearing all this stuff, right? And so I was like, okay, you could have easily came on the show and everything like that. So, when she went on this other YouTuber platform, she responded to Wiley. She said, yeah, Wiley, I feel like this, just you came at me because I made a word bond, just saying all this stuff. Of course, I couldn't come up there and defend myself because I wasn't going to do that. I said, hey, I'm going to come live on my YouTube channel and I'm going to defend myself on my YouTube channel and talk about this on my YouTube channel because I've been discussed. So again, I can't talk about it because I'm being discussed. So anytime that I'm being discussed, I have a right to defend myself. So she talking about this, and I said, okay, I guess she made her word in mind. She had an invitation with the popular kids. I knew that wasn't gonna work, and so here she are. And so I made a title. It was a title to grab the people, to have the people come and watch it. And I said that Nique at Night stole Milagro exclusive because that's what people were saying. I said, hey, let me come out here and put this title together because this is going to grab the people attention. It's about title. 90% of the viewership increases when you have a good title to get the people to watch your video. Okay. So we put the title out. Nique at Night stole Mod Radio exclusive. It drive the people in there. And that's what happened. Nique was upset about that. She didn't watch it. And I can tell you don't watch it. You just judge it. And I want to say this to all the people in this business. Do not judge the video by the title. Watch the context of the video, because when you judge it on the title, you can be just far left. So when I get the video, I said, no, Nique did not steal Milagro Graham's exclusive. She went to the courthouse. Street TV want to hit that and said, hey, Nique and I'm gonna give you the stuff for free. Nique decided to go get a CD reader. She decided to go get a scanner and to get the information. He want to hit that. And so go get that and show get the information to get the exclusive. So she got the exclusive. And so, and I'm saying it humbly. So Nique decided to respond to Mod Radio. She decided to respond to Mod Radio moderator or reviewer and call them dirty clothes. So y'all can't get mad when Wiley talk about the YouTubers when somebody like Nique and Nite is talking about the YouTubers. So it doesn't make any sense. So don't criticize me for talking about people that when these bigger YouTubers talk about people, y'all have nothing to say. Y'all are radio silence. Okay. So she talking about, she talking about Milagro She's talking about Milagro friend and call him dirty clothes, saying all these type of things, right? And so I said, okay, I'm going to talk about it. And so when she went on this particular YouTuber channel and she was talking about me on the channel, I said, okay, I will respond. And of course, me and her went back and forth on the DM, and I slept on. I said, okay, I gotta respond because anytime you talk about me publicly, I have to respond to you publicly. And that's the type of business that we live in. You come at me publicly, I have to talk about you publicly. And so that was the whole entire case about it. So anytime you run this business, you make juicy titles to get people to talk about the conversation. And then people were saying, why are you saying Armand Wiggins got on dirty clothes? Why are you saying he got on dirty clothes and dirty clothes? And she was like, no, I'm not talking about Armand Wiggins because Armand Wiggins was clean all the time he was in a courtroom. So people were saying that Nique called him dirty clothes. Then you had Lovely T. She came into the chat saying, don't talk about me, girl. It is what it is. So Lovely T was dragging Nique at night. Then Nique was responding to Lovely T. Now we talking to me like this. Who you think you talking? Are you talking about me? My name ain't Monique. My name is Nique. So they was going back and forth. Then Milagro she went into Nique at night chat saying, I'm going to air you out. And it was like this whole beef that's going on with these other YouTubers. And then when Wiley talk about these YouTubers, it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's really an issue, and it's a problem. And so I said, hey, I'm going to talk about these things on my channel and talk about this thing and that. I think Nique is a good woman. I love her. I think that she's a good talent, but I can't allow myself not to talk about her because she is a trending topic. Don't come in my chat and try to befriend me for me not to talk about you because I have to talk about you. This is a business. I talk about you just like you talked about the dirty clothes guy, just like you talk about Milagro. So I have a right to talk about you. And if you block me or unfollow me, that's fine. Who cares? Because I'm not in the business of being liked. I'm in the business of entertaining and growing the platform. So when people talk about this thing, and I'm going to have a right to talk about you. So it goes into this business. So I was in the chat yesterday, and there was another woman on this particular YouTuber channel, and she was talking about me. She called me caca. She got mad because we didn't make her no moderator. She got mad we didn't pick her for Two Men and a Lady because I told her, I said, you have to come on camera in order to be on Two Men and a Lady. You can't be on no thumbnail. So she decided to get mad, and she listened to my show on station here, and she called me cockeyed on the show because she went to the courthouse to get on Armand Wiggins, to get on her knees to be around Armand. She was so loving Armand Wiggins because she wanted to be Team Armand to be a moderator. And he said no. He said no, you can't be no moderator over here. So she went over there trying to be a moderator over there with Armand Wiggins. So she's in the courtroom, and it really didn't happen. So Armand didn't make her a moderator. Armand didn't, come on her show and none of that. And so when it came to the person that had the glasses on and the person that was on there, I can tell some of y'all didn't watch the live because y'all saying Barbara. It wasn't Barbara. Came on the live. She called me cockeyed. And so I'm like, you just mad because you're not a moderator. You're mad because you're not on Two Men and a Lady. And so, wow. So that's all that situation that happened over there in that channel. And I'm just listening to all of that. And I'm everywhere. I listen to everything. Some of y'all don't be everywhere. Y'all be asleep. Some of y'all be asleep and doing whatever. And I guess take your kids to school and burning up your chicken and all type of stuff. So but I can just tell y'all that y'all don't have y'all ear on the street. Y'all be asleep and y'all be sleeping, I guess, and making chicken and going to chase your man that's cheating on you with your cousin and all that type of stuff. So I get that. So all that stuff was going on. So I said, okay, I'm going to respond to this on my channel. Okay. And I'm going to talk about it over there on my channel. And we definitely going to have a conversation about it. And I said, hey, I'm going to talk about it. and stuff like that. And I said, hey, I said, Nique, I said, I don't know. I said, I have to talk about it. We have to have a conversation about it and stuff like that. Okay, Nique and I said nobody's trying to control what you talk about, but try and stir up mess is where the line gets drawn. And then, Nique, that's what I respectfully have to disagree with you. I respectfully disagree with you because again, I wasn't trying to stir up mess. The mess was stirred in the courthouse. The mess was stirred when y'all was arguing in ghetto in front of all them good, successful white folks. Y'all was arguing. So the mess have already been stirred in the courtroom where y'all was arguing, or am I arguing and stuff like y'all arguing in the courthouse. I'm not stirring up the mess. I'm just reporting on the mess. I'm not stirring it because the mess is already there. So I'm just doing my job as I always do. And I come out there and I said, hey, I'm going to talk about it and have conversation. I'm not stirring the mess because the mess is here. And so it's already been stirred in the courthouse in front of all them successful white folks, and y'all supposed to be black media and y'all arguing. And so I'm just reporting on the things that really happened. I didn't say anything about the guy that had the dirty clothes. That's something that Nique at Nite said. He said the guy had on dirty clothes and stuff like that. That's what she said. Then she came at Milagro Graham, said that Milagro Graham was jealous of her. So I'm just repeating and just doing what I'm doing, just like everybody else is doing. So I'm not stirring the mess. The mess have already started, and I'm just coming live talking about it because I wasn't at the courthouse. I didn't sit there and argue around all the successful, good white people, successful, intelligent white folks, and then getting ghetto and ratchet with, with my other black counterparts, and y'all are saying that y'all are new black media, but new black media was very, very ratchet, ghetto, and they was ready to fight and ready to go back and forth and all that type of stuff. And I said, hey, let me come out as a commentator and let me talk about it and give my commentary on it because the mess is already here, and I'm not going to let no mess come out, and I'm not allowed to give my opinion about the mess. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't go to the courthouse. I definitely will not be sitting with the blacks with all that, drama and all of that arguing and fussing and fighting. I'll be over there with the, with Megan and all the successful, white, media folks over there with them, writing in my notebook, minding my own business. But I will also see the destruction of the black media folks arguing with each other. So that have already started, over there in the courthouse, and it spilled over here at the YouTube streets. And when it spilled over here in the YouTube streets, I said, I'm one of the leading YouTubers. I said, hey, let me go and talk about this on my channel because I don't want people to think like, I don't know what I'm talking about. So I said, let me go on my channel and talk about this because I know a lot of people need to hear what's going on. So I immediately went on my channel. I said, hey, I have to talk about this, and I have to have this conversation. I have to break things down. I have to sell it to the audience. I have to break it down to the audience because I know it's going to run back to the blacks, and they the popular kids, and they're going to try to spin it. So I have to go on my channel and say, hey, this is the things that are going on out here in the channel. This is the thing that are going on. I have to immediately talk about these things. And so that's why I rushed over here and I said, hey, I got to talk about it. Because if I don't call it out, people are going to say, but Wiley, did you hear? Did you see what Nique said about you? Maybe Armand told her to do it. I believe that's the sources are telling me he told her to do it, and he went in her inbox and told her to do it unless they can't be friends anymore. That's what I believe what happened. I said, hey, I have to talk about these things because if I don't talk about it, immediately it would just rush and go to other places. So I have to talk about it in this new year. Now, I try to have a new year, new day, and all of that. That's why we still talk about the mess as well. So when she came on the channel, I said, hey, me and her went back and forth, in the media, in the DM, and she said she don't like to be in a mess, but Nique is in the mess. You preferring it, a messy person. Armand is very, very messy, very, very messy guy. King Payne, very, very messy. Arguing with other YouTubers, Milagro Graham, very, very messy. Took a picture where one of the messiest people on the internet. So we can't say I don't want to be in a mess. I don't do messy internet stuff when in fact you in a mess. So it's kind of hard. In order not to be in a mess, don't take pictures with messy folks because their mess is going to splash on your mess and then you're going to be part of a topic. Don't talk about malagograms because if you talk about malagograms and people are going to talk about it and say it's messy. So we all here is messy. I'm just different. I don't pretend like I don't want to be in a mess. I know that we in the conversation, we having these conversations, we're talking about this on YouTube, that is going to be some mess that are going to go on in these YouTube streets. They're definitely going to happen. So I can't say, I don't want to be in a mess, but you at the courthouse with messy YouTubers taking pictures with these messy YouTubers, and you made up with Armand, you made up with my radio, but guess that didn't really work because my radio came out and dragged her. And so that's just how that happened. When you have these conversations, this is where it's going to end up, and this is where people when they talk about these things is going to be talked about on a national scale because she is in the mess. Now we love Nique, and I think that she is one of the beautiful, talented people out here, but that doesn't, because of her beauty, that doesn't mean I can't really talk about it. She ain't my girlfriend. You know, if she was my wife, then maybe I won't be able to talk about. She's Mrs. Wiley, and so I can't talk about her then. But you know, she's a YouTuber, and so I just talk about everybody. I'm in that business, so I know I won't be invited with the popular kids because I'm just the messenger. I know I won't be invited to the popular kids because I'm sitting here. I talk about the mess and I get it. But if me and her were dating and we were, in a relationship, maybe that wouldn't be the problem. Nique said this. Let me see. Give me a second. I want to make sure we get there. Okay. Exactly. I said you made me a target because I spoke to her mind. Your obsession with him is sick to where you could burn a bridge with somebody you was cool with. I didn't burn the bridge. I didn't burn the bridge at all. I'm not obsessed. I talk about all trending topics when it came about. I was when he talked about the whole thing, the fish epidemic. We talked about that. I talk about people that are trending, and I don't apologize for that. I talk about people that are trending. She said, I don't care about no title. I care about you lying on my real friendships and lying, saying I'm using people that I'm my friends with. Stop spinning the lie to again. You said you gave the phone to a white guy. You could have easily Nique at Night, and I don't know if this is the real Nique at Night. I don't know if it is. You could have easily came on the platform and say, hey, let me come on the platform and clear it up, Mr. Wiley. I didn't give the phone to Armand Wiggins' former best friend. I gave it to a white guy, a white gentleman, and the white man, he recorded, even though we knew black media, but it had to go to a white person. So I gave it to that person, and that person was recording the interview with white media, right? So I didn't give it to the black man. I didn't give it to the black man. I gave it to the white guy. So that's how that happened. Okay. I don't need to come clear nothing up why you made it up in the first place because I thought that he had the phone. I thought that he had the phone. I thought that he had the phone. I thought you gave the phone to that person. And so when Nique reached out to me privately, in the DM, and I said, well, this ain't something. I said, do you want to come on my live? Oh, I don't want to come live. And so I said, well, okay, I have to talk to this because this is something that is public. And I said, okay, you guys, she didn't give it to the black man. She gave it to the white guy. And the white guy was recording the interview and everything, even though this supposed to be new black media, but it had to be a white gentleman. Why can be no black person? Anyway, so that the white guy was recording the drama that was going on. So I had to make sure that I have to correct this on my channel and correct this on my channel and really get involved in this because again, I said, wait a minute, we definitely have to do it. And so when people say burning bridges, again, I never had any bridges with these people. I'm a bridge builder. I have great relationship with a lot of great entertainers out there, a lot of white entertainers. I was just on a phone with Mr. Beast, one of the top leading YouTubers out here in the country, making millions of dollars. So I've had a great relationship with a lot of white YouTubers, maybe not with the blacks. Black people are getting their feelings, they fight, they argue and all. You gotta kiss a lot of black behind. So I'm with a lot of the white YouTube, Mr. Beast and all the other all of the white talented YouTubers that I'm really good people with, talk with them, great guys. And so, but if you come over to the black side, it's issues and it's problems and stuff like that. So, but in this business, we have to talk about all of this type of stuff. And if it is burning the bridge, let it burn. And then you could just rebuild a bridge. There's many bridges that have burned, and you could just rebuild those bridges. And so that's just how that goes. And so when I was having a conversation with Mr. Beast, I said, how is it you become successful? And he said, you know, Wiley, the one thing that I don't deal with mess and drama. I focus on content. I love that about him. So we had a great conversation. One day we will try to get him on the show, and we will definitely talk about it. And one of the top leading persons out there, and I love it. I love that about that. So I talk to a lot of people. I don't worry about getting involved with the black stuff like that. I think Nique at Nite is one of the talented YouTubers out there in the business, and we always supported her when she was crying in that sock. I immediately said, okay, she should sell socks. And I immediately came at, T.S. Madison, the whole thing about the fish thing. And I made a whole thing. I sent a whole letter to a lot of people in the community. I said, I don't think we should use fish anymore, because when we use the term fish, it's a derogatory term, even though we use fish in the community for decades. We have used it at ballroom scenes and clubs and stuff like that. I don't think we should use it on YouTube, because again, some of the YouTubers are not going to like the word fish. So I was one of the top leading YouTubers, and I said, hey, I'm not going to use the word fish. I'm not going to use perch. I'm not going to use catfish. I even stopped catfishing at that time, and I said, hey, we're going to be focused on other things. And I came out to some of my counterparts, and I was in a meeting with a lot of black LGBT folks, and I said, okay, it's one thing we must stop. And they said, what, Mr. Wiley? I said, we must stop using the word fish. And so I said it to the people, and I said, we must stop using that word, because that word is offensive. We can't use that word anymore, right? And so, again, a lot of people, they didn't listen to me. They dragged me. But I said, hey, I'm not going to use the word fish. And I even, at that time, I stopped catfishing. And I said, hey, in this new year, I'm going to stop, catfishing as well. So these was the type of issues and the problems and stuff like that. But we love, don't get me wrong, we love Nique at Nite. We love her. I think she's one of the top talented people. And like I said, we will continue to support those people. When she had her exclusive, we came out so well. She said this, I spoke to Wiley in the DM, so I'm not coming. He act like he understood my point and said he's changed in 2023, and then he do this again. He lame. So y'all, I told him exactly my issue. No, I'm not lame. I'm just, doing my commentary, and we having a conversation. Again, me and Nique, we're good. I'm gonna come to LA and have a good conversation where we can go out to eat. But again, I'm just doing commentary, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I wish her well, wish her all the success. And I think that it's just a great show. And I said, hey, I'm going to have this conversation. And I had a conversation with Malaga Brown. I said, what is your issue with Nique at Nite? She gave me no comment. She said she will be talking about Nique at Nite in the future. And I said, okay. I said, who was the guy with the dirty clothes? She didn't get a response. So I definitely want to talk about that. So we definitely are going to get more information about this in the future, and we will talk about this some more in the future. So again, thank y'all so very much, and we love that, and we love all the people in there. But again, I'm not invited with the popular kids. I'm just not invited. I'm with the slow kids, right? I'm with them. And so I represent them. And so this year we're going to continue to represent them. And this is what we are doing. So we wish them well. Okay. Now, we dropped the link, and we're going to open up the lines and allow people to come on the show and give their thoughts. So give me a second. We're going to go to our last subject here. Thank you, Nique. And Nique, if you got something to say, we could just communicate in it behind the scenes. This is just me just doing commentary. Don't take offense to it. We cool. We will always be cool, because I'm just doing commentary. Okay. All right. So where was I to say? Okay. Jaguar Wright and have fell out with Nosey. They fell out and they arguing. Nosey went live. She said, I'm no longer dealing with Jaguar Wright, and I got a recording of her husband cheating on her. I'm no longer talking about Jaguar Wright, because I got a record of her cheating on her husband. And Jaguar said this, and then I went over to Nosey channel. I was being very nosy, minding my own business. I ain't bringing nobody on my channel. I'm going to a whole nother sector. I'm talking about this. I'm talking about my commentary and all this. I said, wow, like what really happened? Of it, like why did they fall out? And I'm not shocked why they fell out. I don't know if Jaguar Wright got mad at Nosey for covering Tory Lane's trial. I don't know all the details. I just seen them fell out and all this stuff. I'm not shocked. We reached out to Jaguar Wright to bring her on the show, and I said let's have a conversation. They were all teaming up to come against Nicki Minaj. They teamed up to come against Nicki Minaj, and I said now they are going back and forth with each other. Now they have definitely been going out in a situation. I told, and I'm gonna say this, I told Jaguar Wright, I said, Jaguar Wright, you need to do what Nique and Nite did. You need to focus on your channel. You need to create your brand, because for years you have been used by Storm Monroe, you have been used by Tasha K, you have been used by all these YouTubers, as well as Nosey, and they got thousands of dollars of you. You need to create your own show. You go to these other YouTube shows, they don't pay you, and you make them go viral, and then you go on somebody else's show, and then you go to Instagram, you have 100 people. You must build your own infrastructure. You must build your own channel, so you don't have to worry about going to these other channels. You don't have to worry about going to these other people. You must build your own channel. Hello? I don't know who's calling me right now, because I don't even have the phone lines open up yet. So that's just how that goes about it. And so when you talk, you must go on your channel and say, hey, let me go on my channel. Let me focus on my commentary. And that's what we're going to do. Let me focus on me first. And then if I have time, I can go on other channels, right? Okay? I can go on other channels. That's what I'm saying. Give me a second. So hold on. That's what I have to say about that. Okay, so we're going to open up the phone lines and allow y'all to call in. Yeah, a lot of these folks have used her. A lot of them had used her. I have to get my phone. Give me a second. I dropped the link. Okay, if you coming on, I dropped the link. And okay, so let me go backstage. All right, we're gonna go backstage. We're gonna get a couple of people. We're not gonna have a long, lengthy live. Taylor.
Hello.
Can you speak up in the mic so I can hear you clearly?
Hello, can you hear me better?
Okay, go ahead.
I was just calling. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
Love the show.
Love you.
And the Nique situation, I think a lot of people probably need to just lighten up sometimes. I mean, life is not that serious. The things you said, I mean, just to grab an eye, I mean, it was a great concept. I mean, seriously. I mean, people advertise that way all the time. I mean, there's nothing absolutely wrong with it. I just feel like some people take things just a little bit too far. Kind of feel like she's maybe a little bit one-sided on a lot of things, so maybe that's why she's feeling some type of way. But each his own.
I think that in this business, a lot of these YouTubers are one-sided. They have their own idea. I have my own idea, but a lot of these YouTubers, they come to me and they want to criticize, but I'm no different than any of these other people that talk about other YouTubers, right? And so I think they come to me because they think that they can talk to me any kind of way. They can just diss me publicly, and then when Wiley respond, it is an issue. It is a problem. It is, oh my gosh, how dare you call me out? But they can do a lot of things. They can argue and fight in the courthouse and throw temper tantrums in the courthouse around all of these productive white people. And once Wiley called out the behavior, Wiley is burning bridges. Wiley's burning this. I never had a bridge with these people. We are colleagues on YouTube. Never been in these people's homes. Never took a picture with these people. Never had a business decision. You could only burn something that you had. You can't burn something you never had. So that is something that I want to make crystal clear, because when people say burning bridge, that's only in existence if we had a bridge. We never had one. So we are colleagues in this business, right? We never met each other. I've never been to your home. You never been to my home. We never been out to dinner. We have just been colleagues on these YouTube streets, colleagues. And if you want to say I burn a bridge, that's fine. It's a billion other bridges out there that we're going to be building and that we are building. So we're not worried about this. Oh, you burn a bridge. Oh, okay. That's on it. All right. Say what you had to say. But I didn't see anybody saying to Nosey, you burn a bridge with Jaguar Wright. They just said that to Wiley because they think that's going to discourage me not to talk about them. But we're going to talk about them because they are trending topics. And, you know, when Nique had a situation with dirty clothes, she called the guy dirty clothes. And she called she called Malago Grams. She called her jealous. And so if you have these conversations, I didn't hear nobody say, oh my gosh, you burned the bridge with Malago Grams. Then nobody ever used that. But when Wiley have these conversations and when Wiley is picking up traction, I have to stop doing what I'm doing.
Correct. I completely agree with you 100%. I truly do. And I mean, like I said, I just feel like she gets over sensitive about a lot of issues. I mean, I've watched her a couple of times and a couple of things that I've said, and she instantly came back. I mean, I don't know. She just instantly came back and snapped in the response I said, and I was just like, okay, like, I mean, I'm your audience. I'm not giving you advice, but I'm telling you what I think that you should do less of. You know, some things as far as like videos and stuff that she runs in her channels at times. I just feel like she over talks a lot of the commentary a lot of times instead of just letting the video play and let us get a feel of what's going on. And I mean, everybody don't want to constantly hear her talk all the time. And I just feel like she gets a little oversensitive about a lot of things that people come to her and say instead of just maybe sometimes just taking the advice and just sit on it, or, you know, do what you want to do. You ain't got to do nothing with it at that point, but, you know, just take it and roll on. You don't have to have a response for everything. So I just feel like she gets a little bit too sensitive about a lot of things.
All right. Well, thank you so very much for calling in.
Thank you. You enjoy the rest of your night.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Let me go back behind the scenes. We got, hello. Is it TL?
Yes. How are you doing, Wiley? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
This may be out of order because this is going back from the mess back to when you were talking about politics.
Okay.
At the beginning of the show. And I just have a question, or I just want to know your thoughts on it. Is it possible that in regards to cases, even everybody's cases, right? Not just Tory Lane case, but any case that involves a black man, do you think they would ever be judged fairly because they are black in this white-dominated society?
Who would be judged fairly?
Anybody. I know, like before, when you were doing the commentary on Tory Lanez, and you were saying that we didn't hear all the evidence. Well, we hear that a lot when police get off on doing what they do to black men and black women too, when they are found not guilty. And we're just like, what? How did they do that? How can they not see? We seen a video. The video was here. Da, 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 da. But that's always said. Well, we don't hear all the evidence that's in the court. We don't hear all the evidence that the jury was presented with. But my question is, based on what you were talking about with the politics, with the Tulsa issue, would a black man, black woman ever have a fair trial here in the United States, especially if we don't have a jury of our peers?
I think so. I think that it was a lot of situations with African American, and it's mostly a class thing. If you poor, you at the mercy of the justice system. But if you are a person of wealth, you can potentially probably get off probably. But if you look at R. Kelly, I believe that was justice. I believe when you look at Bill Cosby, I believe he had got justice by getting off because of he had to deal with the prosecutor. So in this country, you had a lot of people that, you know, you're going to be judged by your peers, and some people going to people like situations going on in Chicago. A lot of African Americans and Mexican Americans are suing the city because it was a detective that was beating a confession out of them, and they didn't even do the crime. So it's been a lot of disparities in our justice system. Our justice system is not perfect, right? It never was perfect, and I don't think it never will be perfect, especially not in our lifetime. So when you look at the whole Tory Lanez, I believe the system got it right. I believe he was. I believe he should have gotten guilty on all charges, and I'm glad that, you know, my sister Nique at Nite and brother Street TV, they were able to show us the evidence. And once I saw the evidence, I can understand why Tory Lanez was found guilty on all charges.
So because you saw the rest of the evidence, you can understand why he was found guilty. Because I think I remember hearing you saying before, I don't know. It's a lot of things, you know,
Because
a lot of questions.
I was just judging off the blacks, you know, the YouTubers that
Oh,
were there, and they were giving a commentary. But once I saw the evidence, I'm like, I can understand why the jury, they got it right. So thank you. That was it.
Yes. I mean, yeah, but I don't know, Wiley, I think we need, you know, when you talk about your politics and your political things, whatever, I think you need to dive into that deeper, because you said something earlier in the show where it was a black man that bumped into a lady on the elevator, and the men were trying to go into jail and get them so they could hang them. They were judge and jury. So I think that mentality still stands, and I don't think that we'll ever get a fair trial because of that. A lot of people will never get a fair trial because of it. I think people will see black first, and blacks are always guilty. That's all.
All right. Thank you so very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Barbara, can you hear me? I think you had me on mute, Ms. Barbara. Can you unmute your mic?
Okay. Yeah. First things first. Let me talk about crabs in the barrel. I'm glad that you are standing strong and not allowing these YouTubers to bully you and be prejudiced against you and judge you. You know, I'm glad about that. Speaking of Tulsa, I'm so glad that you are giving up that information, because that has been the problem within the United States. They are not allowing Black Americans to have their civil rights. See, our descendants already died for fair housing, already died for affirmative action for us to get jobs, which is important. See, a Black young man does not know, just because you got my color, you're not me. I'm not talking about the Black African immigrant or the people that come from India without color, the immigrant. I'm talking about the Black American that helped build and ancestors in America. You understand? The 40 acres and a mule we never got. So therefore, we never had housing. So that's why Dr. King and our descendants died for us to have what? Fair housing. Died for us to have affirmative action, because we wasn't getting jobs. And this is why Black people don't know their civil rights, because if we take it to court, these laws are on the books. This is why my channel is the Underground Railroad. I'm trying to expose the government, how they've been stealing housing preservation development money. See, it used to be a time where they stole the money from the drug dealers, but Hillary taught them how to steal money. You just can't print up money. This is how they get the United States get to print up trillions and trillions of dollars. It's because of the housing preservation development money. When I was in my 20s, I dated the first lawyer that the government gave $29 million for. His name is Herbert Wright. That's how I know this firsthand information. I also worked with the politicians this year. The Democrat Party, I will show you the evidence. I will show you a picture of Governor Holko. I worked with them this year.
You don't have to show
me. Okay. I won't show you the pictures then. But I worked with the Democratic Party. That vote was bought. The Democrats bought that vote. You are enslaved. You get nothing. The Democrat Party is the undercover KKK. See, the Republicans from Texas, you know who they are. But you don't know that Democratic Party full of NAACP thieves that steals the ghetto college education from the ghetto child. You understand? KKK bought the NAACP. The same people at the church that keep you depressed. They gave it to the black churches to issue out to who they wanted to issue out these, and they still doing it right now. The college fund in the ghetto. In our ghettos of America, in our public schools, they are giving our civil rights to the subsidized schools to immigrants. I'm saying that the black immigrants, the Indian immigrants, the Spanish immigrants get all of the black American children scholarships to go to college. That's what I'm saying. And I can prove it because I live, as you know, Tompkins County, Ithaca, New York, in the college town where one of these college developers personally came and told me this information. See, Wiley, I am only educated by the Holy Spirit. Okay. And she gave me all of this information. Let me tell you about 9/11. I worked, you could Google it, space for space. My son, father, we wasn't married. Master of demolition. His business was in demolition. 9/11, it would have just been, just like you see a car goes through a building, it just would have been a plane in a building. I'm telling you that our United States government blew those towers down so they could start a war.
Well, that's a conspiracy, and
that's not a conspiracy. Let me tell you something. You gotta stop saying conspiracy because it is.
It was a conspiracy and all of that, but we didn't have.
No, you know demolition.
Okay, I understand that, but what's your other thing that we want to talk about? The subject that we had on subject. We ain't have 9/11. We can talk about that on the anniversary of 9/11. Okay. All right.
Okay, so your subject was the Tulsa. It all boils down to Black Wall Street. See, Black Americans have to sue for reparations. We have to sue for our reparations because that's the reason why we don't have no more Black Wall Street. We don't have no community to build one. We need to bring back our factories. We need our Black Wall Street back. And all of that ties into it. All of that ties into it.
Okay.
I'm applying for that job. Two queens and a king. I'm applying for that job. Two kings and a queen.
Thank you, man.
But now I see why Nique at Nite didn't let me on her panel to give my voice, because I'm tied up with a lot of crabs in the barrel. You know how these ignorant Black folks are, like to talk about people and put bad names and bad mouth on people. You understand? I'm dead ass serious in what I do and what I say. And I didn't answer your question correctly. You said, what is your goal this year? To work for Wiley. Wiley, we got to stick together.
Okay.
Us people. I'm serious, Wiley. And I also put another audition tape in your queue. You know how you hashtag somebody? Find it. I'm very serious about this.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. All right, bye-bye. All right. Grace?
Blessings, Wiley. What's up?
Hi.
How you doing?
Doing good.
Listen, I wanted to jump on. Ms. Barbara came in, went in. I want to address some of the things that she's been saying.
Okay.
I'm on camera.
Yes.
Yes. So first, let's talk about Nique at Nite. You know, this was some of the things that I was talking to you about, you know, basically the people that's on the YouTube streets, us. You know, we have a little section of YouTube, and it's hard for us to even make millions of dollars. I don't know the guy who you was talking to, but I definitely know it's a big disparity between white content creators and Black content creators.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so one of the things is because of our behavior. Baby. Now, we can have our own personalities and things like that, but what goes on in the Black community is that we don't respect each other. We don't have enough respect or compassion for each other to let people just be. You see what I'm saying? When you made your topic or the title, it was just like a catch. It was a catchphrase. You see what I'm saying? And if she would have watched the video, she would have saw that you was actually taking up for her, you know, saying things that you usually do if you troll. But people know you. So again, like you said, the cool kids have got into a little group and try. You know what I'm saying? I understand that because that happened to me a lot in high school. Just having to just deal with people who had these crazy personalities, and it's like, I'm gonna be me. You good? I like you. We can laugh. We can kiki, but you're not gonna stop me from being me. So I want to say, keep doing you. Nique Nite is not a bad person, but she has a personality just like many of them.
Absolutely. And I feel that when I was talking to Mr. Beast, he makes millions of dollars, but his content is not doing celebrity gossip. His content is he going outside, he's creating all type of videos and all of that, and he get a lot of views. But a lot of black people, I think we are stuck, and I put myself in that box because we just sit at home and do commentary. A lot of us are not going outside doing challenges, jumping out of a plane, doing all other type of stuff. A lot of us don't have the resources to do it. So only thing we do, we just talk about celebrities. But a lot of these top leading YouTubers, they're not known for doing celebrity gossip. They're known of doing makeup. They're known of doing mukbang. They're known of doing all type of content. So when I was watching his content, I was like, wow. Now, one of his videos that he was doing talking about Cardi B or Nicki Minaj or Tory Lanez.
Yeah, basically that reflects on us as the black community of what we draw ourselves to. Because I think you kind of went on Lovely T the other day, but I know you love her anyway. I love her too. But you know what that goes to say, when she do certain topics and say certain things, people don't pay attention. Like I have channels that's been up talking about finance, talking about real estate, and I get no play. It's like you have to push. But once you get on platforms where we're talking about this, the celebrity gossip, everybody like, yeah, we here for it. So it's actually us as the black community. We got to take responsibility because we feeding them.
Yeah, and so when I look at the top list of YouTubers, none of them are African American. I think like that's making the millions. Not one is not Nique Nite, it's not Armand Wiggins, it's not Lovely T, it's not even Tasha K. There are 99.9% of them are white people. They're not the black people. Unfortunately, and I say, why is that? Maybe because we are putting ourselves in a box by just sitting at home doing celebrity gossip.
Not only that, is that we're actually on somebody else's platform.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, what we were talking about before, the Tulsa, Oklahoma, that's why when you was like talking about that, I was like, drop the link because I wanted to add some more to it. Because it's not just us and our ignorance of some of the things we do. It is a systematic setup. I want to add on to the Tulsa, Oklahoma. There was a video that actually was done by Boyce Watkins, and he hosted a gentleman who's a historian, and he's a young boy. So what he added on to what you were saying, and it surprised me. I'm like, all these years I didn't know that they actually rebuilt Tulsa, Oklahoma after the events happened. Now, what they did was actually restrict the black people in that area from doing business inside of the state after that to rebuild. Secondly, they gave just like you said, when they were giving them basically teaching them or telling them what to do, coming in there, giving them the leeway to kill black people. They gave them tax credits. They gave them write-off for ammunition. So I'm going to share that link to you for you. That literally blew my mind because I knew the extent that this government does to keep us suppressed. But that right there. So wait, just to close off, the state that they said that the current area is in is because the government went on to redline. Not only redline, but they did eminent domain. So what they did was take this certain people property, bought it at low rates, and put a road through it.
Absolutely.
And they said that road didn't even have an exit for years into the area. So it is a systematic setup too. So I'm glad you watched that.
And another thing, you know, people understand a lot of those businesses was insured. And the insurance company say, oh, we're not going to give you all, it's y'all fault. Y'all pretty much did this damage yourselves. So we're not obligated to give you your, you know, to pay you out your policy. And it affected a lot of people, and they're still battling to get those resources back. Can you imagine where those people in the community would be if that generational wealth was passed down? that would have been, you think Atlanta is popping. Tulsa would have been one of the leading forces of Black millionaires and billionaires, because them people had hotels, they had dinners, they had lawyers, they had so much in this 45 square blocks, and it was Black owned. And so just imagine where those descendants will be at now in 2023 if they still had those, if they still was able to have that generational wealth passed down. But that wealth was destroyed, and a lot of those descendants are in poverty on food stamps, and they still struggling to make it because they lost so much back when those areas was destroyed.
And what you said, integration was a killer.
Absolutely.
Not only did they integrate our body, they integrated our mind. So we became fuel for their system and continue to do what we do now: argue and bicker and say the ice is colder on the other side, and give our phone to the white man because he could get us an interview. And no, that ain't no disrespect, but that's just how it goes in our society. You see what I'm saying? So it is a lot of us. I wanted to address one of the things Ms. Barbara was saying, because I'm a Caribbean woman. I was born in Brooklyn, but I was raised in Newark. But but I'm Haitian and Bajan.
Wow.
So I have a lot of I'm mixed with everything. So when she talks about the immigration and things like that, she got to understand the foundations of America. The people who fought against Great Britain originally, they literally wanted to get emancipated from Great Britain because they were immigrant prisoners that were still paying taxes to the Queen. Now, this is something I can share with you. I'm a good historian. I can make a story sound fun. So what that goes to say, they fought for their freedom to stop trying to pay the Queen taxes, in which we still is paying the Queen taxes. So this land is based on immigration regardless. They were bringing immigrants in, and they always practiced this because they knew, I can't say that it wasn't Black people here, because, it's that big argument with the Blacks that was here, the ones that came, we got proof on both sides. But regardless, it was a lot of us. Mm-hmm. So they had to whitewash us down. And immigration was a lot of people from Europe. We don't get immigrated here easily. We probably get it, which I think. But let me share this story with you. Now, my uncle used to work as a federal agent in immigration. And now, listen, I can tell this story now because he don't work there. He said that literally, and this is a Haitian man. I used to call him an Oreo because he like the government. I'm like, you Haitian. What's wrong with you? Basically, he said one day it was a leak in the pipes, and all of the drop ceilings just dropped down in the office, and it was so many files of immigration papers of people who were waiting to get into the United States correctly. You see what I'm saying? So what that goes to say, the system is messed up, and also you got to understand that immigration was built here to kind of basically suppress allegedly the Black people, but it's not. It don't just do it to the Black people.
Absolutely.
Because hold on one thing, we come over here and we get the same treatment, and a lot of us we realize that. Realize that.
Well, thank you so much, Grace, for coming on.
I love you and I appreciate you. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you, Grace. Okay, I'm gonna bring one more person. We're gonna take two more people and I'm done because we're not gonna do a long, lengthy live today. Blue Skies.
Okay, well, all due respect to the lady that just was on there, and to all the immigrants that came here that was able to come here on the backs of slaves. They brought the slaves over here first. So the reparations is for the descendants of slavery. If it wasn't for the slaves fighting to get free, the immigrants would have never been able to come in here and be able to work and be recognized as humans. They didn't bring no immigrants over here as no slaves. They brought slaves over here as slaves. Okay? So the reparation fight is for the descendants of slavery. Okay? So stop it. Now, once we get our reparations, if you got the immigrants have issues with how this system has treated them, then they need to get a program together. Like the lady is pushing, I forget her name, for reparations for descendants of slavery. We built this. Okay?
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree with
Okay?
you. We
Just
built
stop
it.
it. The reparations is for the descendants of slavery. Now, to the cool kids. They are immature children that never grew up. They still got a mind of a 7th or 8th grader, so they got to click up so they can have power in numbers. But when you become an adult, you don't need the power of no number because you are the number. Okay? So you use your voice, you troll, do whatever you want. It's your channel. Nobody run your channel except you and Paul.
Right, Paul.
I've never seen nothing like it. And like you say, I used to watch, and I still do, and I say this and I go. I used to watch this YouTube guy, it's a white African guy. He go traveling all over the world. This guy got millions of viewers. Millions, making millions on YouTube. It's some other white guys that be traveling and stuff, and they meet up and do stuff different places. You don't see them arguing, trying to tell each other what country to go to, what to do. I mean, they just so ignorant. Stop it, black people. Stop being so ignorant. Okay, I gotta go, Wiley.
Okay, thank you so very much. Okay, we're gonna go backstage and we're gonna bring Voice of New York. You there?
Yes, I'm here. Hey guys.
Hey.
Hey, Wiley and chat. Well, I just have to say, because I'm Jamaican. My parents are from Jamaica. We ain't trying to get your reparations. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. You know why? Because we know y'all ain't gonna get your reparations. If adults have got the reparations, it's not their situation is not gonna change to where it is now because they don't know how to do anything appropriately. I feel like they should have been got it, but like Dr. Uma has stated, I think it's more than just getting money's worth. I feel like when we think about reparations for adults, I don't think my family members deserve it because we're immigrants. And I'm super okay with that because I do think there are certain things that adults need that they weren't able to get. And a lot of Black immigrants were. So for that, we need to make sure it's equitable. But I don't think monetary is one thing they should get. But I do think there's other things that's more tangible that will have generational wealth that adults should ask for. And I think Dr. Uma did a great job explaining what the assets should look like. Because they give you money, let's say, and that's something they're trying to push forward, the inflation is not going to equal for y'all to be wealthy like how they do with the Jews and the Italians.
About this. The reason why we say money, because any other group, whether it's just Japanese or whether it was any group, they got some money. We look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, people lost their money, they lost their property. Property is money. So when we say money, yes, we deserve that. A lot of this, we deserve that check because you have to understand 400 years of free labor, meaning when slaves was doing that free labor, who benefited? Slave owners benefited financially. You know what I'm saying? Even in the UK, they were still paying back the slave owners. I think the last payment they paid to the slave owners was back in 2016, 2017. So we have to discuss money because a lot of these Fortune 500 companies benefited from 400 years of free labor. So money have to be discussed. Free college and tuition, free college and everything, that have to be discussed. But we can't ignore the money because a lot of Black people, the reason why white people got twice as much of the wealth in this country is because they had a head start, 400 years of free labor. You had Jim Crow. You had Tulsa, what happened in Tulsa and many other areas, and white people you had redlining where Black folks could not get homes and get loans from these banks or get government loans and all of that. So yes, money have to be money. It's not the only thing, but that's on the top of the list.
Okay, so when I'm thinking about money, I'm not thinking about y'all getting 250K each Black person. That's not gonna make up for all the wealth that y'all missed. When I'm thinking about money, I'm thinking about y'all patenting, getting the inventions that y'all created and getting that back pay. I'm talking about y'all getting the original housing title for when y'all were a red line. I'm talking about y'all getting the assets in which it had ripened for you to get that money back. Okay, because there's a lot of things that y'all done that to me, the 250K is not gonna cut it. So I think when adults is asking for things, I really think you need to ask something that's tangible. All that music that y'all making, like all these gangbangers that's dying, there's a white Jewish man, well, not Jewish, I don't want to say Jewish, there's a white man that's getting money off those singers or those rappers, because I'm sure there's a life insurance policy on them. So I think taking back things that y'all created and y'all invented and trying to get the assets from those. So I think by saying 250 is nothing in California. Because they're gonna pump up. So I think I need to be more cautious of what y'all asking
I'm
for.
talking about, I'm using Tulsa as an example.
Okay, go ahead.
And when we talked about Tulsa, that was one of the main topics here. Let me put that picture back up there. When I was talking about the Tulsa, when people lost those businesses, and when those people tried to get their, they had insurance, and they went to the insurance company and said, hey, my property was destroyed, I need this insurance. The insurance company said no. So those reparations, just in that city alone, they have to write a check. You can't tell me, oh, y'all, you need a check. I'm talking about up in the millions, because millions of dollars worth of property was destroyed. So those descendants need that, right?
I agree, but I don't think they're gonna give y'all millions. Now I think y'all can ask the title back.
I get that. Just like they have gave so many people, and they had this idea. Remember back, they wanted to give us 40 acres in the MU. They wanted to give us land, and then they reneged on that. So that alone, giving us land, it's so much that, African Americans are deserving of that. I do believe that HR 40 should be passed just to study this, and also whatever it is, whether it's giving us 250,000, whether it's giving us 200 million, whatever the count is, they do owe us a check.
I do agree. I do agree. I think they owe y'all more than a check. I think that the issue that I can foresee happening is that there are going to be a lot of people who are not really adults who's going to try to reap the benefit to the point where it's going to get muddled, that adults is not going to get what they get. Now, I do think a lot of the politicians are playing into this adults and reparation, and I can tell you they don't care. They're not going to do it because they would have been done it. They deserve to do it a long time ago. The Black Caucus have never put pressure on anybody for y'all to get it.
I think in order for it to happen, this is for ADOS, this is for whomever, any organization that want reparations, we have to fund candidates. We have to have the votes, because again, if we don't have the votes, if we don't have people in Congress, our allies, it won't get passed. So in order for it to work, just like I told people at ADOS and other these other organizations that, Tariq, Nique, and all those people, I say, hey, y'all must fund candidates and say, hey, this is the Black agenda. We must fund, reparations. And that's not going to happen if you don't elect people to make it happen. Because again, Congress got the purse. They got the purse. You know what I'm saying? And so in order for them to give back to the African-American community, the descendants of slaves, we must have people in office in order to implement those policies. So that's something that ADOS, that's something that all of these organizations that want this, we have to not only talk about reparations, but we must vote in people to get those reparations.
I agree. And so far, there's no one in a political party on both ends that will focus on just the Black agenda. We've seen that time and time again. The Black Caucus is very old, and their mentality is not there. There's no one I see that will push for this for Black folks, although Black folks deserve it. What they should also ask for is have every record expunged when it comes to what happened during people who were incarcerated, so they can invest into the cannabis business. That's what you need to ask for. I also think that every mom or any person who went to jail for crack cocaine in the 90s, their family members should get something out of it, because now with the opioids epidemic, we now say, oh, it's a mental health thing. Oh yeah, now we doing what it affects white people. There are so many things they can ask for, but and I understand the money value. I just feel like you deserve more than $250K, and I think they'll use that to pacify you guys, and that's not where the assets need to go to. You need to ask for like I'm talking about property and steel and all those type of things for when it comes to there's a lot of things that we have exports, that Black people were involved in the import and export business. Like, I need to ask for those bigger things.
And then also too, and that's all in negotiations. And another thing I think that America, and we have to talk about the government because they are a big part of the destruction of Black America. Making sure that we get to qualify for loans, home loans, and we need to be qualified for low interest loans. We need to qualify for business loans in this country, especially if you're a Black person, you should automatically qualify for a business loan. And one of the qualifications, you must invest it in a Black area. So I think that have to all work in negotiations, and we must put it out there. I think that it's a good start to put a number out there, but there's so many other ways where we can get our reparations, whether it is getting a business loan, whether it is free college. If you want to go to college, we'll pay for it if you're African American, because this is a way of giving out reparations. And so that's what I believe that should happen for us. And again, it is not going to happen if we sit on the sidelines and we don't invest in bring people in office and say, hey, let's do this. Let's get this done, because HR 40 has been a bill. I forgot who sponsored that bill, but it still have not been passed yet. And that's just not giving us, that's just the study of the issue when it comes to reparation. Now, California did a great start by studying, the whole thing of reparations. So again, we must continue that by giving us land, grants, and so many other ways that can help benefit African American people, to help bridge that gap between the wealth disparities between Black and white folks. Because again, white America is still have twice the amount of the wealth, and it's going to take us hundreds of years just to get half of the wealth of white America. So again, a great start is giving us property, allowing us to become homeowners. That's wealth right there. Giving us, allowing African Americans to say, hey, okay, you are descendants of slaves. We're going to allow you to, the government is going to pay for you to go to college, to get your master's, to get your PhD. That's going to help uplift a lot of African Americans out of poverty, because if you get free college and free college, you don't have to be bogged down with that. So when you get a job, you can invest it by your property. You can invest in your business because you don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. So I think that should be part of it as well. Anything else you want to add? I don't know if she's still on. I think she hung up. Hold on, let me bring her back on. Then I know we got a lot of people that's calling, so hold on, you guys. Share this link. Let me bring the Voice of New York back on, and then I'm gonna go to the phone lines.
Okay. Yeah. Wiley. I don't think adult people are together. I feel like y'all not unified at all. And there's a lot of violence among the people there. So I'm curious to see how this is gonna play out. And I mean, it's unfortunate. There's a lot of things that's happening. And I like I said, I'm from Brooklyn, but I am Jamaican. But there's a lot of things. There's no unity. We're the biggest consumerism with least amount of net worth, because how we spend money and look at money is like we live until tomorrow, not for a long time, right? We're here for a good time, not for a long time. So I do think whatever they do, I hope they educate the community of being financially savvy, because I don't think we are financially savvy, because we do have a lot to offer. And hopefully, like a lot of things can occur. I can't wait to see it. I would love to see it. But I do think, as you were mentioning, Wiley, we need to definitely have people who vote for that. Now, with this Nique at Nite stuff, I like when you do this little mess stuff, okay, Wiley? I love it. I feel like you're right. Why can't you go and say what you want to say and everyone can do it? That's not fair. Whatever's good for the goose should be good for the gander. So, Wiley, keep doing what you're doing. I love your commentary as always. I love the mess, okay? That's why I call in for the mess. So that's all I have to say. And have a great night, everybody.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay, let me go to the phone lines. Hold up, y'all that's hitting the link, because we bringing people on. And when people say, oh, I want you to talk about positive stuff, give me a second, people that's holding on backstage. Let me go. I think somebody called in from Georgia. Let me bring it on, and then we will definitely bring y'all on to talk. Give me a second. Hold on. We're gonna go to the phone lines. You gotta answer the phone, you guys. Hello? Okay, you're not answering. I'm gonna go to the next person. Coming to you 5598. I'm coming to you 5598. Then I'm gonna go backstage and bring the people that's on backstage as well. 5598. You gotta pick up your phone. I'm calling you back because you called in, I think, twice. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show.
Hey Wiley,
Hey.
how are you?
All right, hold on, let me push your signal. Okay, go ahead.
Good. Listen,
Mhm.
what'd you say?
Go ahead.
Okay. So while I appreciate the feedback that no, let me just keep it a buck. We didn't ask this lady what we should get, how we should get it, what type of crime we got going on. We don't, because according to the statistics in Jamaica, we've got 10%, and more than that, actually 16% living in poverty in Jamaica, and I'm talking about the blacks. Okay, and the thing about it is that she's barely here, and she's reaping the benefits of what slaves have actually died for. So she has the audacity to comment on something that's going on with Black Americans when she really is reaping the benefits. So miss me with all of the talk on this and that, because we're not calling Jamaicans and telling them what they should do. We're not even referencing Jamaicans as y'all. Like, put an address on it. That's all I'm going to say for right now.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay. I'm going to go to another caller that's on here. Give me a second. Okay. I'm going to come to you, 9214. I'm going to come to you, 9214. Then we're going to come backstage because I'm going to bring you up, Michael. You're going to be the next person I bring on. Then I'm going to go to you, Grace, and then I'm going to go to Barbara. Hello. You live on the Wiley Show. Hey, hold on. Let me put you on speaker. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
I'm a historian out of Atlanta, and I just want to add some context in regards to the foreigners who want to call in and have an opinion about what Black Americans should receive. First of all, we not only built this country, we're way more than the slaves that you call us. We had multiple Black Wall Streets in America. We had a Black Wall Street in Wilmington. We had a Black Wall Street in South Carolina. We had one in Miami. They were all over the place. Not only that, we had multiple Harlems. These were wealth centers for Black Americans. We have our own college system still to this day that our ancestors built for us, literally. We are the only Negroes, Black, whatever you want to call us, in the diaspora with our own college system. The college I graduated from, the HBCU, has been here since 1866. So for people to call in and say what they think we deserve, what they think we don't deserve, we didn't ask you. It's 2023. Mind y'all business for wherever y'all from. If y'all great grandma is not from America, you need not call in telling us what we need, what y'all think we need, so forth and so on. We own this land. We have the titles to this land. We're the descendants of great people, not only slaves, great people. You have to be a great person to own a land mass and make it Tulsa, Oklahoma. During the era where Black people owned Tulsa, they were the richest in the world due to the oil in that land. They're still mining oil today off the Negro properties in Rankin, Mississippi. So we don't need y'all's opinion. We got this. And if a reparations check isn't cut, there will be multiple families filing lawsuits. Me, as a historian, I help families. I connect them right back to their land so they can see what's being mined off the land currently, so they can trace their lineage. And this thing is bigger than you think it is, caller, Miss Lady. So stay in your place. Don't call up talking about us. Mind your Jamaican business or wherever you from. That's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay, I'm gonna come to you, Michael. Wow, we have so many people that is here. Michael, can you mute your mic? Unmute your mic.
All right, there it is. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You know what? I mean, it's really sad and it's unfortunate that we have black folk like that. She was one of the main ones that was telling on Harriet Tubman for help freeing her own people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's really sad, you know. And for her to be a black descendant and to come on to make the statements that she made, it's really it's sad. You know what I'm saying? Like old girl was saying earlier, that we done got sweat, tears, and everything on this land over here. We didn't ask to come over here. They done stole our language, you know. Then they took the female. That's why I say the female woman is the strongest. What do I want? What's the word? The strongest human. I'm gonna just say human. She's the strongest human in the world. You know what I'm saying? They were taken from their parents. They were emmed. They were art. They were made to be less than, you know. I mean, and so for this woman to come onto your platform, sir, and to make those, like, I mean, she sounded like a pink woman in blackface, you know what I'm saying? And she don't even deserve, I mean, and first of all, you're not even from this country, boo, you know. And for you to come on and make those type of statements, baby girl, you need to go back where you came from. I mean, you know, my thing is I ain't even gonna bash it, but baby, all I can say is this to you, boo. Just go do your history. Rosa Parks is one of the reasons why we don't have to go to the back of the bus. I rely on public transportation because my car was totaled a couple of months ago. Somebody went in front of me and I had to jump the curb and my car got messed up. So I'm relying on, off of public transportation right now. And so now that Rosa Parks fought for me to be able to sit in them first two seats or what have you, I salute Rosa Parks and I salute her again today. Salute, ma'am. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, so if it wasn't for Rosa Parks and Harriet Tubman, but it's always going to be a ninja like you that's going to always try to keep our people down. You know what I'm saying? You must be married to a pink man. You know what I'm saying? They're not white. So you probably think you with a white man. This is white, baby. See this paper, this envelope right here? That's white. They have pig skin. Have you ever seen a pig? Because I eat a lot of pig. You know what I'm saying? So
Voice of New York is back on. She was the one that was criticizing, and we definitely have her back on. Voice.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me, Wiley?
I can hear you. Michael, finish your point, then we hear that voice. Come on.
I'm just letting her know if this is the lady that was just on talking that stuff. You should always, every day you wake up, do a positive affirmation to Miss Rosa Parks and a positive affirmation for Joyner Truth. Do a positive affirmation for Harriet Tubman. Every day you wake up and be like, I want to be like that great black woman right there that gave me the rights that I so deserve to afford today. You know what I'm saying? So every day you wake up, and for you to make the statement, is this the same woman that you was talking to earlier?
Yeah, that's his.
Okay, ma'am, and you're not even a citizen of the United States, from what I heard. I came on the back end of it, but
exactly. So let me just stop you there. You came at the back end. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, with Caribbean roots. Secondly, you need to know your history because Rosa Parks is not the first one. It was another young lady who was African American, who was a teen mother, who was dark skinned. But because she was pregnant and a single mother, they let it go to Rosa Parks. Now, that's something you need to know about your history, not me. And I know my history. I went to the historically black college, the #1 historically black college of all women, that was founded in 1881. So what you're not going to do is try to educate me on history that I feel like I already know because I was born and raised there. Now, don't ban me. Don't ban me. Hold on. Don't ban me because you try to.
Ma'am, with all due respect, because I'm not going to ever bash my African American queen.
I'm just being honest.
I'll say Jamaican queen.
Okay, so I could be Jamaican. But I was still born and raised in New York. So what?
Okay,
I still went to the same thing that a lot of, and I can say this. You know what y'all need to do? You need to make sure you have all your kids into STEM, science, technology, and mathematics. Because all adults care about, all adults care about is sports. Y'all not in school like how the Caribbeans as well as the Africans are. All y'all do is talk about gang, shoot up, single parent household, all that.
Who is y'all,
that's what y'all need to do. Okay? See, I didn't want to do this I didn't want to do this war with adults. Because without adults, Caribbean people, and
you're making our kids to turn out to be twisted like you with no common.
How gonna be twisted like me? How gonna you just insulted me because I have my own thoughts?
I mean,
I
but
don't
okay,
get it. And I'm
but
telling you, a lot of adult people aren't y'all black men but dying and incarcerated. You mess up the community. There's no family structure. You have single mothers. There's no black man in the community anymore. You rely on black women. Black lives matter wouldn't happen because of black women. Y'all sorry excuse of a man.
So
I don't
Michael,
understand this.
but we do have black men in the community and that are
It's
thriving.
not like how it was in the 1960s.
They're definitely thriving. They're going to college, having degrees, and so
There's less black men in medicine
man,
than it was 50 years ago.
black men still out here.
Black men are trying to do sports and rapping. That's why they die at a higher rate.
It's-
Statistics, y'all all in jail.
We have black professional people. We have black doctors. We have black lawyers. We have
Black women make more than black men.
We have black fathers out there. So let's not throw black men out of the bus
I'm
like that,
saying
because we
there's
still have
less black men that make 100K than black women out there. The statistics are out there.
Well, we look at the wave disparity. White folks still make twice as much as.
Doesn't matter, but within our community,
Oh, you know what I'm saying.
black men do more violence against black women.
But again, any of your community, you're gonna have violence in the community. Like mostly white men do.
But I don't care about that because I'm not in that community. I care about my community.
So again, we must uplift the black men that are in the community. Michael, did you want to finish your point?
I just want to say this to that. Oops, wait a minute. I didn't mean to take me out.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say this to that Jamaican lady.
First of all, like I said, I'm second generation Jamaican. I have Jamaican culture, yes, but I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. So that means I was around a lot of people from New York. So I like, this is the problem. Adults always like to split things and do it here. Do y'all deserve reparations? Absolutely. I want y'all to get your reparations.
Man,
I want y'all to get everything I need to get, but y'all not together as a community. All y'all trying to be Israelites. Y'all say y'all the real Jews. Y'all arguing with the real Jewish. Y'all a hot mess. That's why people don't take y'all seriously. You're not together. You're not together.
I think that the African American community, we don't all think the same. It's different types. We're not.
And I agree, Wiley. But the people that's out there are the ones that should be representing the community in general.
I understand that, but Michael, did you want to respond to Voice of New York, because she said, "Hey, I was in Brooklyn. I'm a second generation Jamaican, and I was born in this country," and she's being critical of it. You're a black man. You're a productive citizen. So talk about it.
Okay, I would like to address her on this. Okay, she's a Jamaican citizen, so she's been over here. So, ma'am, you're Jamaican. Okay, so you came over here to these United States of America, however old you were, ma'am. So we have to look at Miss Rosa Parks, who fought for us to be. You talking about some other girl? I've never heard of that person that you're talking about that was like 8 or 9 years old that was on the bus, ma'am. I've never read that nowhere in none of my history books. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, this woman, her feet was hurting. She done worked all day standing on her feet, and she got ready to sit down. So for a woman like that, and for a Jamaican woman that's not even from this country, boo, what are they doing over there to you Jamaican women over there? I'm sure y'all have to walk with y'all head down. You know what I'm saying? So when you come over here to America, like most African women do, they have to walk with their head down behind their man. You know what I'm saying? And for you to come over to our United States of America, where you had African American women that fought for the freedoms that we so rely on to this day, and try to bash my black sisters and us black brothers, you know what I'm saying? We have people like like I
said before. I don't understand. This is the problem. Now I don't mind debating with you.
It was a 15-year-old teenager.
Thank you.
That refused to get off the bus, and the NAACP, the people during that time, felt like she would have not been a good person for people to rally behind her because she was 15, I believe.
And she was dark skinned. She was 15. She was dark skinned. She was pregnant, and she was a single mom. That's what I'm saying.
And Rosa Parks, because she was married and because she worked with NAACP and because she was very active in the community, they felt like her case, the community will rally behind Rosa. They believed that the community back in that time would not rally behind a 15-year-old girl. And so that is correct. Voice of New York is not lying, but a lot of people don't know that she was, and not only her, it was other people that refused to get off the seat of the refused to get off the bus. But again, they was looking at which case can we rally behind, and they said, okay, Rosa is that case where we can rally behind and to have things change, and that's why they picked Rosa Parks. But go ahead, voice.
Precisely. And like I mentioned before, and I think, Michael, I don't know where's the disconnect. I said I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. So I actually was born in Kings County Hospital in Flatbush, Brooklyn, New York. My parents came up here because my grandmother and grandfather worked very hard to come up here, and they made sure we took advantage as much as we can. Now, is it my fault that adults don't take advantage of what they have here? Now, I can admit there are certain things that I don't think is fair to adults. I really don't think it is. But guess what? I grew up in the same area as them. And you know how all those people I know who I grew up with, where they are now, a lot of the men were crooks. They in jail or they dead before they were 16 to 18. All the women, all the girls on my block, the neighborhood, were all kids and had children. That's what they did. You know what? My parents focused on education. Education is the only way out of poverty. So, but what do we see with adults? They glorify? They glorify sports. They glorify being music video. They glorify being a menace to your community. Now, I can talk about Jamaica all the time too, because I don't like how Jamaica is being ran down. I don't like the crime in Jamaica. That's why I never went back there. Why should I? Why? And I don't like the fact that the Chinese people are taking over Jamaica as well as Africa and so many other places around there. Okay. There's issues everywhere. But what you can't do is be mad at those individuals who come to the country that's in America to take advantage of things that you don't do.
All right. Well, we thank you, Voice of New York, for coming on.
You're welcome.
It's a lot of people backstage. We're gonna get to everybody, you guys. Hello. What's your name? Hello. I hit the
yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Hi,
Welcome.
Wiley. Can you hear me? Yes, my name is. I thought an immigrant said something.
Okay.
Let's be very clear. Okay. I would like her to come back up on the panel. Okay. For one, no immigrant should ever say anything about what anybody is doing that was already born here and was here during the civil rights movement. Okay. She needs to stay in her bumba-clap place. Like I said in the comments, she has no business talking about what anybody over here in America is doing. Okay. Jamaica is a mess. Like she said, don't try to clean it up later on saying, oh, yeah, Jamaica is getting ran by Chinese. Jamaica is dry humping all over music videos, too. So mind your business. All the immigrants, like others callers have said, need to mind their bumba-clap business. If you're a Jamaican, if you're a Caribbean, if you from Ghana, wherever you're from, if you are not a FBA or ADOS or whatever they call it, mind your business, stay in your place. Y'all don't have any business speaking on any whereabouts in regards to reparations, whether we will or won't get it. Go back to your ran down countries and figure that out. Y'all want to know so much about civil rights, and y'all want to know so much about Rosa Parks. I don't care what college you went to. I don't care if you went to ICDC, baby. Mind your business, stay in your place. Miss Bumba-Clyde, yes, you can come back up on the panel and you can explain yourself, but any immigrant talking about or thinking they have any whereabouts or wherewithal about anything to do with ADOS needs to stay in their place, like I said. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much. We're going to go backstage and we're going to bring people on. People are very, very passionate. Thank you so very much for coming on. I'm going to go and I'm going to bring somebody else on that's backstage. We're going to get to everybody. Let me go. Rock Candy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are everybody doing tonight?
I can't hardly hear you. Breaking up. Are you on your phone?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me better?
It's breaking up, sounding like a robot. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
No, you have to call in with the 972 number because we can't hardly hear you.
Okay, I'll call back.
Okay. All right. So let me go to Blue Skies.
Okay. Am I on?
You won.
I don't know why the girl is getting so upset because I said ADOS. I just said ADOS in general because they took the helm from somebody else and started to bring reparations back to the public view. Okay. Just like somebody else took another fight and brought it to the public view. And then guess what? Somebody else picks it up. Another generation picks it up. Then another generation picks it up. I don't care if I don't get no reparations in this generation. Okay, but at least maybe the next generation or the generation after that will get it because they'll pick it up. It may not be called ADOS. And guess what? All of ADOS, she's talking about ADOS like white people talk about black people. All y'all in jail, all y'all doing this, y'all sinkers and y'all rappers and you this and you that. No, they are not, lady. My father was one of the first black engineers, okay? And then what did he do? He went and recruited from HBCU other black engineers to work at General Motors, okay? So don't tell me about what, we are. A lot of people, so what if they have a talent to rap or play basketball or play football? That's their talent. But it's other people that have a lot of other talents that are doing things out here that are black too. And statistics on black people is all messed up. Okay, they try to make y'all think all the black people is locked up, and that is not true either. Because it was a documentary a guy did a long time ago, and I have to find that guy and find it and send it to you, Wiley. And he break down how they do statistics. So why is she getting upset about a fight that we had? Okay, let me tell you. My 5th great grandmother was a Cherokee Indian, and she was a slave. Okay, so that makes me a descendant of a slave. You can call it ADOS, PAYDOS, or whatever, but it makes me a direct descendant of a slave. I got the records. So why is she getting all mad? Because we talking about getting reparations for black people that were direct descendants of slaves. Yes, we have issues in our community. So do the white people, the Chinese people, and all the Americans and the whole human race got a lot of issues, not just black people. She talk about us like like white racist people talk about black people. Why is she so upset about what we getting? Okay? We do need the cold hard cash. Okay? It may not be no $250K. It may be more. Just like I said, it may not be this generation, maybe the next generation, and it will not be called ADOS. Somebody took the helm and did something, okay? They started a movement that is picking up and it's getting recognized and people are talking about it. They don't have everything mapped out to the T yet. That's how we got our freedom. Okay? You think them people was out in the fields, the same people wrote, I don't want to say that, but Harriet Tubman would have had to leave her behind. Because now you coming in and you causing dissension and I'm trying to free the slaves. Okay? So just when it's not something to deal with you, don't talk about it. It don't have nothing to do with me. I'm not going to talk about it. You see what I'm saying? I let that group of people deal with it. And if I can give them a helping hand, then I'm going to give them a helping hand. I'm not going to come and talk about them and say, oh, y'all all just want to be basketball players. Y'all all just want to be rappers. Y'all, like the guy said, who is y'all? Okay, I just can't, Wiley.
All right. Thank you so very much.
Okay. And tell Paul I said, hey, when he come back from vacation.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to go backstage. Hold on, you guys. Y'all are calling in. We're going to take the people that hit the link first. Then I'm going to call back. Kevin?
Wiley, I just want to say that black women are the most educated women in this country, are the most educated group of people in this country. There's a lot more black men going to school, going to get their college degrees now. A lot more black men becoming teachers, getting to the education field. So when the little island girl was over there talking about everybody want to be basketball players and NBA players, look at how many Africans are trying to come over here and trying to get into NBA and the NFL. So, like I said, my people are from this country. I have a right to complain about this country. If you got a problem with this country, take your behind back to whatever island you came from. Okay, don't get up on here talking about some. We not taking advantage of. We taking advantage of every opportunity we get. Who owes the most in student loans? That's taking advantage of every opportunity that we can have. So what is she talking about? And when she's talking about this statistics of people being in jail and black people being on welfare or whatever, do she think that they actually go down the line and say, oh, let's say she's from Jamaica or whatever? When they look at her, they're not going to say, oh, you're African American, they're gonna put her as black. They're not gonna say, oh, you're Jamaican, you're black. So when we talk about statistics of black people being in jail, a huge population of those statistics are Jamaicans who are in this country benefiting off of the backs of our ancestors. A lot of those are Haitians who are in this country benefiting all the black backs of our ancestors. A lot of Jamaicans and Haitians are in prison and they are being listed as black. So let's not go there because it's just not ADOS black Americans who are in prison. It's Jamaicans, Haitians, all of those other people, Africans in prison too, that are being dotted down as black. So when we talk about statistics, let's keep that in mind because not all of them are ADOS or black Americans. So let's not do this. And I hate that this is causing so much division. But what I can't stand, my point, what I'm going to give an example, Jessie Wu. If you're ever on Twitter, this girl complains about every little thing that goes on in America. She's from Haiti. And my thing is, okay, America's not a perfect country, but it's my country. I have the right to complain. Take your behind back to Haiti if you have a problem with stuff that's going on here. Okay? So don't call up here talking about what we're not taking advantage of. We take advantage of every opportunity we can get. The opportunities just don't come as they come for white people. So whoever that was, Voice of New York, you need some real education that you claim you getting, that you claim that you got, that you claim that your parents, your parents are benefiting off of slaves who died for us to get an education, okay? Do you think your parents would come here and get an education if it weren't for the slaves, if it weren't for my ancestors? Girl, you better get a grip, whoever you was.
All right, thank you so very much. We're gonna go. I think I see somebody else backstage that I want to bring on. We're gonna come to you, y'all. Be patient because we got a lot of people that have hitting the link. I'm gonna go to you, Grace. Grace?
Yes, I'm about to unload on a lot of these callers. Now, I'm going to have to stand up for the Caribbean people. Let me give you some background. Me as a Haitian person, guess what I found out? Me being Haitian and Bajan, in the slave trade, there was a certain group of people who were taken from the upper part of Africa down to the west part at first, okay? And we all was stolen and sent to Caribbean islands first, which was Barbados and Haiti and other Caribbean islands. I have found out that my Barbadian family that has my last name, some of them was shipped to South Carolina and North Carolina when they were teaching people allegedly the Willie Lynch thing. This is me doing my background. So this is where my emotion is coming from because we stay dividing each other. But I'm literally telling you a story to let you know that we're coming from the same bloodline and we would distributed across different diasporas. Now, let's get to the Walk of Tears. Do anybody know what the Walk of Tears is? Now, we have Black Americans saying that they are Native American here. Now, I'm not going to say that there were not brown and indigenous people here, but if you're calling yourself a slave, you need to understand that the Walk of Tears, they walked with slaves. And you were slaves to those Native Americans when they took their land from them. Go research that. And I was so glad that Wiley was able to educate that man, Marcus, because he didn't even know who was the original young girl who sat on the bus. So let's stop dividing. Now let's talk about Haiti, okay? Haiti, you saw what happened in the earthquake. You seen what's been happening. Anytime we try to get on our feet, we're first and foremost, we're not able to do commerce with European countries because we got our first independence. Okay. Secondly, and anytime that we have a disaster, they take it and use it against us. And you know this. You know the Clinton administration have done this. Let me tell you, when my grandma was in Haiti when that earthquake happened, she housed people in her house. And guess what? The lady next door, her granddaughters that went on the bus to go to one of those the little camps for the kids to make sure they was good, they never came back. And this is a real story. My grandma don't watch YouTube. She don't know about none of this. This is what she tell me, Siobhan, these people are damn no good. And she used to be a Democrat. So first of all, know your history. Stop dividing us. Now the other Caribbean person, I felt like her commentary was wrong because she's saying y'all do this, y'all do that. We all are wrong. We are all wrong. But if we take our resources and our brain power and put it together, we could do something. If you think that you can be stolen from somewhere, because you keep saying you stolen somewhere, you've been here, you're in captor's house, you're in your enemy's house. How much you think they're going to teach you to take over their house? Every time you try here, they do something to take it. And she was right. It's not Tulsa, Oklahoma. It's all over. It's even here in Georgia. When I found out about the in Gainesville, Lake Lanier. And why is it haunted? Because they flooded that land, and that was Black people land that they took under eminent domain. And that's why I talk what I talk. We need to go a little bit deeper. Get out of your emotions. You get the money, and we're going to sew it back into a system that keep burning us down. Last thing, when you talk about systems and putting bills in place, the GI Bill, when they came from war, the black men could not even access that because it's not about the total bill. It's about how it's distributed. Who is running the system? It's how you're going to get the funds. So go ahead and say, I'm this, you don't deserve this. I'm going to tell you as a Haitian woman, American government owe us, baby. But they owe all the Black nations and all the other nations that they're going over setting wars and having immigrants come here. So I'm gonna leave it like that. Y'all better get right, baby. Get it right. Don't just come for the immigrants because we all in a bad situation. But money ain't gonna do nothing if you don't got your mind right. You telling go into their system so they could teach you. You supposed to homeschool. We had schools in Haiti. How you think we got mine to even fill out immigration papers? They wasn't teaching us. So don't make it seem like y'all was the first person to do stuff here. That's what I'm saying. Y'all have y'all fight, yes. But if we all get together, separate from the beast system and stop feeding them and letting them own us, then we could do something. Now talk about that. How about that? And I'm going to get off now because I've been waiting for this. They very disrespectful.
All right. Thank you so very much. I'm going to go to the next caller here that is here. Thank you, Grace. Okay. I'm going to go to you, Carmen. I see you backstage. I'm going to come and bring you on as well. It's a lot of y'all that's on that's hitting the link, you guys. So I'm gonna try to get to everybody, and then I'm gonna go to the call. Carmen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. They just killing me with all of that immigrants talk. Jesus Christ. I just want to say, if our country was so disastrous, nobody would be trying to come here. But I want to talk about Jaguar Wright and Nosy Hawks. I feel like the next person that Nosy Hawks is gonna fall out with is Jen. And I felt like it's gonna be like a big explosive thing. I feel like she's just trying to get as much clout as she could of Jen as she can now. And when the whole debacle with Nicki Minaj and the lawsuit comes and she loses the lawsuit, I feel like it's gonna be like a whole chaos with them too. But that's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you so very much. I'm going to go to the next person here. We got a lot of people that is hitting the link, so we want to make sure we get everybody on. I'm going to go to you. Can you hear me? T-O-N? Is it? Hey, T-A-N-G-I-E. Hey.
Hey, Wiley.
Hey. Welcome.
I was just wanting to say that I just really hate the division with the Caribbean people and the Africans and African Americans. And so just a way that the white people try to divide us by telling these different stories. For one, we're all the same people. We just got shipped to different places. There's Africans in France and England, the Caribbean. There's all the same people. They just don't understand that for some reason. The Africans, the immigrants, they think that they're better than African Americans and think that we don't take advantage of stuff. But we were setbacks for 400 years. Like, that's a long time to catch up. And we didn't choose America. We were stolen and brought to America. And from the people from Haiti, I think Haiti's pretty bad too. Like, didn't they just kill their president and shoot his wife? Like, that's not a no great country. That's why people are coming to America. But we came together and stood together as one and stopped judging, that we'll be way stronger than we are now, because they all look at us as niggas anyway. That's all.
All right, I'm gonna go. I got a couple other people to bring on. Thank you so very much. We getting through the. Hold on. What did I do? Okay. Let me go to somebody else that I want to bring on here. Give me a second. I know y'all calling in, y'all. We taking the people that's hitting the link first. Okay, pro-black woman. Okay, you hung up. Winter.
Hey Wiley, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I was just calling to say that you're so sad when we're not respected as a people, as a culture. And what I cannot understand the most is it's like, the voice of New York said that, oh, all y'all talk about is your rappers, and oh, you want to be athletes and this and that. But 21 Savage is a Haitian. I'm sorry, not 21. Kodak Black is Haitian. 21 Savage, I believe he's from England via Jamaica or something like that. So when they say that, they make it seem like that's just African American music. No, these are your people coming over here doing the music that we created. And when it's filthy and they join in the filth, they never separate out their filth. It's always, oh, they're all black. Look at those Americans. Look what they do. This is what they do. They separate themselves from us. There was no such, I didn't even know it was so much vitriol towards me. And I grew up in New York. So I've always seen the separation growing up, but I didn't know it was so much vitriol towards us. And they're told that from their country before they even come here. Don't mess with those American men. They're going to make you a baby mama. They're drug dealers. They're this, they're that. I've had so many people from other countries tell me that they have that talk before they even get here. And then when they do get here, they separate themselves even more. That's why we have communities like little Haiti and Jamaica and all this little Jamaica and all these other parts of the town. That's something that you did. You integrate when you first come here, but then after, you set yourself up, then it's what, oh, I want to be separate from them. That's number one. Number two, this conversation about reparations is about African Americans deserving their reparations. We didn't ask the Jamaican community to give their opinion. We didn't ask any other community to give their opinion, but they all jump on this very subject. It seems like it stings them in some kind of way. Like, who do they think they are? We're all one. We all together. Oh, but we're not all together when all we all want to be is rappers and basketball players. Oh, that's just the American thing. But when it's good, oh, we should all be together. Oh, you getting a check? Oh, that's not enough for y'all. This is what you need to do. Don't tell us what we need to do. We have a road. We're trying to go down it. We're not dragging any other cultures into this. This is just about what we think that we deserve being from this country. We don't care what you think because you're not part of the end result at all. And as far as those waters being muddied, who's going to muddy the waters? People from other cultures like Jamaicans and Haitians, etc. Not just them. But what I'm saying is, it's like, mind your business. I could see if these people had beautiful countries that were wealthy and they could come here and offer some advice. Half of them, you can't even go outside of the resorts to even explore the country because the first thing they tell you is they'll rob you and they'll kill you. So stop it. It's just disgusting to me when these people come on here with this entitlement, and that's all it is entitlement. You didn't put in any work. You feel like you arrived here and that you've arrived. I've never heard somebody say, oh, go to Jamaica. It's a land of gold. The streets are paved with gold. You go over there. Oh, it's this, it's that. No, they say that about here. And when they do say that, all they think about is a person with a white face. They don't know how deep it really goes. And the ones that do know how deep it goes, obviously, they don't care. The man was trying to tell her, hey, you know, when you should celebrate people like Rosa Parks, celebrate people like Sojourner Truth, because without them, not only would we not have the rights that we have, you definitely would not have the rights that you have. So that's all I wanted to say, Wiley. It's just, you know, I grew up in New York. I grew up in a New York is very multicultural. You run into every culture you can think of in New York. And by growing up there, not in Brooklyn, but being a part of New York City, period, you know, you just around so many people. So, you know, it's not a bad thing. I always prided myself on that. Like, oh, I know Colombians, and I've ate at houses of, you know, people from here and there. But, you know, it's like at the bottom line, like, this is what you think of us. This is how it is.
Well,
so that's all I want to say, Wiley.
Thank you so very much. I'm going to go to the next. I'm going to bring Miss Barbara back on, and then I'm going to come to you, Cosmic. I'm going to come to you, Miss Barbara. You live. Miss Barbara, can you mute your mic? Unmute your mic.
This is what this is what I wanted to tell the lady from New York. She didn't say nothing wrong. She's very intelligent, but I have to let her know this. See, when you compared the community that you was raised up in, and you compared where the people that you was raised up in is now, the problem is that our government took their parents away with drugs. They put drugs in the community. So when your parents came here, they was not polluted with drugs. So you was not polluted. You understand? So that's what happened. These drugs alter minds, and they even got it to where they go alter to diminish the next generation. So that's what happened. That's why the immigrants, you are the new slaves. See, what they did was kill us. See, what I want y'all to know, we didn't come from underneath no slave ship. The government paid $5 to kill us in our own land and enslave us in our own land. That's why I'm glad that Cherokee Indian came up. Because we are the true Black Americans. See, those immigrants that came under those broken, raggedy slave ships, you was like stolen cars. Not many made it. There was millions and still is millions of Black Americans here. And they've been killing us one by one and killing us and replacing us. They gave our land away to people with different color after they killed us and had us scalped and believed. That immigrant woman came in here and said the most intelligent thing. And you Black people need to stop being like that. When somebody try to tell you something, you go rip them apart. This lady is truly American at this point. She was born here, but she's trying to show you what she's seen. That the Black Americans need to fight for the coalition of marijuana. Why? Because they locked our children up. Marijuana is what drugs, first of all, never been the drugs. But if you want to call it the drugs are what supported these United States wars. That's why El Chapo is locked up now. They don't need it no more. They replaced it with housing preservation development money. But I just wanted New York to know why your friends are in jail and why you not. See, they killed our parents, gave us jail, institution, and death. You understand? And Iraka. That's why. But when your parents came, pure mind, pure survival.
Do you think that, I want to ask you this question before I go to the next call. Do you think that African Americans deserve reparations? Because we were talking about Tulsa. Do you think that African Americans deserve reparations? How do you think we can accomplish it?
And our descendants died for it. That's why my channel is the Underground Railroad, so we can sue. All we got to do is sue. No more marching, no more organizing. The laws are already on the books. We got to sue Facebook. We got to sue the NAACP. We got to sue Red Cross. These are these are the corporations and the people. I'm putting reality into this. Facebook took our freedom of speech. Red Cross stole all of our charity. NAACP stole the Black Americans college funding and gave it to their friends, family, and associates. Said what I said. Every time you try to help Black people, they want to try to condemn you and tear you down. That educated woman ain't saying nothing wrong. And another thing I want you to know, I live among immigrants and know this much is true. They are trained every day to hate the American and especially the Black American. And don't let me talk about Korea, how the whole government got their school reciting to hate Americans. These immigrants are taught Black Americans are a piece of garbage. And you immigrants come over here and treat us like a piece of garbage. And the only thing you immigrants want is a Black American man rights. And let me explain something to you. Just because you got my color, you not me. And my family and my descendants ain't come from underneath no raggedy ass, garbage ass slave ship. We was already here in this land.
Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. We was already here in this land. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Miss Barbara. All right, thank you. We have so many people that are here. Then we're gonna go to the phone lines. Hello, you're live on air. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Wiley. How you doing?
All right.
Okay, I just want to say, I agree with what Miss Barbara was saying. First of all, the true immigrants are non-Black people. Also, I agree with the young lady that was speaking from New York. Although she may not have said what we wanted to hear, she was speaking some facts. I was born and raised right here in so-called America because it was never called America before. It was called Turtle Island. We are the true natives. And on top of all of that, we really don't want to hear the truth. Our generation, we do not want to hear the truth at all. Let me tell you something. The civil rights movement, the NAACP, all of them doing all this marching and fist pumping, none of that stuff had anything to do with us being free because we're technically not free. We are not free at all. It's a difference between freedom and freedom, D-U-M-B. And a lot of us are free dumb. And we still think that these other groups that are not us, the Caucasians and Eurasians, which include the white Mexicans, regular white folks, the white Asians, the white Chinese, the white Hispanics, they don't give a F about any of us. But we are so quick to lift them up, and we are so quick to hate when one of us is trying to speak and direct our community. We have always been here. There was no such thing as no Egyptians, Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians. We didn't even know anything about that. We've been here beyond ancient, beyond ancient. And why Africans are sitting up here calling themselves Africans, if you really want to know who an African is and what the African is, it's actually the name of a fat white man. See, we don't even know who we are. And the language that we speak right now.
Do you think that African Americans deserve reparations?
I believe that African Americans or the natives, indigenous, we do deserve reparations. But if we get the reparations and we put it right back into the system, it's not going to mean anything because everything that we're going through with this so-called racism, all this stuff is systematic. And if y'all really want to understand or understand why these things are going on, I can explain it to you. I can explain it. And it has nothing to do with racism. It has nothing to do with slavery. It has nothing to do with any of that. The powers that be masked all this, almost us, masked all this to be what we're fighting about right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They masked it. They've only been here since 1469.
All right. Thank you.
So-called non-Black people only been here since 1469. We have always been here.
Okay. Thank you, man. I'm going to go to the next caller. I just wanted to hear that.
That's fine.
Thank you. Fine. Okay, because she had me playing in the back. I'm trying to make sure y'all got me muted in the back. I'm going to bring these last two people on from the Hitting the Link, and then I'm going to go to the phone lines. QL.
Hi. Hello. How are you?
All right.
Okay, so first things first, I just find it so funny that we're sitting on this app or on this YouTube channel completely being xenophobic. But let's talk about it. First of all, in order for America to get their independence, it was Haiti that helped them fight. You guys said that you're not Africans under the boat, but Martin Luther King has immigrant background. Marcus Garvey has immigrant background. So a lot of the civil rights movements and leaders that you guys respect, just like we respect, also have immigrant background. So you said that we never did shit, but Haiti has a historical history of actually assisting Black Americans and other nations in America. The resources that you guys are using are from immigrant countries. That's two. Somebody said that Black immigrants come to this country and they do not want to align with Black Americans. That's not true. I'm from Little Haiti. I was one of the kids who had to fight to be respected as being Haitians. When y'all was killing and shooting Haitians and dragging them and burning them, stabbing them, throwing off the buildings for being Haitian, ripping their flags off their head, that was that was Black Americans that was doing that to Haitians. It wasn't Haitians attacking Black Americans. So this ideology that Black immigrants come to this country don't respect Black Americans, that's not true. I was taught in Haiti historically what Black Americans has done for the American country. So that doesn't make sense. Third thing, reparations for Black Americans in this country, I stand by it. But don't say that you want reparations and you want us to advocate for reparations and then turn around and become xenophobic. The fact that some people are on this app calling people dirty immigrants, we're dirty, we have body odor, we're nothing but African booty scratchers. I'm so confused because aren't you guys the same Black people that had the same stereotypical stereotypes placed upon you guys? You guys are using white ideology to attack other Black people that look just like you. Like that makes you feel better. Like it's like this. The only reason why you guys even know bad things that's happening in Haiti is because America has decided to go into Haiti and go to other immigrant countries, steal our resources, but then promote this propaganda that Haiti is bad, Africa is bad. But for some strange reason, some strange reason, every single week and every single day, they're on vacation over there. And you guys never want to ask, okay, so why are you guys over there all the time? 24/7, they're having kids over there. Their children are living there. They have houses over there. Why nobody is asking that? But Haiti and Africa and all these other nations are so bad. But the house that you're in, the lights that you have, the iPhone that you're using, all come from the resources from the immigrant countries that are so poor and so bad. The oil that's in America, that's resources from the immigrant countries. The half of the things that you guys are using are from the poor immigrant countries that you guys are claiming that we ain't shit. So my thing is that as Black people, instead of coming together and saying, yo, damn, I realize that you went through the fight and you still suffering. I'm going through the fight and I'm still suffering. Instead of coming together, actually being resources, sharing trades, and doing everything with each other, you are sitting on this app spreading xenophobia. Somebody said they're Indian. Are you okay? Are you well in the head? You really think that the Indian community, who was also having slaves, will accept you? Like,
all right. Thank you so very much for calling in. I'm gonna get to other people, and then thank you, QL, for giving your thoughts.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so bye. So I got 200 people, and then I'm gonna go to the phone lines that actually hit the link. Please do not use any profanity. We want to make sure we can hear you. Gina B.
Hey Wiley, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a proud descendant of an African American who came from a raggedy slave ship. And I think that's where people are getting this whole thing misunderstood. And when people call that are saying immigrants shouldn't have an opinion about it, it's because of just what I said in the beginning. They look at us as like we just came off of some raggedy slave ship, but we're fighting for the country that raggedy slave ship landed. Everything else don't matter. For you to say that, or for callers to come on here and say that Indians should get reparations, they already do. We in America, they actually have the choice. It's things that they have to do to receive that money. But if you a true blood Indian, you already get reparations. We're talking about the descendants of those raggedy slave ships that landed on the coast of Virginia. That's who we're talking about. And that's the only thing that we're worried about. Our ancestors invented everything that makes everybody life great. And you know what the other race did, because we didn't have rights, and a lot of them didn't know how to read, but they knew how to make things work and mechanically function. They stole their intellectual properties, and all of us are benefiting from it now. Everything that we enjoy was an intellectual property of a Black man or woman. So when you talk about reparations, yes, we're talking about money, and it is in the millions. Scholars have studied this already. It is in the millions. But to tell us how we should spend the money, we're the land of the sauce. Everybody want to be like us. You don't hear nobody, me personally, I don't hear people saying that they want to go and live in other countries. And our country is jacked up. I'm a Black American, a descendant of a slave. My country is jacked up, but I can tell you one thing: I don't want to go live in Africa. I don't want to go live in Jamaica. I don't want to go live none of those places. I could go to Florida and experience a Caribbean experience. I could go to freaking Washington State and experience a Russian or a Asian mountain, snowy type stuff. I could go to anywhere in this country and live and experience a great life. But don't get on here and try to say that we are the same. We are the same as far as color, but we aren't the same as how our people built our country. And that is just period. They're great Haitians, they're great Caribbeans, and in their country, they need to be praised. And in their country, they need to be fighting for things that their people need in their country. We don't go to other people's country or get on other people's platforms from other countries and tell them what they don't deserve.
Right.
Like,
I think that, when you're talking about all these islands, which is Haiti, Africa, they need reparations from America as well. Because a lot of these countries, especially when you talk about Haiti, their resources have been sucked out and been out to these other
Wiley,
countries.
I totally agree. Wiley, I don't mean to cut you off, but let me say this. I agree, but we need to take care of America first.
When we say this about Africa, the way how their resources have been just sucked out in other countries, especially China, have benefited, and they are getting contracts in all these countries in Africa, and they bring in their own people to get the job. So when we talk about reparation in America, the reason why I say African Americans need reparations is because, again, it has been a wealth disparity. White America made twice as much as money as Black America. And the reason because they had a head start in doing so. And so we need, when I'm talking about in property, I'm talking about in free education, I'm talking about investments. Let's talk about just for weed, for instance, in cannabis. The most people that should have been first in the line to get those licensed to own dispensaries is African American people, because most of them have gave their lives and spent decades in prison for weed. So that's another part of the reparations that need to go towards the African American community. So when we speak about reparations to the United States government, of course it needs to happen. And people say, well, we ain't together. There's so much division. It's been division always in the African American community. Even back in the day, you had W.E.B. Du Bois, you had Booker T. Washington. Everybody had a different idea about Black America. You had Malcolm X, his idea about what should happen for Black America. You had Dr. King, his idea of what he think he had for Black. So it have always been, everybody had different ideas of what they think will help Black America. So we have never been a one united where everybody believed in the same thing. No. We always had people, everybody had their different way. When Dr. King spoke against the Vietnam War, you had, a lot of Black leadership turned against him. Like, oh my gosh, and once he died with a lot of people did not respect Dr. King. He didn't really gain in popularity until after he died. And now you're seeing people talking about, oh, Team Dr. King. But when he was assassinated, his approval ratings was really, really low. A lot of Black folks turned against Dr. King because he spoke against the Vietnam War, and the Johnson administration, they turned against Dr. King as well. So we have always have division in this country. And so again, I'm going to stand on it and say, hey, we definitely are going to have, we need reparations in this country. for African American people. It's a need. It is a need. And so again, if they make marijuana, if they make it legal in all states, the first people that should get licenses to take advantage of those resources should be African American people.
And with you saying that, I totally agree. And what I'm gonna say to that is that even during those times, we did need African Americans that had different voices. All of us didn't need to just get along with the get along. And the times are different. We have progressed. And what you were talking about with reparations, I just wanted to be clear of who is deserving of it. And the people in the conversation should be those of the descendants of the slaves that came here. Now, that doesn't mean that we ignore the problems that other countries may have with our people there. What I'm saying is, don't ask for me to look out for you and you not doing the same for me. Because, I just think that's messed up. How could you come here and enjoy the fruits of the freedoms that we have and not understand the plight of the descendants of those that really went to school for this? Like, I didn't go to school for no Black history. I didn't go to college. But for those that did, you know what I'm saying? All of that work that those people put in and did for us, we just got the bare minimum at our high school education. That's why we're not taught, like you started off this live with the Tulsa, Oklahoma thing. That's why we're not taught that, because they're worried about how it's going to make someone else feel. But it was a reality that we felt at the time, and that people, the descendants of those people who are seeking legal, aid in this situation, are still feeling. My thing is not for us to be coming up against each other. It's to respect. You have to respect the African American who was born here. When you don't respect us, that's when lines get crossed. Because from my understanding, what I was taught in school, everything that we enjoy, Wally, was because Black people fought for it. Every race.
Mm-hmm.
And we the people that are at the end of the line to get the things that we fought for.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. We're going to go to the next caller. Thank you. I'm going to bring another person on in this way. Thank you. But we definitely need it. And in order for it to happen, we as African American people must run for office and get in those rooms. And get in those rooms, not only in those rooms, we need more Black lawyers so you can sue. We need the lawyers on the front lines and make these lawsuits. And we need people to get in office, to be a congressperson, to run for the Senate and propose these bills and take over. And Congress need to be over 50% Black, need to be in there. More Black people. I know we raise our children, and a lot of them, we put these athletes on the pedestal, but we must put athletes, say, you know what, son, I'm going to train you up, and I want you to run for office. I want you to be in and I want you to do for Black people. We must do that. In order for reparations to pass, it got to pass to the legislative branch. It got to pass through Congress. You know what I'm saying? And we must have that. And so in order for that to happen, we must not only talk about it, but put boots on the ground and say, hey, let me represent my district. And when the first day I get in office, I said, let's propose a bill for reparations. Let's put a number on it. Let's give Black descendants free college tuition. Let's make sure we give Black people, make them become homeowners, giving them property, giving them a low interest loan to become property owners, making sure that we are telling the banks, you must give business loans to African American people so they can create their own businesses. That have to happen. But it's not going to happen if we don't have the numbers in Congress to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? We must. And then also the Congressional Black Caucus, the people that say they represent us, we make sure that they supposed to do. If they don't do it, we vote them out and we get us, our people, in there. Okay, so we got another person in here, and then I'm gonna go to the phone line because I got a lot of callers are calling in. Go ahead, sis. I know you clicked the link back again.
Hi,
there you go.
Yes, Wiley, it's me. I'm back. I'm more calm. I also just want to say thank you for having this platform so we can have this discussion. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate your channel. I was riled up earlier, but I said what I said though. But I do want to come back to kind of just caveat off of what a lot of other ADOS callers had mentioned. I think the thesis in this whole diaspora war is just the respect of it all. And I think what struck a nerve with me with Miss Bumbleclot, Miss Bloodclot, was the line where she said there was a disconnect. And I think we've heard that line before in reality TV with Miss Wendy versus Mrs. Housewives of Potomac. I want to bring that up because that's a strong word when it comes to this argument and this separation between, ADOS versus immigrants, of Black immigrants. It's a respect thing. It's a respect thing because our ancestors really fought hard to have what we have today. And I think that should be appreciated. And I think what a lot of other callers have mentioned as far as a disrespect and a line being crossed, because when Miss Bumbleclot called, I keep bringing that up. One thing that stuck out with me is she said, "You know what? I don't care about reparations because guess what? You're not gonna get it." Now, what does she sound like? Who does she sound like? She sounds like the people that we're up against. She sounds like these other white nationalists that also say the same thing. So it does kind of back us ADOS up into a corner where we do get defensive because it's like, well, whose side are you on? I think these immigrants bow down and tuck their tails between their legs when they are in the presence of whites. And then they try to blend in and assimilate with ADOS. I think they play both sides of the fence.
I think also you have to understand a lot of the people that come from this country, a lot of them being taught because Hollywood movies depict us in a negative light, particularly African American people. They feel like we all just in the hood and all that. And that's just not true. And when we look at Africa, for decades, when I looked at Africa, I thought it was poor, run down, hungry children. Is because those were depicted to us. And now we have, it's changing now a little bit because it was a series that I just watched from Africa called Far From Home. And you saw, wealthy Black folks and living in Africa. So that is changing. And it need to be more because a lot, you're talking about decades and decades of just lies that have been told about Africa, about it being in every country. You have poverty, you have poor folks. So, but they painted this picture like Africa was just broke down and everywhere you go is so poor. Mm-hmm. But in reality, it's some people in Africa that are thriving, billionaires and millionaires, and they're really thriving. You have African people come from Nigeria and all parts of Africa, come here, work, they send their money back, their money translates to the African currency it 10 times over, and so we must focus on that. But when we bring up the reparations, you will have some resistance. That's to be expected. It's always going to be some resistance. But
it's hurtful, Wiley, when the resistance is coming from
you always going to have
that look like you.
You always going to have people. Oh no, we don't need reparations. We don't need, just like integration, just like the whole thing about the civil rights movement. Dr. King was criticized. Oh, you talk about civil rights, but most people that's funding the civil rights, they are white folks. So you've been bought and paid for. He was called Uncle Tom. He was being criticized by other Black people. So now we in 2023, we still have people that when you bring up reparations, it's a hot button issue. You're going to have those that say, hey, y'all don't deserve it. But we must remain focused and we must elect people in office and say, hey, we must demand this because, again, our ancestors fought for this country, died, built it, free labor, and we deserve this. And then also when you go to Mississippi, why is it that there's no person in Mississippi on a national level, no Black senators, no from Mississippi, because they put it in their constitution to stop Black people from getting to political office. But the reason why they did it, when Black folks was free slaves, they started to become governors, they started to become state representatives. And this was back in the 1900s, and they had resistance. So, we need reparations because our people, till to this day, are still suffering, and they're suffering from decades of neglect. And if we have reparations today, it will uplift millions of Black people out of poverty. Probably not everybody, but you damn sure it's going to be up in the millions of Black folks are going to thrive, and that's going to help the next generation, the next generation, and the next generation. So yes, of course, we need, and it's up in the millions. I agree. Somebody said it's definitely up in the millions, and we definitely need that, and we should get it, and we demanding of that. And that's why every time when President Biden he speak, I said we as Black folks need to be in those rooms. Just example, Nique at Nite and all these Black people went to court. We need to have that same mindset and say, okay, I don't just want to go to the courtroom to do entertainment. I need to be at the White House press corps room. And every time that press person get up there and speak, I want to say, okay, what about reparations? What is his policy on reparations? Every day that question should be presented and should be
right.
And I don't think we should just be talking about celebrity gossip. We also need to be in the rooms with April Ryan and say, okay, Mr. President, what about every time he speaks, every time he asks for questions, our hands should be raised. What are you doing about reparations?
And I want to make a point before I forget.
Go ahead.
Because I do think I do agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly in regards to, Africa and other immigrant countries being very beautiful at the resort. But I don't like I don't like the feeling of being talked over as a foundational Black American or ADOS or Black Indian or whatever you want to call it. It's when we get talked over and we get told, oh, you're not going to get this. It's just a respect thing that I keep going back to, where you have no place to say that when our people fought for your opportunity to even be so-called educated on a subject that we fought for. And I need receipts on Martin Luther King being Caribbean or whatever that was. We need some receipts on that. But back to the point.
He was born, Dr. King was born in this country.
Okay.
All of us, in reality, we came from somewhere. Our ancestors came from somewhere, whether it was from Africa. You know what I'm saying? And we here. And so our reparations is our great-great-great-great-grandma, great-great-great-granddaddy came to this country, free labor. Y'all owe us a check for that free labor because companies are thriving off the backs off of our free labor. So, we need that. So all of our great-great-grandma, great-great-granddad, they came here, they worked here for free, and they never got the resources and got paid for the free labor that they did. So we're going to continue to have that conversation about it. Even Dr. King, he said, we integrating people in a lunch counter, but they can't afford a burger. How much sense does it make to integrate us to say we can eat any way we want to eat, but can't afford the burger? The French fry. So even Dr. King had to wake up on the fact of, not integration was easy, but we also got to talk about poor people. We got to talk about that check. When he was before he was assassinated, one of the top things on his mind was that the government need to write that check for poor people, not just for poor Black people, but for poor people, period, because we have been given the short end of the stick. And so even to this day, you still have a lot of poor Black, and I have to speak for our people because we Black, they're still struggling. But if they had the resources, a lot of Black people wouldn't have to struggle like that if they had the same chances like their white counterparts.
I think that we have tried to unite with other countries for a long time. We let y'all have Bob Marley and your curry goat. We embrace all of Africa and all the beautiful colors, all the beautiful. We've always embraced these other immigrant countries. So to feel like to feel that dig when we try to express what we deserve as a right, as a historic right, as a historic people, that's where the hurt comes in. So I think that's where I keep coming from, and I hear you fully, but it's like, who are you trying to convince?
Right.
Because for so long we've tried to convince our so-called enemy white man that we deserve reparations, but we shouldn't have to be explaining that to no immigrant who came over here and is benefiting from the very thing that, what I'm saying. That's where I'm coming from. It's Absolutely. Like, stay in your place. Okay. We embrace y'all. We roasted black fists. We put the fists in the combs and all that. And so it hurts because we always had that sense of unity, but then we feel that sense of separation too. So it's like, whose side are you really on?
Thank you.
All
right. Thank you so very much. I'm gonna go to the next. Oh my gosh. Wow. It's a lot of people that called in today. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring these last three people backstage, And then Blash, is that your name? By is it Brandy? Blash? I can't hear you low. Can you speak up in the phone?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Is my speaker, because I got you on a speaker, should I turn it off?
Okay, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't even know how we got this far in this deep into this, but we, right now, us talking in this chat, we are from America. Yes, we are descendants of a lot of places, but we right here. And they keep on telling us to come to conventions, meetups about reparations, and we don't show up. That's the problem. We don't even show up. And when we do show up and we learn so much when we do, it gets your juices flowing,
Mm-hmm.
but you got to keep showing up. We don't know where none of us is from. We all could be black Indians,
Mm-hmm.
Indian, this African, from this part of France, because this one threw us over at France and we wasn't supposed to be. We could be from anywhere. What is said about us is we don't know where we come from.
Mm-hmm.
And we beat up the people that don't understand what the heck's going on. Like, let's just say, example, we go to the hood or whatever, and people are unaware, and all they worried about is the club and their next dance or their
Mm-hmm.
next, as a hustler, I gotta go to
I'm
the
gonna ask you the
dance.
last question. Do you think African Americans deserve reparation? You can take me off the speaker because I
Yes,
want
I
to be able to
do.
hear.
I
I want to
do.
hear you
I
louder.
think I
Do-
think
uh, there you go.
anybody of any color.
Okay.
I don't just think us. I think us Mexicans and Indians deserve way more and in reparations than we ever have gotten before. We
Okay.
don't even know what we're owed. We don't.
Well, we do.
And well, I mean, yeah, it's on paper somewhere in black and white, but y'all really believe that? Because if they put it on paper, there's still a lie
No,
somewhere.
I think
You
I
owe
think
me
I think
more.
it's people that have been fighting. This reparation conversation is not a new conversation. You
No,
know,
it's
it's
not a
just
new
that we
conversation. It's an
are coming
ongoing
aware.
one.
It is a very ongoing. It's a very complex, and you have a lot of resistance of that because again, you're talking about paying that money, and if you can give billions of dollars to other countries when they're at war and invest in other countries and billions and billions and billions, you can give us the billions and billions and trillions to African American people. Because again, when
Yeah,
I look at the
why
budget,
would we do
I look at the budget.
that?
I look at the budget in this country, and we give so much to the armed forces, right? Billions, billions, and billions and trillions. Other countries at war, and they ask for our help. We just had the president from Ukraine, and we're giving him billions and billions of dollars, which is fine. I
We,
understand it.
not we, not we.
They need
Are
some
we
help.
giving it to them?
I'm talking about the government, so we are part of the we
Well,
because we
our
it's our
government
money.
is not even most of us,
It's our taxpayers. It's our taxpayers, right?
but our government is 10% of
So
us.
we can give it to other countries and give them billions with a B.
Wally,
We
you
must
sound
give reparations
very,
to African American people in this country, and I stand on that. And we
you sound
will
very
get
neutral. You
get that
sound
as
very
well because
neutral.
again, our
And we're
tax
not
dollars
in that. We're not
are
the
are
people
be
that's giving them the money. We're not all the way in there.
no, it's our
There's
tax
probably
dollars.
5% of us
It's
in
our
there.
tax dollars, whether we in it or not, is our
I'm not
money.
talking about the tax dollars. I'm
But
talking
that's what
about the
we
real deal, the stuff
that
they don't tell us.
that's what
We
we're
not
talking
in
about.
there.
We're talking about the stuff that we know they're giving it
I know.
billions and billions and billions of dollars.
Well, I
So
know. I mean,
thank
I
you. I'm
know
gonna let you
y'all
get your
know
last
more
point,
than
and I'm gonna
that.
go to the next caller. Go ahead. Your last point.
I just know that we all know more than that. That's all.
All right, thank you. Okay, because she was sounding real low. Okay, I'm gonna go bring back Voice of New York, and then I'm gonna go to the phone lines because I got about let me see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7 callers to call back. Voice of New York, and then I'm gonna come to you, Michael. All right.
Yes, hello, Wally. So I guess I called back in because the other lady was saying miss blood clot, whatever, some phrase in order to say this. Anyway, Wally, if people are really serious about this reparation bill, I'm talking about really serious, then everyone should know how to get this passed. So far, this bill, the HR 40, only have 196 co-sponsors. How many of you guys of ADOS are going to your Congress, your representative, to tell them to sponsor this bill? I bet none of y'all are doing that. You need 218 to pass the House. You only have 22 co-sponsors in the Senate. Are you talking to your representatives to push this bill forward, or are you coming at me and talking about what are we doing? I always said I think y'all should go for it. I'm not saying y'all shouldn't. I think y'all deserve it. The thing is, well, the government think you deserve it. Well, Congress vote that in. See, we can say whatever we want, but at the end of the day, you have to have the House, you have to have the Senate, you have to have the president to sign on the bill in order to get things passed. Because they could have always expedited this bill. If they truly want you to get it, there's ways. You see how they did the anti-Asian hate bill so quickly? They could have did the exact same thing for reparation, but they're not going to do it because they don't want you to get it.
No, in order for them to do it, we have to. Politics work by demanding it. In order for it to happen, we got to demand it, and we must, as people, get in those rooms by running for office and get in those rooms in order for it to happen.
I agree, but it's bigger than getting into those rooms, though, Wally.
And get into those rooms, because if you're not in those rooms, they're still gonna make policy about it. So we need to be in those rooms, not only on the federal level, on the state level, and on the local level, and demand it. Because look what they did in California, is because people in California are demanding that Governor Newsom and that those state representatives say, hey, we need to do something with reparations. So they got it. They are ahead of the game in California, because not only are they studying it, they're really trying to say, okay, how can we do this in this state? And they're one of the first, I don't know about any other states that are really involved in that, but that's how we have to have this game doing it, because you need the numbers. Don't let things speak. Nancy Pelosi said you must have the numbers, meaning that you must have. Is it 218? You must have the majority of the votes in order
for
to
the House. 218 out of 437. Right now, you only have 198 of the co-sponsors.
Right, and to get those bill passed, and again, ADOS and others have to demand it. And then if those people say, "Hey, I'm not doing that," then we must vote them people out.
Exactly, but I'm saying, like, people come and complain, but they don't know how bills and legislative stuff works. That's the thing. So the first thing you need to do is get educated on how do they advocate for this bill. Now, the bill number is HR 40 and S40. Those are the two bills y'all need to talk to your representatives about. Because I speak to my representatives all the time for certain bills that I want to get passed. And I actually go to DC to advocate for some bills. But with that said, Wally, California could just be doing this just to get votes. They always like to play the agenda. Look how long it took them to do the George Floyd and the anti-Willie Lynch bill. They bypassed all y'all agendas and went straight to sign off the anti-Asian hate bill in a quickie.
Well, the agent, that's bill for all people that dealing with a hate crime. It did just everybody.
Okay, but Willie Lynch bill and all that is also hate crime when it comes to brutality.
It's not just for Asians, for African Americans, it's for anybody, period, or for that bill. Because I know a lot of people keep saying it's an Asian bill. No, it's not just for Asian. Everybody, if it's a hate crime, they can use that law, and it's for all races, not just for Asians. But again, in order for things to change, we must get into those seats of power. It have to happen.
I agree, but they're not. But let's be honest, though, Wally.
In California, when you had the new mayor in there, and she said, "Hey, let's call a state of emergency for homelessness." In order for that to happen, we must elect people into those spaces, because that's where the power lies. The purse, who have the purse? Congress got the purse strings. So we must be in there who got the power. And while we're complaining, don't just call, like you said, and I agree with you, don't just call into the Wiley Show. That's a good start, but you must call your state representative, you must call your congressperson, you must call your senator and say, hey, what are you doing about HR 40? What are you doing about reparations? Because the same way you are calling the Wiley Show faithfully and laying out your heart, you must also be on the phone and calling your state representative, not only your city council, all the way to the federal government, and also apply pressure to Joe Biden. So when every time he come outside and he speaks to the media, Black YouTube, and including myself, we need to be in those rooms and say, Mr. President, what are you doing for HR 40? What are you doing for reparations for African American people?
Precisely. I totally agree. I think people need to go to congress.gov, type in the bill, see if your representative has sponsored it, know who your representatives are within your community, and then go from there. Because it's just not us you complaining. At the end of the day, it got to pass through the whole entire Congress in order for you to get what you need to get. But they're not going to take you seriously unless you go on the groundwork. And while you're so correct with that,
and you have to, just like when Dr. King, they didn't get stuff. They didn't just, okay, Dr. King, they demanded, they put bodies on the street. They sacrificed. They kept being in the news. They kept applying pressure. And now they didn't have Google, YouTube, Snapchat, Facebook. They didn't have, we have so many tools now up and that we need to utilize to get justice and to get reparations. Because back in the day, they only had like newspapers, the news, and word of mouth. And they had to like literally touch people. And so now you can buy a touch of a button, you can reach thousands of people.
Precisely, because I don't know if you saw the movie Selma, but Martin Luther King used to go to, I think it's Johnson's office several times to talk about the Civil Rights and the Voting Rights Act. Okay, they marched, they stood out there to do that. We don't do that as much, but we complain a lot. What they do is go on Twitter and think that's going to change things. What you see, they need to earn your vote. Period. They don't earn your vote. Okay, you need to ask them questions. Not like, you got to understand like what exactly are you voting for, who you voting in, and they represent you. So don't let them just, if you want your reparations, and I think everyone should get their reparation. I think it's time for ADOS to get their reparations. And the reason why I always say ADOS is because as someone who have parents who are immigrants, I am not priority. And I can admit that. Yeah, I was born here. But I feel like those who have ancestors here, those who are Americans who have no immigrants at all, yes, they deserve to be online. If I don't get it, I'm not going to be upset for not getting it. Okay, but I would say you do good with our numbers, because they don't look at me like, oh, okay, are you this or you that? No, when I go advocate, I advocate for everyone. Okay, it doesn't matter if you adults or if you Jamaican, you this or the other. Yes, I have a lot of pride with my cultural background, as everyone should. Why wouldn't you not? But when I do talk to my representatives and I do meet and I go on to DC and I actually go to Capitol Hill, I talk about for every race, especially Black people. Okay, so I just want to put that out there because I feel like there's a lot of confusion going around, especially saying, oh, she's Jamaican. I am Jamaican, but I'm also was born and raised in America. And I think I keep saying that, but I know you have a lot of slow callers, and that's okay. Okay, Wiley. So I just want to thank you for this conversation. Every time I call in, there's always a tizzy going on, Wiley. There's always a tizzy all the time. But I love the mess, okay?
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you. Michael, bringing you back on. Can you hear me? I don't know if you got me on mute, Michael.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. For that lady that just left off here, ma'am, I tilt my hat to you. If you're not, ma'am, not bash you or anything, because I don't bash Black women, but Jamaican women, okay? If you're not happy with us trying to move forward in our country, but you claim that you were born over here in these United States, well, I'll say snakes of America, American, ma'am, just go on back, pack your stuff back up and go where you were originated from. But, don't come over here and bash our African-American queens, because we got queens over here, But anyway, I ain't going to do you like that because I love you in Jesus' name. Okay. But so to what I want, because I was jotting down some stuff, brother Wiley. It's what, like, bro, look, we got, man, this dude been the congressman in Washington for over 30 years. Because when I was volunteering at one of our health centers here in Missouri, right, this dude, his wife worked at the same healthcare center that I volunteered for back in the late 80s, early 90s. I'm 51 years old. Miss, I ain't gonna say her name, but it's the only Black congressman that's been in Congress for over 30 years here in Missouri. That's in Washington, okay? Okay. And I worked side by side with his wife at the health center here in my city. And, it's like this dude, like y'all talking about the reparations and all that, and he's a pastor. First of all, we know religion and politics don't mix. So, and this dude, come to find out, he had a car wash here in the state of Missouri, and he wasn't even paying his own taxes. That's what they were trying to keep from getting him going into Congress. You know what I'm saying? Because he was our mayor first, Then he went and he became our congressman because he's mayor, like he won 2 terms. So this is a Black man, you know what I'm saying? So, just because you look like me doesn't mean that you represent me. Now, this is the first out of all the black people that that's been representative of this state, Missouri. Okay, so he's the only one with a black wife. Okay, now we have a current mayor who's black. You know, and I thought he was a twinkle toes at first. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't see him with no.
So they're talking about reparations, is what you're coming at?
Yeah. They talking about, but I'm saying this. I'm saying just because you look like me doesn't mean that you represent me. And everybody keeps talking about, oh, we gonna vote for just because you black. No, because anytime that you go out and date outside your race, you apparently it's something about your race that you don't like. I'm just saying, because if you was pro-black, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we can agree to disagree, but I mean. And then it's like all the crime that's going on in our city, you know what I'm saying? And you had a black chief before, well, he was the interim chief because they made the other one resign, the Ku Klux Klan dude. They made him resign like about 5 or 6 months ago. So we had an interim chief that was a black dude that, you know, that probably got bullied in school because he looked like Curious George the monkey, you know what I'm saying? And so we had him for a few months, and now they made just about a couple weeks ago, they just put in this pink lady as the chief of police. Her husband, they said that he allegedly was in a cane of a black man, an unarmed black man, hit him in the back, you know, with a banger.
So you already believe the African American people should get reparations, correct?
I mean, yeah, I wholeheartedly believe that. But what I'm saying is this: just because my thing is this, bro. Everybody talking about vote for a black person, vote for a black person. I'm like this, Wiley, and I'm keeping it real. I would much rather vote for a pink person before I would a black person, for the simple fact. Just listen, dog. I mean, you know, I know I'm gonna get a backlash from this because the pink person is gonna have to do something because they ain't gonna want no race ride in their town. You know what I'm saying? So, but this black man, if you married to a pink woman, you know,
I want to say this: we must elect people with our interests, whether they're white or whether they're black.
Right.
Align our interests.
Right.
So just because you are African American, we have to make sure, do you align with our interests?
Look at that Herschel Walker in Georgia.
Do you? And you know, in Georgia, they elected Herschel Walker because we can control Herschel Walker, because he's going to align with our Republican our interests. But African Americans woke up in Georgia and they said, okay, this is a Republican place and we don't get enough support for the DNC. So let's create our own organizations and let's talk to the voters and let's elect 2 Democrats to represent our state. And one of the things that came out of that, Reverend Warnock, he sponsored a bill to say, hey, if you are a senior citizen, let's put a cap on insulin. So that will help a lot of Georgians. So when it comes to reparations, in order for that to happen, we must have boots on the ground to say, hey, let's first educate our people. Second of all, let's promote and fund candidates, and let's fund super PACs to get people in there to get to get reparation. Let's also support Black media so they could be in a room. So anytime the media person, the press secretary, when she get up and speak and she said any questions, the question should always be brought up. What are you doing to pay back the free labor that African people have been doing, the African Americans have been doing in this country? What are you doing to give us that check? So what is President Biden doing to support and for reparations? What is his update on reparations? So we must do that. In order for that to happen, we must continue to educate our people, and then we must run for office, and we must support those that are in office fighting that fight, and so they cannot be by themselves, because there's power in numbers. And that's how it's going to happen. We must continue to make that go viral. We must continue to make that trendy. And we must continue to call out our organizations and say, hey, what are you doing for reparations? Because this is what we need. It is a need for the survival of African-American people, is reparations.
But if we don't have Black folk in there that really supports our agenda, then what's the purpose of voting for him? Just because he
vote him out. Because if you have people in there and they're not doing what they're supposed to do, you vote them out. You vote them out. Just like in Georgia, they got tired of having these politicians in Georgia that was not doing for Georgians. So what did they do? They vote them out. Now you have two Democrat senators, in which that haven't happened in decades. So with that mindset and what went on in Georgia, we must implement that same strategy in Texas. You know what I'm saying? I believe Texas should be run by people to say, hey, let's make marijuana legal, and let's make sure African American people get on the top of the list to have a dispensary, right? And so we must get involved in that. Just like me, when I come on the channel, when I do YouTube, I don't just talk about celebrity gossip. I talk about real issues. Just like we got you on the show, you're not just here for the celebrity gossip, for the mess. You're here because we talked about what happened in Tulsa. We talked about a real issue that affect our daily lives. Me talking about celebrity stuff, that's not going to affect and change your pocketbook. But talking about these issues that we talking about and saying, hey, let's elect different people in there, because that will affect our pocketbook. Mike, did you want to? I want to get your last point before I go to the next call. Go ahead, Mike, because you're from Missouri. So this is the first time that call. I think this is your first time on the Wiley Show. And how did you
I subscribed to you like a couple hours ago.
Oh wow, welcome. Okay.
Yeah, and I was trying to, because I got to talk to you about something too, about them other two content creators, husband and wife, because I knew you had some stuff going on with them, so I wanted to talk to you about that.
Okay.
So can you give my email? How can we do that?
Okay. Just email me. I'm gonna put my email here on the screen so you can write it down. Come on, let me do it right now, because it's wileyshow@gmail.com. So if you're trying to email me, I'm gonna put it on the screen so you could just send me an email. There you go. It's right there on the screen. You could definitely send me an email. Okay. And thank you, brother. You just subscribed to us a couple hours ago. Thank you, brother Michael.
I did. Hey. But I want to holler at you about them other people, though.
Okay. All right. Just send me an email.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for having me up.
Thank you. No problem. Okay. Wow. We got two other people here. Okay. Wow. We go get to the phone lines, but people keep hitting the link. Rock Candy.
What's up, Wiley? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I can hear you now. Yes.
Hey, I was just wondering, why don't you have a couple people on? Not trying to question, your authority, but like, so we could kind of have like a healthy conversation or
I think
healthy
the reason why
debate.
I have one at a time, because people gonna overtalk each other. So
Right.
it's a dialogue where we just have one person at a time. You know.
Okay. Okay, I understand.
Because if we have 6 people on here, it would be a disaster. You know.
Okay, I get it now. I just wanted to ask Miss New York or whoever New York was, like, if you are an ally for reparations, why do you feel as though it's necessary to talk about, how Black people only care about like negative rap and things like that? Like, why do you feel like that when it goes way farther back than that? If it wasn't for us, your parents wouldn't be able to come over here for you to be able to be, not that humble to say the things that you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? It's like, come on now, you gotta be for real.
And another misconception, people think Black people just want to be rappers. No, I don't want to be a rapper.
No, but
people in
Black
college graduating, thousands of people are graduating every year. They're becoming doctors, they're becoming lawyers. Just right now, I forgot the HBCU now. The first time within 45 years, they're now going to have their own medical school. So that is going to bring more Black doctors down the pipeline. So you have Black teachers. I have a good friend. He's a principal in Chicago, and I'm gonna bring him on the show because another thing I have the power to do is to showcase Black excellence. Not
right, but we've been doing that.
Rappers, but showcase Black principles. Some people never seen a Black principal.
But I don't understand how, when we are the foundation.
I know some people, they never seen that, so they need to see it on YouTube.
But I mean, Black people from other countries, they know that, because they know that if it wasn't for our fight, they wouldn't have the opportunity. They wouldn't have the opportunity to come over here and prosper. When people come from other countries, what they always say they come here for? Opportunity. We have provided that for them. So how do you turn around and say, oh, all y'all care about is this, all y'all care about is that? No, if you an ally, don't get on a public platform and say that's all y'all care about. If you got some information that we need to know about, give it to us without putting us on Front Street like, that all we care about is the negative. If that's all we cared about, you wouldn't be over here.
And that's not all that we care about.
Of course it's not.
No.
Of course it's not. But it's always the divide and conquer. And this seems like they have fallen into it. We haven't. They have. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I appreciate you giving me the voice to speak how I feel.
Thank
but
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
you.
Okay. Wow. We still haven't got to the phone lines, you guys, because people still hitting the link, which I'm not mad. Thank you. I think this is one of the highest rated show this year so far. Sis, you back on? Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, Wiley. I'm back. I just want to say I appreciate her Google research, Miss Bumbaclot. I really appreciate the Google research that she did before calling in. Sis, you know so much about America and how we should and should not vote, how we should and should not run our administration, how we should and should not fight. Ma'am, what are you doing for Jamaica? What are you doing for Jamaica? Oh, I know how to Google too. So let's see. Let me get on Google right quick. Let me look at Jamaica's poverty line. Let's look at that. Does she know that? Let's see. Let me see. It says, Jamaica, the largest and most populous English-speaking nation in the Caribbean, is also one of the poorest nations in North America, despite being categorized. Oh, does she know that? So is she voting on that? Oh, okay. Bye.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay, let me go to the phone lines. Wow. I know y'all probably knocked out sleep, so if you don't answer, we're going to come through it, okay? I'm going to come to you first. We have 4338. So let me scroll down because I wrote it on a piece of paper. So, wow. Can I find it? Let me scroll up. Give me a second. Okay, I'm gonna go to we now calling people back. It's a lot of y'all that called in. So I'm gonna call everybody back. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show. Happy New Year. Okay, you didn't answer. Okay. Okay, somebody just called. Okay, let's call it back. Happy New Year, you live on the Wiley Show. Hey.
This is Anonymous. And I'm just saying, I come from a family of professional people, and we did make a way for foreigners to come over here and for Black foreigners. We did march. We did fight. We did what we were supposed to do. And there are other people that are doing what they're supposed to do. So I think African Americans are due their respect.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for calling in.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me go to 2598. Let me see. We're going to call you back. And if you don't answer, we're going to go to the next call. We are live, you guys. Share this live. We had 1,000 people in here, which I thank y'all. I think we shared it. Thank you so very much for sending me the link. If y'all screen record that, just send it to me. I'm going to 2598, 2598. All right. If you sleep, I understand. Okay. If you don't answer, then I just go to the next person. We are live. Make sure you all thumbs up the video. Thumbs up the video. Okay, I'm going to go to 5598. I'm going to go to 5598. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see, because I saw it on here. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. And I know y'all probably sleep. So we definitely going to call you. Happy New Year.
Please leave your
Okay, you didn't answer. I'm going to go to 0172. All right, if you call in private, I can't call you back, so you just have to keep calling in because some of y'all are calling in private. Because I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and so we definitely have it. We talked about a whole plethora of issues. Let me go to 0172. And then after 0172, I'm going to. Hey, you live on the Wiley Show. Can you mute me in the back? You need to mute your, because I want to be able to, because you live on the Wiley Show. Hello? Okay. Let me call you back. You got to mute me in the back. I'm going to call 0172 back. Give me a second, you guys. We are live. Can y'all thumbs up the video? Yes. Welcome to the Wiley Show.
Okay, so I'm talking about Voice of New York. Is he from America? Because he said he was born in Brooklyn.
Yes, she's born in Brooklyn.
And then he said his parents is Jamaican.
Yes.
So why does he keep saying he's Jamaican? He's not Jamaican.
She. It's a
people.
she. Voice of New York
Jamaica,
is
and my
a she.
kids were born here, and I tell them they're American. They're not Jamaican. You're born here, you're American.
Yes.
So he needs to stop saying that. Oh, I'm born in Brooklyn.
No, that's a
I'm
she.
Jamaican.
That's a she.
No, that's a he.
No, Voice
that's
of
a transgender man.
No, that's a woman. That's a woman. She's born in Brooklyn.
That voice does not sound normal, Riley.
That does sound ho. That voice. That's a black woman. That is a woman. That's a female.
Oh well, the voice sounds to me like it's taking hormones and those things that change your voice. You know, when they're going through that transition and they have that squeaky voice, that's how it sounds to me. That's why it's true.
No, caller, no. But go ahead with your point. Go ahead with your point.
Like a woman.
Let's go with your point. What are you trying to say?
And Wiley, and this is the next thing. Okay, let me say she, because you don't want me to say.
Yeah, it's a she. Yes, let's respect the gender.
She's so educated from some black college, but every word come out of her mouth is yeah. Her grammar is so bad. Yeah. It's just pure. All I keep hearing is yeah with that squeaky voice. Her grammar is so bad. She don't learn anything, and she talk over people. You're trying to talk, and she's going up real loud with the high voice and talking loud, and yeah. I'm like, the woman that's calling her bumbleclot need to call her yeah. Because that's all she keeps saying, yeah. Like she have, her vocabulary is limited to yeah. And okay, enough of that squeaky voice woman. So now, and yeah, she needs to stop saying she's Jamaican, because she's not Jamaican. She's American. I don't know, maybe she don't know what she is. If she born here, as she said she is. And this thing about the Black Wall Street, I don't know any of these black banks, and I would like to put my money in a black bank. But if they do have the black banks, they're keeping it a secret because they need to be advertising.
Well,
so we, the black people,
could
put our money there.
One United Bank is one of the largest black banks. That's a start right there.
Is it in New York? That's where I am.
That's based out of Georgia, but you could just open up a savings account. You know, that's what I did. You know how you could just open it up online. That's one of the largest black owned banks, and it's called One United Bank.
Because I think that if they advertise these banks and put them on the air, let people know that, okay, these are the black banks, I think we would support them and we would put our money there. Mm-hmm. I personally would put my money there if I personally know of these black banks. But all I know is Chase and Bank of America and all TD Bank and all these other banks. The black bank does not advertise, so we could support them. So it could make it better for us.
I think that you should look into One United Bank. And just open up. You could just, because what I did, because even if I don't live in Georgia, they still see your debit card. You can open up a savings and something, because most of us don't go in the bank anyway. Everything is just online. So I've been with them for a while, and it's a great institution.
Really? One United?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna check them out tomorrow. Cause you keep me up. Cause I just had to call to let that woman know.
Okay.
Are you American or are you Jamaican?
Thank
Get
you.
it together. Because your parents was born in Jamaica, that don't make you Jamaican. You're American. You're born here, woman.
All right. Thank you so very much, ma'am.
Wiley, I love you dearly. You're
Love
so
you.
darn entertaining all the time.
Yes, love you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Hello. Hey, happy. Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Oh my goodness, Wiley, is that you?
Yes, ma'am. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. This is Juan Slice. I'm a fan. How are you?
Welcome. I'm doing great.
Okay, great. So listen, here are a couple, have a few thoughts here. I feel that some of the conversation was quite divisive, where people weren't recognizing that we were all from Africa and dropped off in various and different places. And we're not understanding that we were slaves in all of these places. And we built up all of the countries that we were dropped off in, here, there, Jamaica, Haiti, anywhere and everywhere. So when people were saying, oh, well, you were not a slave or you're coming off of a dusty slave ship, we all came off of a dusty slave ship. And I think that some of the conversation was a bit hurtful to each other and not really understanding that. When you say something as cruel as go back where you came from, what do you mean go back where you came from? I mean, it's a hurtful statement. You don't even understand how hurtful it is. You can tell a Haitian person to go back where they came from, Haiti, and then before that someplace else. But what do you say? What does that mean to a person who's here, the descendants? What are you going to tell the people here in America? Go back. Where are you going to tell us who live here to go back to where? That's a hurtful statement to say to someone, because people can only trace their family tree but so far and not understand where they should be going back to. That's part of the pain in American colonialism. You don't know where you came from.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's places now. They have DNA agencies that teach you about your DNA ancestry. Teach you that. You got ancestry.com where you can learn. I've learned that I have some Nigerian in me, so I definitely would love to go and visit Nigeria as well. But we must stop with that language, and all countries need to demand from the United States reparations. The United Kingdom, especially them, needs to demand reparations, because a lot of these poor, so quote unquote poor countries are poor because they have their resources been sucked out and made the United Kingdom rich. It made America one of the power superpower, made France one of the powerful countries. Most of these top leading countries, reason why they are powerful is because of the free labor of slavery.
Absolutely.
So it's not just a conversation that's being demanded in America about reparation. They're having this conversation in the United Kingdom about reparation. They're having this conversation in Jamaica that the United Kingdom owe them a check. So this conversation is not just an American thing. It's an international thing as well. And once I get my reparation, of course, I'm going to invest and buy property in Africa, because I know the American dollar is so strong in those countries.
Mm-hmm. I think that's an awesome point. Now, here's the thing. Now, when we're talking about these different checks all over the place, I just lost my train of thought. But as far as these different checks coming up from all over the place, people don't seem to understand that when there was a very rude young lady that was calling the lady from New York a bumbleclot. If this were a Jamaican phone or a Jamaican YouTube or in Jamaica, this whole entire call would be demonetized, because it's not cute to call somebody a bumbleclot. It's a huge curse word in the islands. It's huge in Jamaica. So for her to be so foul and to call and say, "Oh, that's Miss Bumbleclot," it's not cute. It's like calling somebody an MFer here in America. It's not cute. And so she should have been checked on that from the first time that she did that. Now, as far as, stating that these other places are poor, they're poor because, to your point you mentioned earlier, that they were robbed. These places are robbed of their resources. You go there, the bauxite industry in Jamaica, that stuff, that aluminum, that doesn't stay there. It's taken and removed out from there. The same is true from all of these gems in Africa. They should be rich, these places, but they're not rich because they've been pilfered through colonialism, and they're still doing it today. Haiti is one of the poorest countries. It is the poorest country. Why? Because they had borrowed some money from France, and France doesn't need this money for how many generations now? France doesn't need this money, and still Haiti is still paying that back to France. They're not going to give them a slack and tell them, oh, you don't need to pay us back. They're still giving back money to France. So there are reasons why these countries are behind. And so I was just listening to the other people speaking about that Miss New York. I'm a Jamaican myself, but to hear her say and speak in such pointed ways to say, oh, you just come here, you just want to be a rap star or whatever. Now, listen, in our history, I think, you know, when you come from another place to here, education is what's breaking down those doors and that opportunity. But if you look at our history, entertainment was how we were able to come up. That's a big part of our history. The ball playing, the singing, the dancing. That's what's made our country and our culture so rich over here. So people have to look at it on all sides. And I think that they're not understanding that, you know, when you're saying, oh, you Jamaican person, you Haitian person, you, excuse you, if they were to come here and line us up as far as a hanging, I really don't think that they'd be turning us over to see what you're stamped as, a Jamaican or a Black American or an African. You're just Black, and up on that tree you go. And people need to understand that. Lastly, that person, Mr. Michael, I think he wants to, that's going to be some juicy tea, because I think I've seen him on that other, you know, the married man and women show on the Saturday night. That's the husband's friend. So that should be real juicy, whatever he gets back in touch with you. But he was a bit offensive. He started to use terms like twinkle toes, and I don't really think he knows much about his history at all. When he was saying he would want to vote for a pink person. What do you mean you're going to vote for a pink person? How do you think we lost Miss Stacey Abrams in Georgia? It's that kind of thinking, that not voting, you know, with people who are supportive of your platform, but just having that ignorant viewpoint. Oh, I'm going to vote for this pink person. We lost Stacey Abrams because of that. So that's a lot. I just wanted to say that.
All right, I'm going to go to the next call. Thank you.
To have reparations.
All right,
Wiley.
thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm going to go back to, thank you. I'm going to go back to 2598 because they had called in. You guys, y'all got to be patient unless you hit the link. Because 2598 call, and I got how many more callers? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more callers, and then I'm done. And I will continue that way. Again, we want y'all to 2598. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Wiley. Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead. Welcome.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, welcome to the show. Go ahead with your comment.
My comment is that, you know, my family's from Jamaica, right? And I don't think Jamaicans or any other immigrant groups deserve reparations.
Tell us why.
Because they're not Americans.
Okay. Well, Jamaicans do deserve reparations from the countries that colonized their country.
We're talking about America.
And but I do believe the questions for America,
who wanted this conversation?
For what I'm saying is, I do believe Jamaicans in their country deserve reparations, especially from America and from the UK, because both of those countries suck the resources from Jamaica. The same thing when it goes,
I agree.
Same thing that goes from Africa as well, because they suck the resource. If America in the United Kingdom, if they give back what they sucked from that country, Jamaica will be a powerful, especially I will be powerful. If people would just give back the resources that they stole from those countries, they'll be powerful. All right. They won't have 20%, 30% of their young people unemployed if America give back those resources back to those countries. But here in America, as I'm in America, of course, we need our reparations. 1000%. We do need it.
I agree with you. I'm in the UK, The reason why they're still holding on to Jamaica because it's valuable. I know that young lady that kept saying "bumbleclot," which is very disrespectful to any Jamaican. If she wants respect, she ought to give it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's how that works.
Yeah,
right?
and I think that we as African American people, when we have these conversations, we must be professional. We can't be insulting other people, races of people, because we want nobody insulting us. So that's number one. Number
That
two,
is true. That is true. But this is the difference between the African American and every other black group. You know the difference? I'll tell you the difference. And my family is from Jamaica, including myself, right? So I'll tell you the difference. How did this conversation about reparations start? Who started?
This conversation, we I don't know if you hear at the beginning of the live, we were talking about Tulsa, and we were talking about how those ascendants need reparations.
I did hear that.
And it got into a broader conversations about, okay, African Americans period in this country need reparations. I'm not going to talk against my African brothers and sisters, because a lot of them come to this country, work very hard. They're in these college universities, becoming doctors, becoming lawyers. And what do they do with their resources? They bring their resources back to their country. They bring whatever money they make, they take a part of that and put it back into their country economy. I work with a lot of people from Nigeria, all over Africa, as a CNA, and they will work doubles. And they say, "Listen, I'm putting money. I'm sending $1,000 back to my people, and that $1,000 is really going to help them and feed them for the next 6 or 7 months." So I'm not going to talk against them, because a lot of them come to America for a better life, because our economy is stronger than theirs. And what do they do when they get paid? They make sure they send money back home.
No, I mean, that's not a Jamaican thing. That is just
immigrants, people that you see that come here.
The
they bring money back to their country. So and they come to college. They come here. A lot of them come here. They work very hard, and they come here for a better life. And they bring, and some of them get educated, and they use their knowledge and go back to their country to help their country.
And the American government loves that. And why the American government loves that is because the American government think, what can we do with this? We could create businesses from these immigrants. And they have created business from those immigrants that decide, okay, I'm going to buy these products and send them here. Or I'm going to keep this amount of money and send it there. So the American government loves that. But isn't that selfish to a black American?
No, that's not selfish. Again, if you come from Nigeria and you have family, you're going to give money back to your home, to your children. To the same thing with Mexicans, and the same thing from people from all part of Latin America. They not everybody, but a large some of them come here to work very hard, and they send money back to their country.
Right, people but in order for you to work very hard, Wiley, there has to be a foundation here.
Absolutely.
And the foundation that was built here was built with hands, black American hands. And
I agree.
I'm not too sure. Wait, let me just say, go ahead, Wiley. Sorry.
No, I agree. But you're not going to see a lot of people trying to come here just to come here, period. They come here for a better life.
Right. And I'm not too sure about, as the years go by, I'm not too sure as I learn more and more history, I'm not too sure about the story about that we all was in boats. I'm not too sure about that story. Because if you look at if they go in any community right now, any European groups or any European government, what they will do is they will kill and slaughter the adults, and they will enslave the children. And I'm sure that's what they did here to black Americans.
All right. Thank you. Go with your last point, and then I'm going to go to the next caller. Go with your last point.
I feel like reparations, the conversation was started with the black Americans. Mm-hmm. Black Americans are different than any other Americans. Mm-hmm. And pick any country. Pick any country.
All right.
Different than any other country. And you know why they're so different? Because when they speak, it's powerful.
Thank you.
Do you see how reparations is being talked about in every country right now?
Absolutely.
Who started that conversation? A black American.
Absolutely. And so
So I will say to these immigrants, I would say to all of them, if you think you want to go against Black Americans as a group, I feel sorry for you.
All right. Thank you, man.
Because you see how they started this conversation.
Thank you,
and
man.
this conversation being talked about around the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much for calling in.
You're welcome, Riley. You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to go. Okay. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show. Hey.
Well, thank you for having this conversation, and I think that you might want to continue it again, because there's still so much we have to say about it. But I do want to say this to you, Wiley, that you know that bill that you said, the Asian hate crime bill, it's actually Public Law 11713, and it is for Asians. It is not. There's no Black people included in this bill. I've been reading it to go through it.
It's for all, because they had Roland Martin. They was definitely talking about it. It's for all people. It's not just for Asians.
But you might want to read that. I know what he said, but I believe in always educating myself.
Right.
And reading
But it's not just
so
for Asians,
read it for
man.
yourself, and if he can show you,
it's not just for Asians.
It includes Black people or other races.
It's not just for Asians.
Show me, because I'm reading it, and I'm listening. It's listing here, and none of these people are African American. So I mean,
it's not just for Asians,
I
man.
Corrected on that.
Okay.
But I also wanted to say this to you too, and I hope Roland Martin comes on your show and he, clears this up. So also too, I wanted to say that, this whole thing about reparations, I agree with it. I just think it is a conversation like every Black person, depending on where you come from, what country, or you should get reparations from your country. And I think that for us as Americans, we do good just to get for Black Americans that are living here in America that were, born here, before we can actually work on another group. I'm not trying to leave anybody out, but I think that you should get it directly from the country you were born, that you were born in. And I think that is what the difference. And whatever is owed, then that should happen. Now, what they're getting in California, that's really nothing. $350,000, that's nothing. That's nothing, especially compared to the standard of living. So, that's another thing. The whole, and I'm not going for this whole idea, well, we're going to give millions to education. No, give each individual Black person their own money and let them do what they want to do with it. I don't want to hear we gave to some fund and some particular this. No. Look, you hung us individually. You did what you did. And I think we as a people, I don't want any division about when it comes to us being born here, that being a problem too, because when they were hanging and lynching Black people, they didn't ask you where you from. You were Black and they did what they did. And when you were working, they didn't really care about where you came from and who you're whatever. You just worked for free in terms of, our ancestors and what they did. And I also think that this whole idea that we got to keep trying to go to the table, we vote a lot, Wiley. I don't see how, and you may disagree with me, but Biden has enough information available to him to have made a crime bill. If this was for all races, why didn't he call it the African American or the Black crime bill? I mean, why did it have to be named after, our Asian brothers and sisters? We've been here a lot longer. We helped build this country, so we shouldn't have a bill that we got to look in between the lines to see our name and see if we're listed. I mean, that's crazy. And I think also, too, we have it in their face. It's been in their face for years. They're going to keep telling us that we need to do this and do that. No, I'm into the laws being changed. I don't feel like going through no more marching. I don't feel like going through 15 million debates. They know what they've done. They know the trouble that it caused. If I'm lying, then they can see when an animal gets hurt or how when you kill an animal, it can affect whatever happens in its ecosystem. So you cannot tell me they don't know what they're doing or they don't know the effect. So I don't want them wasting our time, Wiley. What needs to be done should be done, and that's the end of it. And I also say this, it's not that we don't have enough of our people in certain places. It's a simple fact that they are going to keep, stringing us along and keep telling us this and that so we can keep doing what we need to do so they can get what they want. Now, we did whatever, and the LGBTQ community got further than Black people did in I don't know how many years. So, no, they know what they're doing. They just been using us. And let's just be honest about it. So I hope you continue this conversation, Wiley. Heck, I'm ready for it if you do it tomorrow. That would be great.
All right. Thank you so very much for calling in.
All right, thank you. And thank you for using your platform for this.
Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye. So I'm going to, we got a lot of, okay, how many more callers we got? Oh, we just got 4 more. Okay, let me look for the other number. I know they probably, if they don't answer, then I know y'all sleep. But I'm going to call y'all back anyway because y'all did call, and I'm definitely going to call y'all back that called in. I got to scroll down and find your number, child. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to knock that off the list. All right, make sure y'all like the video. How many likes do we have down there? Because we need y'all to like the video. Okay? We need y'all to like the video. We need y'all to like the video. If you haven't not liked the video, please like the video. All right? Like the video. And for people that were talking about the student loan forgiveness is going up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will have to rule on there. Hello? All right, they didn't answer. I'm going to go to the next caller. 3075. Thank y'all. Keep liking it. If you haven't not liked the video, like the video. Thank y'all for liking the video for that way. And we are calling the numbers back. If you're asleep, I understand. And some of y'all gonna call me back once we off the air. But we definitely call y'all back. And if you don't answer, thank you so very much. Okay. All right. Somebody just called in. Then we got, I'm gonna tell this caller back, and then we got, okay, let me call this call. I'm gonna call you back because you just called. I'm gonna take the number down because we've been on here for 4 hours. Hi, welcome to the Wiley Show. Happy New Year.
Hi, Wiley. How are you?
Doing good.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is that I feel like the problem within the Black community is that we separate ourselves based on the different cultures that we possess. I feel like we separate ourselves based on the different cultures that we possess.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of callers, African American and Caribbean, separating themselves from each other, which isn't right. Personally, although I was born here, I did experience a lot of African American people taunting Haitian people, picking at the stereotypes, and vice versa. And I feel like it's a problem that we all need to address as a whole instead of pointing the fingers, because I feel like these stereotypes are forced on us through white media. The reason why so many African American people think that these Caribbean people are poor and these Caribbean people are this and that is because they see the little commercials, give 10 cents a day. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of that is forced on us through different perspectives. And I feel like if we all just hop out of the stereotypes and we just, try to understand one another, things will be better. Now, I do want to address some people talking about the foreign immigrants fighting alongside African Americans. There were a lot of them that did. A lot of foreigners that were either immigrants or children of immigrants, like Marcus Garvey, Harry Belafonte, Jean-Michel Biscuit. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing them wrong, but I just feel like it's so much, the issue is so much bigger than Black versus Black, because we're all Black at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if we pay more attention to the bigger issue, instead of just having to fight between each other, things will be better. We have to respect one another. We have to learn how to grow and be better. And we don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like my take on it.
All right. Thank you so very much for calling in.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to make sure bye-bye. Okay. We got 2 more callers that I have to call back. All right. Okay. I think that's 2325. Let me scroll down, because I know it's a lot of people that are calling here. 2325. is that 2325 last 4. I'm scrolling down, you guys, because we're calling people back. Some of y'all had called in almost an hour ago. We're finally able to call y'all back. Hold on, the lady that's backstage, I will bring you on. Let me call these last people back, and then I will bring you on official Tiff, and I will bring you on official Tiff. So don't hang up. I will be coming to you after I bring these last 2 callers, and I will bring you on. Hello? Hey, welcome to the Wiley Show. Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year to you too. So I don't know if you probably don't recognize my phone number, but I called in like sometime last year. It was probably like sometime in the spring. That was my first time calling in, and this is my second time. And I called in. There was like a woman who was talking about how females can't use PrEP or something, and then I called in and I said that women can actually use PrEP. Do you remember that?
Okay, yes.
Okay, yeah, I was just letting you know so this is my second time calling in.
Okay.
But I wanted to call in I wanted to come to the defense of the Voice of New York. Because for some reason I just don't understand why she's getting all the hate that she's getting in the chat and from callers that have called in before me. And I think that people really need to look at what she said objectively and not get so sensitive and so combative. Because if you go back and listen to exactly what she said, she never explicitly said that blacks shouldn't get reparations. What she said was that she disagrees with the type of reparations that people are asking for. People are asking for a lump sum of money of $250,000, which, yeah, that seems like it's gonna go. It might do good for a lot of people. But Wiley, let me ask you a question: if all black people receive $250,000 in reparations, what do you think is going to benefit the black community? Like, what do you think we're going to spend that money in?
I think some going to invest it in their business. Some going to use it for down payment to own homes. It's a lot of things people are able to do about it. And this ain't the question of what are y'all going to do with the money. We are owed that because our oppressor, they did what they did with their money. So I don't care what you do with your money. The question is the government have to pay us for that free labor, and we will do what we should do with our money. And so when we look at Tulsa, those people, they lost millions of dollars in property. They deserve to get that back because that was their property. The insurance companies that did not pay out those policies deserve to pay that back and plus interest. So whether you buy new sneakers or whether you buy fast food or whatever, the question is, and the demand is, are reparations. Now, some people are going to take the money and blow it. We understand that, but you have some that's going to take it and flip it, and they're going to be in $1 million class. Some going to be in $1 billion class because everybody ain't going to take that large sum of money and blow it. Somebody's going to take that money and invest it and do right by it. But is everybody going to do it? No. Just like some slave masters didn't do right with their money. They gambled it away. But I didn't hear nobody say, oh, what did the slave master do with their money? No. Like, no. So regardless of what it is, we deserve that check because we did that free labor. Our ancestors did that free labor.
Yes. And you know what, Wiley? I 100% agree. I don't necessarily agree with you, but I respect your opinion on the subject. And I think what Voice of New York was trying to say, and I think she respects the opinion of people who think like that as well. But what I think that people don't understand what she was doing was she was offering an alternative to what reparations we should get. You know what I mean? It's not like she was saying, oh, you guys shouldn't get anything at all. She was offering alternatives that she think is going to bring the black community a little bit further. She mentioned that we should get, the profits from the music that we create. She mentioned that we should get the home ownership from the redlining of the houses that we lost back in the day. She mentioned a few other things. So I think people really need to go back and listen to exactly what she said when she called in the first time. Now, when she called in the second time, I will say she was a little bit out of pocket. She was going in a little bit, but I think the only reason she really did that was because after the first time she called in, like people in the chat were like really going in on her, and like a couple callers that called in, like they were really, really going in on her. So the second time she called in, yeah, she was a little bit disrespectful. But what I just want people to look at this objectively. Like, don't get so emotional. Just go back when this live is done, just go back to the first time she called in and actually listen to what she said, because I don't really think that she did anything wrong. And my second point is to the people who were upset that she was saying y'all. She didn't necessarily do anything wrong, because what she did was she took herself out of the equation. She said that I am not a descendant of slavery. I don't think that I deserve reparations. So when she was saying y'all, she was talking about the people who are descendants of slavery, and she was saying that she thinks that they deserve reparations. She was just saying that she doesn't think that they deserve that one lump sum of money. They should get it in other ways. So like I said, I just want black people, whether you're a descendant of slavery, whether you're born here, whether you're not, I just want us all to get on the same page, because when it comes to topics like this, and then people call in and people start dragging each other, and you know, the woman who was calling in and saying bumbleclot, like she had some good points as well, but I really don't think that she needed to take it to that point where she was being super disrespectful. I just really want my people, like my black people, just to all get on the same page, because when we
I don't think that
like
black America, we always gonna have disagreements.
I kind of see myself, and I don't know if this is the reason why I'm defending Voice of New York. I kind of see us as kindred spirits, because I'm actually a Jamaican American as well. Like, my family is from Jamaica, but I was actually born in America.
Okay.
And I actually live in Brooklyn as well. So I'm not sure if that's the reason why I feel like I'm connected to her.
I understand that, but majority of America, black America, they want our check. We need the finances, because these Fortune 5 companies, like all the way back from Chase, all the way back from all of these leading forces in America, and especially a lot of these insurance companies benefited off of the back of slaves.
Of course.
So we deserve, and we're demanding a check, and it have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, and that's your opinion, you know what I mean? And I can respect that opinion, but like I said, and I don't want to just keep talking in circles, but
because as a fact, companies benefited off of free. The reason why America is a superpower that it is today, because they have 400 years of free labor. If they didn't have that, America would not be the superpower that it is today. The reason why they're in a position of a quote unquote superpower is because they had 400 plus years of slavery. Then you have the prison pipeline, so you have that, and a lot of businesses use prisoners to help make products as well. So we are demanding that, and I talk to a lot of African American leaders. This is what we're demanding, and that this conversation will continue, and it's gonna develop in some laws, because I see my brothers and sisters are waking up, and they're running for office, and they're bringing these ideas up. They're in media now, and they're bringing this up. This is not a new idea, but now I feel like this generation, we had it. We want reparations. We want that check. We want those resources, because a lot of companies, they are sitting on the table of power because of the 400 years plus of free labor, because of the benefit of Jim Crow, because of redlining. That's why they're in a position of power.
Yeah, and Wiley, I don't want you to think that I'm like saying, me or Voice of New York, I don't want you to think that we're saying that black people don't deserve reparations, because I'm pretty sure you know that we're saying that they do. Like I said before, I just think, you know, I think it's just a difference of opinion on what reparations we deserve. Because personally, I think it's small-minded to think that all we should get is just a check.
No, it's not small-minded. It's because people lost their. If your property get burned down, how are you going to get that back off of air? You need resources. You need money.
Yeah, I mean, but there's other ways.
So I understand that. So if somebody destroy your business, and you had your business insured, and that insurance company won't do it, your top priority is to get the money so you can open back your business.
Okay.
So when we say reparations, that's what we're talking about.
But that's not the case for everybody.
That's not the case for everybody. But even when you're talking about slavery, it was a financial thing. The reason why they used slaves for tobacco, for cotton, for so many things that built an entire economy off of the back of free labor. The reason why they had slaves, because they didn't have to pay them. They could do all of this free wealth, and a lot of them were able to invest. They was able to have this, and not only that, you had a lot of African people that was creating ideas and inventing things, and those ideas were stolen because the slave master took it and went and trademark and patent those ideas. So when we talk about reparations, yes, financial is on there, yes, Land is on there. Yes. All education is on the list, but on the top of the list is the money.
Yes, no, Wiley, and I agree with you. But I think what I'm trying to say is I don't think we should receive a lump sum of money and that's it. I think we should receive money from, like what you just said, from the inventions, the patent, and the inventions and stuff like that. And what Voice of New York said, she said from the music that we create.
Because look at the farmers.
The whole black community is going to be generating.
Look at the black farmers.
That stuff is going to stay in the black community for generations and generations.
The black farmers.
If you just give us $250,000, some people are going to benefit. But when it comes to future generations,
the black farmers is suffering right now because of the disparities with loans, the disparities of all type of stuff. So the federal government tries, okay, let's give them billions of dollars. And the white farmers, they start to challenge it in court. And a lot of these black farmers have been frozen out to be able to survive because a lot of the white farmers was able to benefit, able to get loans, able to get capital that a lot of black farmers cannot get. So when we say reparations, we're talking about money, and we're not just talking about 250,000. It's up in the millions. I don't know what the 250,000 came from.
Exactly,
we're talking about in millions.
And that's why I said that people need to go back and listen to when Voice of New York called in, because she was specifically talking about the people who said $250,000.
Well, that's only a part. We up into the millions of dollars because again, when people lost those properties, and when people lost those hotels, when they got burned down, that's now in today's money, you're talking about millions of dollars. So that's definitely needed. And so when they said it cannot happen, when this country had to bail out the banks, it wasn't, well, they don't need it. Well, no, it's another way. America bailed out them banks, billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? And people forget that. They bailed out the banks, they bailed out the insurance company, they bailed out the airlines. And it wasn't airlines, y'all can do it y'all can do it another way. It's another way. They wanted money and they got it. So when Black America, when we say we want money, give us that money the same way you gave those other institutions billions and top of billions of dollars. They gave it to the banks that gave people homeowners that couldn't afford it, but they was cooping all this, and then now a lot of people couldn't pay back the loans, and America was so in bed with a lot of people in Wall Street, and they had no choice but to give them. They had to literally give these people billions of dollars. So when we say we want reparations, that's what we're talking about. Give us the same money that you gave to these banks and to these airlines without a blink of an eye. When I seen the treasurer, when I seen him went to Congress and he needed a blank check, and they gave him that and gave up to the and so when Black America speak about reparation, don't give me that we can't afford it, because you can afford it because you did it for the airlines, you did it for the banks, and we're asking for our ancestors. We are demanding that you all give us that check, and so we can buy our own property. We can do whatever we want to do with the money, and a lot of us is going to thrive. Some people are going to blow it, but I ain't worried about people going to blow it. I know when I get the millions, what I'm going to do with it, because I already have the mindset what I want to do with it, and as well as so many other entrepreneurs are what they're going to do with the money. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to say, like, you see how me and you are having a conversation right now, even though we might not agree, like, we could still have a civil conversation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like, I think that's what needs to happen a little bit more.
I think a lot of people, unfortunately, they're not used of having a intelligent conversation. They're used of insulting people, and a lot of them they're not gonna make it that well because people ain't gonna hear you insulting people about calling people out their name. But I'm used to having conversations with people. Thank you, brother, for calling in.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night, Wiley.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Okay. All right, bye-bye. Give us the money. That's on the list. Hold on, let me bring this one more person on. I'm gonna go to and then I'm gonna bring you on Official Tiff. I'm gonna bring one more person on here, and then I'm gonna bring you on Official Tiff. We do have the link. Well, we have dropped the link in the chat. So if anybody wanna come on the link, you can definitely hit the link. But I'm gonna bring Official Tiff on. So give me 1 second. Let me bring one more person that called in. And I want to bring them if I can find the number. Okay. if I can find the number. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, I found it. Okay, let me. All right. And then I'm gonna bring official Tiff on. Yeah. They hello? I just want to make sure I called everybody back. And then I'm gonna bring official Tiff on. Okay. Official Tiff?
Hey, Wiley, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I've been patient.
It's a lot of people. Y'all gonna
Yeah,
have to
you know
start.
what, Wiley? I want to commend you for this hot button topic
Yes.
instead of like celebrities and the Tory Lanez thing. Like Nique, nobody cares about your exclusive. The trial is over. We don't care. But here's the thing, and I already started this, and I hope the chat will join me in tagging Umar. I think you need to interview him.
Oh, Dr. Umar charged $500. So if we can raise $500, we can get him on. He's not for free. Y'all do know that. I want y'all to understand.
I didn't know that.
He charges for interview $500. $500 for an interview. So we have the Cash App, $ Marquise Wiley 28. Y'all, 781 people. If everybody give $1, we can have him on. He charged for interview. He don't come on for free.
Okay, well, I will definitely donate.
Because he charged. Like Dr. Umar, he will have to pay $500. And it was another cast member, what is his name? For Boys, I Love You Per, Island Boy, $500.
And nobody cares about him.
And $1,000 for Instagram Live.
Here's my thing. Dr. Umar was on the Breakfast Club and he was talking about reparations. And what I really like about him, he was talking about perpetual reparations, where we would get money on a quarterly basis. Here's the thing. You remember that episode, Dave Chappelle, when we got reparations? And old boy was like, I'm rich, B. And everybody was buying Escalades and whatnot. Here's the thing. If we get like a payment of like $350,000 or $250,000, most of us, that's what we're going to do. We're going to buy a new car and go to the Gucci store.
But this is the point, because we brought that up. Okay, let me broaden this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What did the banks do when they got that massive tax cut? They went and they bought stocks. It was supposed to be, quote unquote, a trickle down economy, meaning that we're going to give y'all all these tax breaks. You supposed to hire more people, increase your hourly wages, but they ain't do that. They went and they just bought more stocks, and they went out of town and got on islands, got millions of dollars. So I don't give a damn what we as African American people do with the money.
No,
when we bailed out the banks, they enriched themselves.
Wiley, I wasn't stopping there.
They bought planes, they bought boats, they bought all these things. So everybody, when black people get this, everybody ain't gonna blow it and buy Escalades. That's a damn lie. You got some black people that's gonna take it and invest in their business and thrive in society.
Wiley, I wasn't stopping there. That's just one part of the population.
I'm just bringing it up when people bring that part up.
Yeah.
You also have to talk about these banks that got bailed out and what they did with their money.
But here's what I want to say. Dr. Umar talked about perpetual payments. I don't know if you're aware of the Jack Daniels story. It was a black man who invented the Jack Daniels liquor. Of course, a white man took it over. And once his people found out, you know what they said? Oh, well, we'll send his descendants to college. Don't send us to college. Open your purse. Give us the money.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
And that's why Henrietta Lacks, people need to read about that story. I read the book and actually
Oh
watched the
yeah, and
movie.
I saw the movie on HBO.
Right, they suing right now because with her sales, they was able to get cancer treatment, HIV treatment, so much off this black woman's sales.
Yes.
A lot of medical breakthroughs happened off this black woman's sales. This black woman didn't know it. She died. They took her sale, didn't tell the family, and that family to this day in 2023 is living in poverty. A lot of them.
Yes.
And so now Ben Crump and others are suing these companies and saying, "Hey, y'all owe this family millions of dollars." So
Millions and
y'all,
billions of dollars.
yeah,
Actually.
up in the absolutely, it's in the billions. And
Mhm.
so, that have happened is so many people that, and that's just a case that we know of.
Right.
Other cases of people that they use your blood, they use this, and you'll have so many things that are breakthroughs off of our backs, off of our bodies. So we need that check. And I'm going to continue to say in the millions. We definitely need it in the music industry. A lot of artists, they need to have their masters so they can take care of their families and all of that. It needs to be a law in there. After 5 years, you can get your masters back. So this conversation of reparation is not new, but it definitely need to happen. And they need to have a start and say, okay, let's give each person $5 million as a start. And then let's go back for some more reparations, because a lot of these companies are thriving off of they're in the position because of the resource they was able to get in the 60s doing Jim Crow. They was able to thrive. Black America didn't have that same opportunity. So of course we need reparations. This is going back from slavery. This is going back from Jim Crow. This is going back from the 60s. This is going back from the crack epidemic of when crack was just flooding in our neighborhoods to help fund different organizations. So yes, when we talk about reparations, we need reparations. Absolutely.
So here's the thing, Wiley, and you're absolutely right. I'm your Inglewood girl, and I'm your Southwest Airlines girl who I called in and talked to you. Here's the thing, right? You're absolutely right. All of these families who have benefited from generational wealth, the Rothschilds, the Kennedys, all of these families who have benefited from the backs of Black people, we need the same thing. So guess what? We don't need to pay taxes for 400 years.
I agree.
Give us our 40 acres and a mule. Give us our money. That's the only way y'all can make it up to us. You can't give me no one-time payment of $250,000. After everything that Black people have done for this country, it's almost impossible to pay us what we worth. But guess what? If we do perpetual payments, that means a payment every quarter on everything that we have invented, the stoplight, the helicopter, everything that Umar Johnson was talking about, he was damn right.
I agree, but and I agree with his message, and Dr. Umar also had to be criticized because a lot of African Americans gave him, he got millions of dollars to start a school, and the school is still not out.
Well, it's almost out, and it wasn't millions.
And we're talking about over 10 years. And then you have a brother out of Savannah, Georgia, that opened a school up, raised money, and the school is open. So, with Dr. Umar, he needs to be questioned. I personally think he needs to be investigated, because you raised money and you said, hey, we're going to have a school open up. It's going to be this year. It's going to be that year. They never open up. You mean to tell me a 20-some-year-old man out of Savannah, Georgia, wanted a boarding school for Black boys and were able to raise the money and the school is open? And you mean to tell me one of the highest educated Black men in the world, as he said, he's one of the and the name of that person is King Randall. He have a school called the X for Boys out of Savannah, Georgia. And so he raised the money and the school is open. But Dr. Umar, he have to be criticized because it's been over a decade and people gave their money and you got a building, but is no where is the school open up? It is that's just the first standard to remodel the school. But how are you going to have the resources to hire teachers? Who are your board? you know, you understand what I'm saying?
Well,
So
this is why, Chad, I
that,
hope that you
I think that
join me
when he go to
in
Storm,
making a
Storm,
donation.
hold on, Storm didn't ask that question.
No, he didn't.
He and then when he go to Breakfast Club, he talking really, really good, but I'm like, you talking all that good, but bruh, what about that school?
That was trash. Storm interview was trash.
Because
this is why I hope the chat will join me in donating to you.
You didn't ask that tough question because
Yeah.
you keep saying, well, I have to go to the white man because the black, and then when people were hitting me up, they said, Wiley, black contractors wanted to lend a hand, but they didn't want to work for free. This is a business. Who can give their black people? A lot of companies are not in a position to do free labor. They're just not.
Right.
A lot of these black companies, they are living check to check just to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to say he's so qualified, he get all these bookings around the country, it has been over a decade, that have to be questioned. Like, I don't know, like, he shouldn't get a pass. Like, he talks a good talk. Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But what did you do with those African-American people money? What do you do with it? Why that school not open yet?
Wiley. So this is why I'm asking the chat. I'm talking directly to the chat. Please donate because we need an interview with you and Umar because you're gonna ask those questions. Storm interview was trash. It was very, it was very surface, you know.
Because the main thing when you bring somebody in like Dr. Umar, you have to bring up the school and not just let them, you have to ask the tough questions.
Yes.
How much money you raise? What is up? And then you need to really study and really look at, okay, what's going on with the school. And he rarely haven't showed a tour yet. And I think that's very suspicious of him opening up the doors. Okay, y'all, this update. The reason why this is why I donated to King Randall, his school that he have out there in Savannah, Georgia. You saw where the money was going. The man opened up an Amazon and said, hey, we need chairs. We need desks. We got the wish list. People gave. And people were so good in giving because we saw where our money was going. We saw it live on camera. But with Dr. Umar, he talks a very good game. He tap dance over the situation. And, I got the black.
But see,
black
you know what?
They did me so wrong. But then I had to go to the white contractors. But over 10 years now, you know, what about those parents?
Give us no one-time payment. You cannot.
That donated and wanted, and now their kids in college and grown, and you still ain't got that school out? Like, that have to be questioned.
And Wiley, I agree with you.
Did I say Savannah? I'm so sorry. Ebony, did I say that? Georgia. Okay, I know it's in Georgia. All
okay.
Right,
and Wiley, I agree with you. This is why we need a Umar interview with you because you're gonna ask the hard-hitting questions.
Absolutely.
So, chat, please join me in making that donation so we can get this interview. If he needs $500.
Yeah, because he charges $500 and all of that. I said, what are you doing for that school? And this is another thing. I think with Dr. Umar, he started too big. When you're trying to start something, okay, I want to have a school. So let me just get a small building. Let me just get a 2-flat. You understand what I'm saying? Start there first and say, okay, I'm going to just start with 5th grade boys. And then gradually, okay, build. But don't try to get these $1 million properties. And if you ain't got the resource to get it remodeled, that ain't no good businessman. Because what you're doing, you're starting off so big and you don't have the infrastructure to complete the project. And I think it was a great idea for Dr. Umar, and he's a very intelligent man. But when it comes to being an entrepreneur, he's just not that wise as becoming an entrepreneur. Because what he did, he bit off more than he can chew. Because you still haven't developed the product. Because in that area, he need to work with other people that know about having schools and owning schools and building schools. Because even though you're a psychologist and you know about Black power, but you're not that well when you're talking about being an entrepreneur. If I come into $50 million and I'm trying to, make my show a better production company, the main people I'm going to go to is people that's in the business. that have profitable companies. Talking
That's
to
not
Roland
well.
Martin,
That's not in his wheelhouse.
talking to people that know about that. But I'm just not. It's just not going to be me. I'm gonna try to learn about the business. I'm like, okay, let me start off small. Let me not spend all my money, and learn and watch other people and observe from what other people are doing. And so that's what I wanted just to go when it comes to that situation. When it comes to Dr. Umar, because when Dr. Umar said he was going to have the school out. But when you open this, you still how you gonna pay for the teachers? You say it's no tuition, right? They will have to pay, and then he changed his mind and said they will have to pay tuition. Where is the school? Is what the people are talking about, and that's a question that needs to be brought up because it's been over a decade.
Well, Wiley, like I said, that's why we need this interview with you because two things can be right at the same time. Dr. Umar had a lot of really good ideas about perpetual payments. You can't just pay us no one-time fee. No, we need to be paid for 400 years.
I agree.
Period.
I agree with you on that. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Official Tip, for coming on.
No problem. Thank you, Wiley.
All right. Thank you so very much. Okay,
Bye-bye.
I'm going to go to the phone lines and stuff like that. He charged $500 for an interview. I'm not lying. That's what much you charge, $500. And then Island Boy, he charged $500, and then his manager said, if you want to go on Instagram, that's $1,000. D1? Hey, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to just tell you something real quick that I read. Japanese Americans get reparations. The Holocaust survivor victims still get reparations to this day, meaning it's going to their families. And no matter what they are doing with the money, they're giving it to them. We deserve it. We should have been got it. We shouldn't even be debating amongst each other about it. And you know what? I understand what people are saying as far as if giving it to people, some people are saying giving people a certain amount or else doing something else. I don't know exactly. I don't know what you're saying, but it's their money. Give it to them. I don't think 200 and something thousand is enough money. I really don't think it's enough because our ancestors suffered. And I want to just briefly talk about this. I understand Haitians, Jamaicans, Islanders, people from the Caribbean. At the end of the day, they still all look at us as being black. And I know I'm jumping around, but I know I don't have a lot of time, and I don't want to hold you up. They still look at us all as being black. They put us all in one class, and that's black. When you go apply for a job, yeah, they say all of these different, they'll have black, white, Pacific, I don't know. Is it Asian? It's Hispanic. It's quite a few. But for real, they still all look at us as being black. And we're sitting up here arguing with each other about race and reparations. At the end of the day, we're all black. If reparations, if you don't want it and it doesn't apply to you, then let it fly. But to those of us that do feel we deserve it, yes, we do. My great-grandmother in Alabama was a slave, bought her land, gave it to her son. We still have that land to this day. And I wouldn't even brag and say how many acres, but it's quite a bit. I talked to Blue Skies about it. She knows it's quite a bit. Okay, and not everybody was able to do that. Black people deserve reparations. We do. Why they are holding off on us so long, I have no idea. Along with Holocaust victims, and that's Germany that's still paying them to this day. We should have been getting them. Anytime Japanese Americans are getting them, you don't find that there's something wrong with that?
No, it is something wrong with it, and that's why we have to demand it and get people in office to demand it, because those descendants, those people in Germany, Jewish people, they rally behind. They got people in office.
Yes.
They fund candidates. They don't just complain. They put their money where their mouth is, and to this day they get those resources. So we must apply that same thing in America.
And the banks are playing, and the money that they get, they are doing nothing. Like you said, they take the money and they were doing what with it? What were they doing
They
with
was
the
buying
money?
stocks. They was buying stocks. They was getting bonus,
Exactly.
using bonuses. Paying them, tripling their salary. So yeah.
Exactly. So when it comes to reparations, I understand if it doesn't apply to people, I guess that are from other countries, if it doesn't apply, I understand everybody wants to put their opinions out there. But I hear more and more Black people and Black Americans talking about, I don't want no reparations. That's you. Okay, you let the government you tell the government, you keep my portion, I don't want it. And yeah, there are some people that are going to take their money and they're going to put it back into the system. There are some that will shop, that will buy cars. And then there are quite a few people that have never owned a home. And there are people that have been on welfare all of their lives. There are some people that will say, you know what, I want a home for my children, that will buy a home.
Absolutely.
That will buy their first car, that will send their child or their children to college.
Absolutely.
So let's not talk about what we should do. Let's get it. Let's fight to get it first. And y'all stop going at each other. I'm the biggest. I'll be in a chat too. We all roast in the chat. But we, at the end of the day, majority of us, we're all still Black. And that's how they look at us. And they love when we argue like this. White America loves when we argue like this. It's almost like, oh, they can't get along anyway. They can't get it right. Let them keep bickering. Let's just stop that. We need to fight for what's right. Okay. Love you, Wiley. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, I think I got one more caller. Give me a second. Wow, this show... Okay, I think this is the last caller. Oh, I got two more callers after this. Hello? Yes.
I just want to add one other thing. Also, too, when it comes to reparations, I also don't want prices to be hiked up because Black people get reparations. I also don't want to see these people in California be signing no type of contract that hinders them from getting further reparations. I mean, there needs to be, because that's the thing. Once people get this, there's this thing about the economy and them hiking up whatever in order to get whatever else they want, in terms of taxes, how much they want to tax us on this. And it needs to be a thing. Heck no tax on it. No taxes whatsoever. So I just think whenever this comes out, this needs to be laid out and needs to be, all the I's need to be dotted and T's crossed, and no backdoor deals. Because they have a tendency to act like they're giving us something. In the long run, we end up losing. And so I just think that needs to be discussed. And the people in California need to watch out for that. Seriously.
All right. Thank you so very much.
And thank you, Wiley.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for making a very good point about, you know what? Forget about telling us what to do about our own money. We're not children. And you've been making that point real clear tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Somebody else called back in. I got two callers to take on, and then I'm done because unless y'all hit the link, because this phone about to die. We've been on here for about 4 hours, you guys. Hi, welcome to the Wiley Show. Happy New Year.
Hey, Wiley. So I had to call back because I wanted to answer from what one of the last callers said, and I think that they're holding off on the reparations because although the country has been built up from the ground by Black people, we still continue to be modern day slaves to these white corporations, along with putting in so many black dollars to these different demographics who are profiting off of things that we see as style. You know what I'm saying? So I think the only way they will feel us is if we put our money on strike, stop buying things that we don't need, you know, things that we just want because we want, you know, for whatever we want. And I think once we start being cautious about where we put our money, they will understand that, damn, we need these people.
Absolutely.
We need their money. We need them. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like we don't, a lot of us, not all, because a lot of what we're saying does not apply to every single person. And that's what everybody has to understand. There's ignorant Caribbean people that are saying some very messed up things, like that Jamaican lady earlier saying bomb o'clock. You have to respect people if you want them to understand you and know where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like we all suffer from this because, like another caller said before, at the end of the day, we're all black.
Absolutely.
So if I'm in America and I'm a black person in America working, these issues are going to become my issues too now.
Absolutely.
So if I'm not going to add any value to what's going on, then I should shut my ass up. I'm sorry to be rude about it, but realistically, I feel like any person who wasn't born or raised in America, or who's not from America, if you're going to come here, instead of critiquing, what value can you add to make things better?
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I think that's what the African American people want the Caribbean people to realize.
Okay.
Like it's we understand, you know what I'm saying? So I have a question for you. Do you feel like that could be the reason why they're doing that to us? Do you feel that it's because we put so much money in their pockets and they're still profiting even though they owe us?
I think that we have to continue to invest in politics and get candidates that will vote for that, because and really get on those in those spaces. That's how that's going to happen. We have to get people in there, demand it. We need our media people in the room, and like I'm looking into seeing how can I get a press pass? How can I would love to visit DC and be in that room. I know it's difficult to get in those spaces, but they need to open it up to people that have YouTube channels to get into that space. It's a YouTuber that I follow, and he's a white guy, and his name is Brian. Let me see if I can get his name. I watch him daily. His name is Brian Taylor. And he gets so many of these white politicians on his show. And we as Black YouTubers should get into those spaces. So when the president is having a press conference, we should be in those spaces to ask those questions, to represent a demographic, because we represent a lot of constituents. We represent a lot of people that watch our show, not just only in America, but also around the world. So we can continue to apply that pressure. And then also we can get people to run for office to get in those spaces as well. And then they come back and say, okay, you guys, the bill is up on the floor. Make sure you call your senators. Make sure you call your Congress representative and say, you know, to vote for this bill so you all can get those reparations. That's only how it happens. We must apply pressure by suing people. Yes, we need to also invest in our, you know, our civil rights organizations and make sure they have a message of reparations. And we must vote in and support candidates on all levels of government, and their top priority is reparations.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I do agree with everything you're saying. That is true. We do have to be more involved in the law and in what goes on. But also, there are a lot of people who feel like no matter what their vote says, nothing will change. And we do also have to address that it doesn't seem like our voice matters, regardless of what we attack or what field we go in. It's always a lot of discrepancies that Black people are going to face. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, even though we are voting, not a lot of people, you know, a lot of people don't feel heard. They feel like they're just making you go down there to cast your vote to feel included, but are we really included? That's my question.
And that's why we definitely have to continue to educate our people. And it's, like I said, it's organizations that are being created as we speak, and there are organizations that already exist that are changing the game, especially what's going on in Georgia, need to be implemented on a national level by educating voters, especially in Mississippi. Mississippi is one of the poorest states in the nation, and they need people in there to educate the people to vote out these wicked politicians that have not been doing anything for people, for Black America. So thank you, ma'am, for calling in.
Thank you, Wiley, for having this conversation with everybody. Thank you to everybody who's engaging in the chat, regardless of your opinions. You are heard, you are loved, and everybody just have a great night.
All right, good night. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to bring one more call on because they have been calling. Let me drink some water, child. All right, I got one more caller to come on. Wow, we've been on here for 5 hours. Thank you all for the super chats too, and for the cash apps. Thank you. If y'all want Dr. Umar on the show, we must raise $500 because he costs $500. He charged $500 for an interview. All right, 500. Okay. Okay, they didn't answer. All right. We're going to bring Ms. Barbara back on. This is the last person, and I'm going to do my closing remarks. Ms. Barbara?
Hello, y'all. I just wanted everybody to notice that the great Wiley needs a laptop. And we're going to have, just like the church have a Build Me Fund, we need a... Oh, you do? Okay, because I thought you needed one. We're going to have to get you what you need, son, because you're going to have to run for office.
Absolutely.
You're going to have to run for office. That's your place.
You know,
I strongly
I agree with that. And like I've been working with a politician. He's running for, mayor in Dallas. And I've been working with him and seeing what he's doing. I've been keeping a good eye on Jamal Green. He's running for mayor in the city of Chicago. So yeah, I would love to run for public office because I'm always intrigued about how do the government work and how does the money work. And for years, our people, we have been neglected. And when we look at reparations, reparations for these banks to, build affordable housing in these Black and brown neighborhoods, rent control need to be on a national level because not only of us Black and brown people are suffering, but also middle class people are. So if you go in Florida right now, it's people that's making good money, but they can't afford to the rent that's coming up. They have to have 3 to 4, 5, 6 people in an apartment in a 2-bedroom because the rent is so high. So
that's why the Holy Spirit had you retire, Wiley, because you need to be working for politics. Let me tell you something about this money, because you want to hurry up and go to bed. Let me tell you something about this money. You got to get this bag. The Democratic Party, when I tell you I made a lot of thousands of dollars for the Democratic Party, you can get that money. Search for the canvassing jobs, political canvassing jobs in your area. They are paying you $200 a day. Being that you don't want to work, you just give them a little hour, and they're paying you about $200 a day. Get that money, Wiley, and then you get close. That's how I got to get all of the Democratic information and seeing how they paying for this vote. It's money in it. Google canvassing for politicians, and them Democrats are paying you to door knock, pass out flyers. They paying you
Democrats, Republicans as well. That's running a campaign, especially on a presidential level. People become millionaires, but a lot of us, a lot of Americans, are not benefiting from the pot.
Exactly.
And I sent an email because I felt a slap in the face that we have a Black platform. We have a lot of people that we reach, and not one. How much y'all not giving us money to run ads? I'm not going to run it for free. Y'all pay us like y'all paying ABC, CBS, CNN.
They will, Wiley. They have companies that will pay you to help them. They do.
That, to really.
But I don't believe YouTube will allow it.
YouTube will allow
I believe
it.
YouTube will
allow it. Absolutely.
Then I'm letting you know what you have to do. Wiley, stop. I'm telling you where the money is, because you got to go to sleep. So I'm going to tell you where this money is. You call them, you let them know that you have a page, and they will pay you. I'm telling you what I know, because I collect thousands of dollars. I'm the one. Remember years ago, I was telling you about that job you had to fight for that they didn't want to give you.
Yes.
When you was okay, I'm the one that told you that, Wiley. And I'm telling you, I know where the money is. Everybody that's listening, you can get that bag. The election is coming up. Y'all can pass out flyers, they'll pay you.
Thank you,
door
man.
knock, they'll pay you. All right, Wiley. Love you, and
Thank
I want
you,
that
man.
job.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. You on the list. You on the short list. Thank you.
Please, in the name of God, the Holy Spirit called you to be a politician.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Love you. Y'all say that, but when I run, you know, I definitely do want to run for office. I love that. I just sent a text to the mayor of Earl, Texas, Mr. Jalen Smith, was sworn into office yesterday, and I was so happy to see that. And we had you know, our first interview. He did our interview first as the first, and then everybody else, you know, started to interview him. And I was so honored to interview Jalen Smith, and he's been sworn in. And I have his number, and I text him, and he texts me back. And I never had a mayor's number before, and so that's just going to be the first of many people that are going to be on our show. And I'm so honored that happened. He's 18 years old, so when they say black people ain't doing nothing, that's a lie. Black people is doing something, and it definitely is doing something. So, you know, I will continue to. I'm working with a brother that's running for mayor. So we're gonna bring him back on the show, and I'm just learning because I want to know, how do you raise money? How do you who are the stakeholders? How do you talk to voters? How do you canvass and all of those things? So it's really, really good. I have somebody that I can talk to that actually ran for mayor and won, and he's 18. He's 18 years old. So that's just how that goes. But thank y'all so very much. We've been on here for 5 hours. Yes, 5 hours. And we had, shout out to Nique at Nite. Nique at Nite came on our show and stuff like that. And we love her. We sent her a beautiful message. And she showed us love, and we love her so much. So we showed us some awesome love. She came on our in our chat, and she said she will come on our show in the future. We showed her some great love, and I told her, I said, listen, sis, I got to talk about celebrity gossip. I got to talk about people that are trending. You are a trending topic, so we have to talk about people that are trending. We had 1,000 people in the show. We are on one of the highest rated shows this year. The first time in history where we had these high numbers to start off with the year. Right. So I thank y'all so very much. Thank you to all the callers that called in. But the next time we have these conversations, let's be respectful. We may not always agree, but let's be respectful to the people that call in, because we have a lot of people. We don't just have American people. We have people all over the world that call into the show that actually represent our show. Thank y'all so very much. Been on for 5 hours. Make sure if you want to cash app us, $ Marquise Wiley 28, $ Marquise Wiley 28. If you want to join us on our text list, you can text me at 88, text Wiley, Wiley, in the text box to 888-534-4939. If you want to follow us on Twitter, you can at Wiley Show, WILEYSHOW. And also we have a P.O. Box 701122, Dallas, Texas 75370. I know some people said it was going to reach out to me. We're looking for songwriters. And so you will be paid to write me a record, and you will get some money from how much streams we get and all of that. Because I do want to get into the studio. So we're looking for a producer to make me a beat from scratch. And we're looking for a songwriter. 2 people reached out to me, said they would do it. So we're in a position of that. If you know, if you're a good songwriter, if you make beats and all of that, you can email me. I'm going to put the email address out here when it comes about. So if anybody want to do that at wileyshow@gmail.com, we want to definitely get into the studio. If I could do my first song. So we're looking for songwriters, we're looking for producers. And so, yeah, wileyshow@gmail.com. Okay, if you can write me a record, I'm looking forward to it. Wiley Show at gmail.com. Somebody said candy birds. Yes. So we're looking forward to it. Let's make sure that we are paying brands or platform that you're not charging ridiculous about. But yes. Yes, go ahead. Wiley goes to the and we definitely doing that. Thank y'all so very much. This has been a great show. Wow, we had a lot of people. Make sure y'all subscribe. This is a lot of people calling me today. So I'm about to go and rest. Thank y'all so very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. While he go and find someone at the Walgreens, email you at advertisement. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Contributing to the show. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the donations. And if you could write records, if you got a song for me, that'll be great. Thank y'all so very much. We will see y'all in the next episode. Also, we want to give a special shout out to all the content creators that came in the chat. So shout out to you, Nique at Nite. Love you. Show you love. Thank y'all so very much. We're going to resume later on today with another live. Happy New Year and good night.